The CG United one-day international series comes to an end today in beautiful Antigua after England took an assailable 2-0 lead with their low order and seamers putting in a dominant performance. But the West Indies will take pride from Rashada Williams' gritty half-century into a game of massive importance for both teams, with ICC Championship points up for grabs. It's all to play for in the third ODI. Here at the toss in this third one-day international, very important for both teams, points up for grabs. Tell you who's with me. We've got match referee Donovan Hales, West Indies women captain Hayley Matthews, and a new captain Amy Jones representing the English women. Let's see who has the coin. Hayley does. Heads is the call. And it's heads, so Amy's won the toss. Amy, if you could just step this way. Third toss that England have won in this series, what are you guys going to be doing?
We're going to have a bat.
Tell me why you've batted first in both games, now you're opting to bat first again in this one. Why is it a sort of a formula that you guys have liked to use?
I think, it's obviously worked well for us in the first two games. And also, although we've used this pitch before, I mean, it still looks good. But I guess using it, one innings earlier might be beneficial, hopefully. And we saw some good swing under the lights last game, so hopefully that'll happen again.
Now, Heather is not here at the toss, which means you're going to be leading the side today. How excited are you for this opportunity?
Yeah, really excited. Obviously, did it for the first time when Hev was out in the summer, and it was a great challenge for me personally, and obviously always an honour to captain England. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What's going to be important for your team to get the win today, even after winning the series?
I think it's just all around our intent. That's what we've spoken a lot about. Taking the game on and trying to put the West Indies under pressure as soon as possible. Obviously we've won the series, but a lot to play for still today. In terms of the championship points, and obviously we want to win the series 3-0, so big game still.
Where are the changes in your team?
So Heather's out, she's managing her workload after the injury. So Alice Davison-Richard comes in, and Belly's being rested, and Freya Davies is coming in.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Hayley, let's get you now. Looking at the surface, Hayley Matthews, having won the toss, what would you have done?
Yeah, I think we would have probably had a bat, probably because we wouldn't have had the opportunity to in the first two games. But at the same time, I think it's a good pitch for us to go out there and bowl on. It seems like it might just have a little bit of moisture in it early on. Pretty excited to get out there and have a bowl.
You guys have just picked up the 2 points in the Women's Championship so far. This game, points on offer. What have you said to your team coming into this to get them ready for this occasion?
Yeah, I think, we've got the 2 points on the line, but we've got a lot of pride to play for as well. Obviously, England coming over to the West Indies. And
Curtly Ambrose. Good afternoon, Sir Curtly. What are you expecting to see from the Windies today?
Good afternoon, Mali. Well, obviously, having gone 2-0 down, they were never in any of those contests. The need to live the game today, have to play 2, 3, maybe 4 times as good as the last 2 games, because the batting, I believe, is an issue. They just can't seem to get any runs on the board. They can't seem to really chase down whatever England give them. They just look out of sorts as a batting team. So that, to me, is going to be the most important thing today. If they can bat well, they have a chance. If they don't, just maybe the same result, like both first and second games.
I think
us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flooded nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now
Both the England and the West Indian teams and England teams here, Sir Curtly, but especially we also had the national anthem of Antigua. And as a fellow Antiguan, you would know it's a pretty special day here in Antigua. It's VC Bird Day here, a public holiday. Also the birthday of a man widely considered in Antigua to be the founder of the nation, Sir Curtly.
Yes, of course. VC Bird, Papa, he's affectionately known, you know, he's a trailblazer, you know, really got Antigua up and running, and then the other prime ministers to follow, just continue that trend. But he's really the father of the nation, and of course, really got Antigua on solid ground. So, national holiday, which is very fitting, in my opinion, for such a great man. And of course, of those who are listening to us streaming live, there's lots of food and drinks up here at the National Stadium as well. So make your way up, get some cricket in, food and drinks. Just have a wonderful holiday today.
Yes, he would have been 112 today. Well, he is 112, but if he was alive, we'd have been having a massive party, that's for sure. But the players are making their way onto the field. England won the toss and have decided to bat. They've made 2 changes. Heather Knight, she's out, the skipper. Captain today will be Amy Jones. Freya Davis comes in for Lauren Bell. And also Alice Davidson Richards plays her first game of the series. For the West Indies, we've got Shabika Ghaznavi out, Afi Fletcher, and Shanita Grimmond. Kaishona Knight comes into that middle order, badly needed actually, with the way the West Indies have been batting. Casey Schultz, the left-arm orthodox spinner, also plays, and Shakira Selman comes back into the 11. You're going to see the players take the knee for the Black Lives Matter. Always good to see the opposing team, England, here as well, taking that stance. But the West Indies hit back well with the ball, Sir Curtly, after that first game, restricting England to just 260 after they scored over 300 in that first ODI. So we've seen the improvement with the ball. I think the main issue is with the bat. Can the bats come out today?
And apart from bowling well enough to restrict England to 260, they bowling it out, which is a big plus as well. And so the bowling, I think, holding its own, but the batting has been...
Sir Andy Roberts' end. Starts with a wide-ish delivery, just goes through to the wicket-keeper Knight. But Aliyah Aline the other day in that second ODI a couple of days ago, Sir Kirtley should have bowled her 8 overs for 47 runs, picked up 2 wickets. So she would have had a good outing. Can she back that up here today? Consistency.
Well, after 2 deliveries, seemed to be a nice bit of bounce and carry. And a hint of a waist seam movement as well for Aliyah Aline. That should be encouraging.
Just a bit more pace almost, it looks like, in the wicket. Just a little bit from the other day.
It appears so. It appears so. Maybe after a couple of days, maybe some water rain, a little bit of moisture. I didn't get a chance to see it. I was trying to stay away from that hot sun. But it looks good after 2 deliveries. And right away, a second slip is in place.
Oh, and it's aerial through that gap. Wouldn't have gone to a third slip. Probably needed a gully in that position, but good bowling from Aliyah Aline, and she seems to be well up for it today, her first 3 deliveries. Good pace. That second delivery thudded through to wicket-keeper Knight, made a sound, baff, into the gloves. Windies seem pretty keen here early. They're going to have to keep that energy up, though, like you said, Sir Kirtley. It's a very, very hot day.
It certainly is. Some commentators always say, a lovely day for cricket, but I beg to differ.
This one just comes back into Tammy Beaumont, so Aliyah Aline just showing the ability to move the ball both ways. Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont, the opening partnership here for England. Had a good start the other day. Emma Lamb would have been disappointed with her mode of dismissal. That run out, unforced error, looked like she had everything under control.
Ooh, misdirected this time by Aline, way down the leg side. Wicketkeeper Knight had no chance, and wides have been signaled. Just losing her focus for a split second there, Aline.
And that was one area in which they came back and were so good in that second ODI with the ball, was in that extras department, especially with the wides and no balls. That one was very, very wide. Gave wicketkeeper Knight absolutely no chance there.
Much better delivery, right on target.
Very good comeback from the young lady. Tammy Beaumont hasn't had the run so far in the tournament maybe that she would have liked. In that first game, she got 30 odd, looked pretty compact. This time she times that one nicely. Gonna come back for 2. Will they push for 3? There's 3 on the cards. They're gonna come back. They're gonna get them pretty easily. So good batting from England in that first over. 9 runs coming from it. 9 without loss. And it's those 5 wides, actually, that really hurt Aline in that over, Sir Kirtley. Just one bad delivery.
Certainly did. Apart from that one wide down the leg side, it was a very, very good over. And when you look at the scoreline, it's in 9. You'll be thinking it's an expensive over. But it's just because of that 5 wides. But she has been pretty steady. Picked up a couple of wickets the last game, so she would have had some confidence coming into this game.
Crucial times as well, Aliyah Aline. Looks like number 48, Chanel Henry, from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end. This one's been slashed away. Work to do. It goes through the fielder. Looks like Shadid Nation there on that cover boundary. Tammy Beaumont is away quite early. Something different to what we've seen in the last 2 games. She's gotten away, she's gotten with in all 3 games actually early in her innings, but on this occasion she puts that one away, Sir Curtly.
Yes, and something seemed to be wrong with Nation, who's on that point boundary. Something with her hand. She misfielded the ball, went for 4, but she seems in some kind of pain. Don't know what the problem is. Now she's been moved from the boundary line into the circle. So something is definitely wrong with her hand. She's still clutching onto it.
Seems like she landed quite awkwardly on it when she went for that dive.
Something isn't right, Mali.
I think she's
still
going,
holding on to her hands.
Yeah, I think she's going to go off.
It looked that way, yes.
So
Probably will go get some treatment.
Yeah, not sure if she spiked herself on the hand while trying to save that boundary. Shadeen Nation, definitely someone who the West Indies cannot afford to miss. She hasn't scored the runs, but definitely one of the senior batters in this team.
This is going to be close. And is it going to be run out?
Jackie says no. That was close, wasn't it, Sir Curtly? Direct hit.
It certainly was. I thought it was a cheeky single.
It's been out by miles.
Well,
absolutely out by miles on the replay.
That was my first impression, that she was short of her ground, but being straight on, you couldn't tell. Jacqueline Williams, the umpire's square leg, see things differently. She's in a perfect position.
Let's see that one again.
And she ruled not out. That looked close, Mali.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, the first replay we saw, it looked like she was fairway outside her ground. But she survives.
Let's have a look, Mali.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one.
It was a suicidal one, really. Straight back to the wicket, to the bowler.
Henry was quick to that delivery, yes.
She was gone.
She was gone. So the DRS not available in this series.
Big blunder by Jacqueline Williams, the square leg umpire.
Gotta say she missed that one, that's for sure. So England escape. That definitely should have been actually the first wicket going down. Chanel Henry showed good athleticism, recognized the opportunity. Recognized that opportunity. And
Well,
direct hits more often than not, Sir Curtly.
I must say, my first impression was out, even though I'm straight on. So I'm a bit amused, really, that the square leg umpire, Jacqueline Williams, who was in a perfect position, didn't pick it up. I know sometimes it's difficult to see it on full action.
Yes, they've only got one chance to see it, the umps. In real time as well. But at the end of a pretty good over from Chanel Henry, really should have come away with a wicket. Not really her wicket, but the West Indies should have come away with a wicket. The score is 15 without loss.
Would have been the start that Hayley Matthew, the captain, and her team are looking for, an early breakthrough. They had it, or they thought they did. But the most important person decided against it, and that's the way it is. Certainly was a blunder on the part of Jacqueline Williams, the umpire, but that's part of cricket. You don't always get it right.
And to be fair, she's, from what I've seen, definitely one of the better umpires in the region. So it's come as a great surprise to me, actually, that she missed that one. She's got a very keen eye, tends to make the right decision more often than not. But that's gone, and the West Indies have to forget about that. Lamb and Beaumont. Beaumont on 8 from 7. Lamb 2 from her 6 deliveries. Definitely looks like Aline's almost bending her back a bit more here today. With Sir Kirtley just rushing on to the English batters a bit more than we've seen in the first couple games.
Yes, the pitch seemed to be a little bit quicker. This is only over number 3, but you can see the difference. The first and second ODIs, the pitch were very, very flat, nothing at all, but this is a little bit different now. Very, very steady, Aline, right on the money. 2 slips in place, obviously looking for that edge. Haley Matthews, the skipper, really keeping the attack.
And this is the final opportunity actually for Tammy Beaumont. She's not in the T20 squad, so she'll be looking to get a score here today for sure. She was caught at mid-on in the second ODI for 21 of her 33 deliveries, so she'll definitely want to go back to England with some semblance of form, especially Lauren Winfield-Hill just pushing her slightly, so she's under a little bit of pressure, that's for sure. That's what you want in the setup though, Sir Kirtley, definitely. This one's been cut away well in front of square. That's gonna beat the fielder and Sherry-Ann Fraser for 4 off the back foot through extra cover.
Too short, too wide. It was asked to be hit, and that's exactly what Bowman did. And if you're in any kind of form, you're not going to miss out on deliveries like those. That was really a bad delivery, to be quite fair, and was put away.
Yes, just suggests this wicket just coming on nicely for the batters. She would have mistimed that in the first couple of ODIs. So her clunk a few, pick out quite a few fielders, but the end of that Aline over, 3 overs gone, score is 20 without loss. And Sir Kirtley, we were speaking about batters, where the West Indies gonna find the batters. I'm sure with the Under-19 Girls World Cup in January, Coach Courtney Walsh will be taking a keen interest in what he sees from the West Indies girls.
Well, he should, because I reckon for a team to be a little more successful, you need competition. If you keep using the same players over and over, they probably will become complacent. But once they know, if they slip up, they could be left out. It means they'll have to work hard to maintain their play. So I think that is a good thing to have competition in any team. So people don't just sit and relax and figure, well, it's okay.
Definitely that talent pool needs to and is expanding for the Windies. Short and wide again, cut away aerially this time. Beats both fielders, well placed. Shot there from Emma Lamb.
Now, this has been a problem with the first and second ODIs, and I can't understand why both Henry and Elaine continues to bowl that wide. These England batters are very strong square of the wicket. So why you want to keep feeding them wide of off stump, short and wide? When they bowl a lot straighter between wicket and wicket, they don't score as quickly as when they bowl wide. So I can't understand why they keep doing it.
This one's short and pulled this time on the onside through square leg. Emma Lamb making Chanel Henry pay on both sides of the wicket now.
And she's down. Chanel Henry, something with her ankle maybe. Is it the bowling crease?
What is happening?
You could have heard the scream after she delivered. So something with maybe that bowling crease, there's a hole, I don't know, but something, she's in pain, she's down.
And that shot from Emma Lamb, we saw her play it at least 2 or 3 times in her innings the other day. In that second ODI, she scored 25 from her 29 deliveries. Played the pull shot. Looked like one of her favorite strokes. Sir Curtly, on this occasion, long hop from Chanel Henry and put away. And you were speaking about the line of attack, Tammy Beaumont in particular.
And they should have known that. This is game number 3.
And it wouldn't have been the first time or the first series many of these players would have played against the Tammy Beaumont. So just missing a trick there in terms of the tactics and execution. But Chanel Henry is still down. Not exactly sure why. Seems like an issue with her left leg.
She's going to go off, it seems like.
Because Sherry-Ann Fraser, it looks like, is going to finish off this over. So it's been a pretty unlucky start in terms of injuries here for the Windies women.
Yes.
Shadeen Nation injured off the first delivery almost. And now Chanel Henry into her second over. Looks like she's going to have to go off.
Yes, it could be her knee or maybe her ankle. And of course, that's her left leg, which takes most of the impact when you deliver. That front leg takes a lot of hammering. So she probably landed a bit funny, maybe, or there's a bit of a hole. I really don't know.
That was that wide from Alira Lane. 5 wides. Started pretty well. And ever since then, it's just been a few too many boundary balls, Sir Curtly. This is the Shadeen Nation going down. Landed quite awkwardly there. Something to do with her hand. And this one, Sir Curtly. The run out. What happened here? But it looks like Chanel Henry's made a miraculous recovery, Sir Curtly.
Well, she's still walking very gingerly, favoring that left leg. Maybe it's a situation where they're trying to get her to complete the over before going off. But that maybe is not the right thing to do. If you're hurt, go off and get treatment before it gets worse.
That one's hit sweetly, but well fielded by Captain Hayley Matthews. Big game for her today as well. A lot of responsibility on her shoulders. We've said that ad nauseum in this series. She hasn't really been herself. Stroked away for another run with either bat or ball, Sir Curtly. But Henry finishes that over. Not sure if she's going to stay on the field. 4 overs gone. The score's 29 without loss.
She seemed to be in some discomfort. Just looking at her walking away gingerly to a fielding position. I reckon it'd be wise for her to go off, just get a proper assessment from the physio, maybe some ice to avoid swelling and stuff like that, and then it can always come back. As opposed to stay out there and it gets worse. But she knows her body, she knows herself, maybe she's okay.
Yep. It's going to be a lean to continue.
That to me is a better line of attack. Just on a good length between wicket and wicket.
Especially to Tammy Beaumont. That line of attack has been a weak area for her over the years. And like you said, Sir Curtly, you haven't seen her really look to be too attacking over the top, straight down the ground. That's one of the areas why she's actually lost her place in that England T20 squad. Not putting enough pressure back on the bowlers in that power play, or making use of that power play to the best of her ability. This Lamon strike though. There's no one in that area on the boundary. She hasn't timed it as well as she would like. It's brilliant fielding there to pull that one in. They've come back for 3. Looks like the player playing her first game of the series, Kaishona Knight, doing the fielding there. Good work, Sir Kirtley.
Very good work. Showed a lot of commitment, saving her team a run. Every run save is a run less you have to score. So it's important that you, as fielders, you back up the bowlers as much as possible. That was a good effort.
England finding run scoring pretty easy though. This one goes through with a bit of pace again. Definitely the quickest we've seen from Aliyah Lane in this series, but just poorly lined down that leg side. This opening pair would have put on 41 in that second ODI. It was Alice Capsey that opened with Beaumont in the first ODI. She's had to fly home with a broken collarbone, Sir Curtis.
Oh boy, just talking about it, it hurts. Can you imagine? So unfortunate. But we can only wish her all the very best. Hope that she recovered quick enough to rejoin the team. No one wants to see anyone get injured. Everyone wants to play. But that must have been painful.
This one's been stroked away quite nicely. So the timing from Beaumont looks a lot better today. That one raced out to the sub-fielder in Shanita Grimmond, who seems to be on for Shadid Nation. There at cover.
And that's the thing about batting on a good surface when the ball is coming on. Your timing can be so impeccable.
Yes, you can just use the pace.
That was harsh. That was harsh. And Mali, you know, we've worked together before. You know I have a serious problem with his leg side wides, right? You know that.
Did she get a bit too far across there, in your opinion?
She did, certainly did. You can see the leg stump behind her legs. And it was still called a wide. These umpires, you know if I talk about this all the time. It irks me.
A pet peeve of yours, that's for sure. This one's been pulled away all along the ground. Won't get to the boundary though. Henry does the fielding, restricts them to 2. Looked like 3 was on the cards there for a second, but it's the end of that Aline over. The end of 5. The score 36 without loss.
Still a brisk start by England. We have seen that in the first and second ODIs. They were tend to score really quickly. So that's nothing new or nothing shocking. It's just the way they play. And the West Indies bowlers will have to find a way to stem the flow of runs, try to restrict them from scoring so quickly, especially in this first power play, this first 10 overs.
It was Henry and Fraser that would have taken the new ball in the first 2 games. Bit of a change here today. Gone for a lean from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and it's going to be Sherry Ann Fraser first bowling change here from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into the attack. I thought she was pretty good in that second ODI. Beautiful shot by Lamb. Can't find the gap though. I was saying Sir Curtly, she thought she came back pretty well in that second ODI. Bowled her 9 overs for 53 runs, picking up 1 wicket. Only bowling 4 wides in comparison to her, I think it was 7 in the second. The first, sorry, but that's been timed sweetly. Good work by Kecia Schultz on the 3rd man boundary. So West Indies fielders, especially the boundary riders, have had to do some work here early.
Yes, I thought it was a very, very good effort running away to her right, not her stronger side, but she did very well. 2 full.
And this one's going to definitely go to the boundary. It's been hit well in front, just past that cover fielder who had no chance So Emma Lamb playing through the line on that one. She moves on to 21 from her 19 deliveries. Starting to look really good here.
She is playing well, playing some lovely shots, but she's been aided by wayward bowling, over-pitched bowling, and of course on a good track like this, you're going to go for runs. Fraser need to pull her length back.
You heard that grunt from Sherry Ann Fraser there. Maybe just giving a little extra, trying to find a little extra pace. And you're right, Sir Curtly, the length was just a little too full, a little too floaty. Batters of this class, they're going to put that away, that's for sure. So she'll be best advised to just pull that length back. That's a lot better there.
A lot better. I believe, and one of the things I always say to bowlers, that when they come on to bowl, starting a spell is always the hardest. So I prefer, if you're a little bit shorter, than to be too full. Hit the ball hard in the pitch. If you get a pull shot, well, I can live with that. I prefer you playing a pull shot than to be stepping out and driving.
This one again, but it's been misfielded. It looks like Charmaine Campbell at extra cover. She's probably been the best fielder for the West Indies in this series, but on that occasion letting that one through. So the West Indies just a bit sloppy here to begin with. Just almost looking a little tired, Sir Curtly.
Well, it's very, very hot, but you shouldn't be tired after a couple of overs. Plus, you have 2 days to rest after the second ODI, so you got some recovery period. I don't think he's really getting tired. I just figured that day the bowling is kind of off the mark. Too many over-pitch deliveries. And, of course, the kind of form that Beaumont and Lam is in, they're going to capitalize.
I think the heavy defeats will do that to you, though. Definitely affect the energy, but we're going to have a change now. It's going to be Nikhil Uttamchandani and Stacey Ann King.
Thank you very much, Molly Richards. And again, the England women batting first in this Siege United One International Series. And again, in a dominant position inside this initial power play. So it's left the captain, Hayley Matthews, to think on her feet. And so far, we've seen the three options into the attack. Stacey Ann King alongside me. Stacey, a very good start for England. Again, they've made some changes, some rotation. The captain had the night missing out today. A very important game for the West Indies to win.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Nikhil, and good afternoon to everyone that's viewing or listening. Yeah, very good start once again from England in this third CG United ODI. Tammy Beaumont and Emma Lamb, well, they've both given England a good start. But again, let's not forget that run-out opportunity of Janelle Henry's bowling that wasn't given. And in the second ODI, we would have seen a run-out due Emma Lamb. So an opportunity, and it seems like a run-out is the way to get Emma Lamb. And so West Indies, well, they'll have to be on their feet. They'll have to be alert in that ring.
Well, Emma Lamb just seems to be going through some testing at the moment with the England cricket physio. So just, I think, trying to ensure that she's able enough to continue, and in that interim, I want to discuss with you, Stacey, you look at the changes the West Indies have made, bringing in a cage of Schultz. They've gone back to Keyshawn Knight, but something that me and you have had a discussion about is sort of investing in that youth. Seeing Schultz now, get this opportunity in this series at home in the West Indies, a big opportunity for her, and a step in the right direction, you would say?
Yeah, I think so, because there's no Afi Fletcher in this West Indies lineup. So Casey Schultz, she'll give Hayley Matthews a bit of opportunity, well, with that left arm, that slow left arm orthodox bowling. And she's on debut today as well for West Indies. So again, an opportunity for a young player who has been in the setup and, just getting a chance to really show what she's been working on and her skill.
There's going to be a change from both ends. Shakira Selman back into the team today. I think that there is where Shakira Selman can be so lethal, no ball signals, so not a good start for her, but that good length area on her, just outside that off stump, she's gotten success there. We've seen her in that Caribbean Premier League where she took the most wickets for the Barbados Royals.
Yeah, and she's the most experienced bowler for West Indies at present. She will be disappointed, and it's something that can throw you off a bit, especially when you start with a no ball early in your innings, her first ball being a no ball. So it will take a bit of mental setback, as well as maybe some of the junior players can't just step to her and, you know, just support her, continue supporting her.
Has she got it enough on it? Yes, she has. Enough to get it over the mid-on fielder. Beaumont probably didn't get the execution she would have been looking for, but it's a good option and good intent being shown.
Yeah, this is good from Tammy Beaumont and a good comeback from Shakira Selman as well, because what she will bring is a lot of variation. She takes the pace off as well. So a very smart bowler when it comes to this format. I just really wish that she could work out those no balls.
Now, Kaisia Knight's come up to the stump, so she's trying to force Emma Lamb to stay in that crease.
Yeah, I think it's a good option because both Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont, they like to advance, and that's something you've seen with the English batters. They advance to make, you know, get closer to those balls. So good on Kaisia Knight.
It was kind of why I was surprised that Selman was actually left out of that second ODI, not only because of her experience, but on this surface, same surface we've used now for the 3 games. I just think, Stacey, with her variations that she has, probably one of the few seamers that the West Indies women can go to who can take pace off consistently and effectively. I just feel on this surface she could be a handful if she gets it right on that sort of good length.
Yeah, I think they just need to stick with her, Hayley Matthews, because she only bowled 2 overs in that first ODI for 17 runs, including those 2 no balls you mentioned. But again, the experience that she brings, that trickiness as a bowler, you want to at least stick with her throughout, even though she's failing at times.
They have started well, the West Indies, in this series in the first 10 overs, especially in that first game where they took 2 of the English wickets, just 47 runs. In the last one, you think maybe England got away a bit, 52 for 1 after 10, but I think that's something Hayley Matthews has emphasized in this team, trying to use the new ball and take those early wickets. Even with this deep English lineup, really, you still peg them back when they, with that continuous loss of wickets. So, hasn't got one yet, but they're still searching, the West Indies.
And I think what was really good about that innings, that bowling innings from West Indies in the last ODI is that their variations, they weren't able to score. You can see that there was a clear plan to bowl just wide off the crease to the English batters, because most of them, they like cutting. And of course, now with Kaisia Knight standing up to the stumps, it now makes it even more difficult to control those shots.
Excellently bowled. And why I like this plan from Selman, end of the over, 47 for none. Why I love this plan is she's forcing both right-handers to hit into the bigger offside. And you just weigh up the averages. It's just a much better option. She's got the deep cover there. I think barring that one no ball, she'll be very happy with that start. Shakira Selman, end of just her first over, concedes the 3, but definitely they need this wicket of Emma Lamb.
Yeah, and that's a big comeback as well. We mentioned that 1 no ball in the over, but just 3 runs being scored from it. So good sight for Hayley Matthews, who again is just ringing in the changes as we saw in that second ODI. She just kept bowling her bowlers in short spells, not allowing the English batters to get accustomed.
Now, Sherry-Ann Fraser, who bowled just the 1 over from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, is out of the attack. Just the 1 over, 3 runs. And Hayley Matthews has gone for herself, someone who's leading the charge in terms of wickets. 3 in the last game, Hayley Matthews. Maybe just want to have a look on this surface, which has been very conducive to spin. May feel that she can just get a few early breakthroughs.
I just wonder if it's a tactical move as well. And possibly. to try and get Chanel Henry from the other end. Not sorry,
Fraser,
Cherry-Ann Fraser, yes, from the other end.
Down the track, but there is that long on in place. Just two fielders outside that 30-yard circle. She's got both on the onside, long on and the deep mid-wicket. Seen a couple new things from the West Indies today, actually. Aline opening the bowling, and it's been a move that I thought could have come a lot sooner, just because, Stacey, correct me if I'm wrong, but she looks like she just brings a bit more with the ball. I think energy-wise, pace-wise as well.
Yeah, I remember in that first ODI, you were quite an advocate for her bowling, and she has really worked hard, Alia Allen. And she can be one of those new ball bowlers. She does that for Barbados at regional level. So a good opportunity to use her as an opening bowler to pair with Chanel Henry.
I think Tammy Beaumont here will really be wanting to cash in. Another start. She's batted out 22 deliveries. You look at her two scores in the games, though. Got past that 30 mark, 33 in the first game, and then 21. But just when she's looking so good, they find a way to get that wicket. So she'll want to make it count in this final game of the series.
Yeah, and she's not featured in the T20s, so again, really needing to put her name or seal her spot as well, because there's so many young players coming through for England. You have Emma Lamb, you have Alice Capsey, and a number of other players who open as well.
Yeah, competition for places has been a highlight of this England squad, especially in this series with that influx of the youthful talent. End of the 8th over. And so far, England on top. Run a ball, 48-9 for none.
And just 2 runs coming off that Hayley Matthews over. And they need a couple more dot balls, a couple more overs where the English are not scoring as heavily. 5 overs, 5 bowlers used thus far for West Indies.
I think Hayley Matthews will be happy with the way the last 3 overs have gone. If you look at when Cherry-Ann Fraser came into the attack, I know she's only bowled the 1 over, but in those 3 overs, just 5 runs conceded. Salmon continuing, and again, on that good length, and that consistency is one of her strong suits, you could say, about Shakira Salmon.
Yeah, definitely, because she used to be a new ball bowler, but she's worked so much on being able to come back in the depth. This time around, of course, bowling more the new ball, but again, what she brings, as we mentioned, that smarts, those cricket smarts, she knows the areas, and she knows Tammy Beaumont and Emma Lamb. She's played around them for some time.
Went pace off, but equal to the task is Emma Lamb. And again, won't have the legs to get to the boundary. Excellent piece of work, though, by Chanel Henry. Keeps it to just 3.
Yeah, this is good feeling from Henry. Did see her limping early on in her over, that 4th over. But I'd say that Shakira Salmon probably needs to set the field for that shot. This is the 2nd time that the English has decided to go over the top with her.
I just think that shot there from Tammy Beaumont is an excellent one because, yes, it's high risk, taking the ball from outside that off stump. But then, as you said, no, if they opt to have that long on in place, it opens up the field for her to score in other areas. Still opting to have mid-on in the circle, Hayley Matthews. But she's been very inclined, anytime the ball has been full, to go through that region, over mid-on, and even a straight mid-wicket inside the circle.
Yeah, and I think it's big because they're not able to advance because Kaisia Knight is right there. So maybe just switching things around a bit, bringing Kaishona Knight, who is in that deep mid-wicket region, into the circle and sending Hayley Matthews. Yeah, bringing that player, Kaisia Knight, into the circle and sending back the mid-off might be a good option.
Very crafty for Emma Lamb, and another couple of runs. So meticulous at the crease, uses the field so well, and it's why she's opening the batting to make use of this initial power play with just the 2 fielders outside the circle. And you think it's a tight over, but already they've scored 5 runs from it, and still 2 deliveries remain. And that's something that this English team, regardless of who's been at the crease, just been able to do so well. Turn over the strike consistently throughout the 50 overs.
Yeah, they've spoken heavily, and they've come into this series talking about playing without fear.
Back down the ground and over her head. And another couple of runs. Almost a misfield there, Hayley Matthews, but does well in the end, just keeps it to 2.
Yeah, they've talked so much about playing without fear, just going out there and expressing themselves. And that's exactly what they've done throughout this series.
Things happening for Shakira Salman. This has been a good spell so far in these 2 overs. End of 9, 56 for none.
Yeah, she just needs to be a bit more patient. Shakira Salman, I think that she's doing quite well. She's getting a bit of purchase from the pitch. Just needs to keep nagging, keep working those lines and length. As we see, there's a bit of entertainment in the stands.
Good crowd in, VC Bird Day. So the drummers in. And excellent to see. Hope the fans come in as well. Remember, today is absolutely free to enter the game today. So we encourage all of the Antiguan public to come out and support the West Indies women. We'll have that first T20 International as well on Sunday, 6 p.m. start. So it does make for entertaining cricket. And then the series, of course, moves to the Barbados, Bridgetown, Barbados. Matthews. This is a much better improvement, I think, from Hayley Matthews in terms of her captaincy, Stacey, because in the last game she bowled overs from the Sir Andy Roberts end, which was almost playing into the favor of a right-hander, hitting with the spin into the smaller side. Now she's changed ends and makes things much more favorable for her. That is glorious. Down the track and just over that mid-off fielder. Nothing she could do about it. And that is Tammy Beaumont at her best.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Tammy Beaumont. And just as you were mentioning Hayley Matthews and her tactics, this happens. Good connection. And again, using that power play, those 2 fielders out to her advantage, Tammy Beaumont.
Getting some purchase off the surface, though. That one did spin in. So clearly is something on offer for the spinners. Schultz will come into the game at some point. That was the boundary. So these openers, again, have got them off to a good start. They had an opening partnership of 42 in that last game. Now 60 so far and still counting. And even with Heather Knight being rested, we know how long this English batting lineup is. Amy Jones with her player of the match performance in the last game, 70.
Yeah, and Alice Davidson Richards, well, she comes in to this England batting lineup and bowling lineup. I think she may be featured with Kate Cross with the new ball, but she can't hold her end with bat as well.
A dominant power play for England after the first 10 overs. Batting first again in this CG United 1 International Series. 61 for none. Must say, Stacey, I was kind of disappointed when Amy Jones said at the toss that Lauren Bell would be rested, because I just think you look at that spell she bowled in the last game, picked up 4 wickets with the new ball, got it to laterally move, got something off the surface as well with her seam position. I would have been really excited to see her. But a chance to look at a young player in Freya Davies.
Yeah, also Alison Alice Davidson Richards, and two upcoming young bowlers who they actually have some pace. So again, a chance for us as well to see some of the English bowling lineup. But let's just see what Shakira Selman, who's into her 100th ODI for West Indies.
Yeah, big day for her. Huge day for her. And I saw her get that shirt presentation for her 100th game, won the international, that is. Huge achievement and a momentous day for Shakira Selman, the vice captain.
Yeah, and she's only the 6th West Indies cricketer to achieve that feat. We would have seen Charmaine Campbell in the first ODI achieve the same feat, being the 5th player for West Indies, and to achieve that 100 milestone. This is good from Shakira Selman.
Yeah, saw Shakira Selman, first bowler out for the West Indies women, about an hour and a half before play today, with bowling coach Corey Collymore, just getting in her stride, getting in that rhythm so that when she's called upon, she would be ready. She loves wearing that badge, as you know very well, Stacey and King. She just loves representing the West Indies and playing as much as she can.
Yeah, she's just one of those passionate players. Loves to share knowledge, especially with younger players, younger bowlers. I know for a fact her and Cherry and Fraser, well, they discuss areas to bowl quite a lot. I think she's also the head of that bowling unit, that pace bowlers unit. And then the importance as well, being 33 years of age, being around West Indies cricket for some time, and international cricket on the whole. You know, you've got to keep working on different tricks, working on different things, and she's definitely one of those players who keep trying. Every time she goes out there, that passion, that will to at least pick up wickets and make sure that her economy rate and whatever she gives to West Indies cricket and the team, it's always a big effort.
Well fielded. Alia Aline at that extra cover position. But she would have been watching that second one international from the sideline, Shakira Selman, and seen her equal in Kate Cross, another veteran who's been in and around this England team for a long time, and what she was able to do with the ball in hand. So that would have possibly motivated her coming into this, now getting that opportunity to bowl again. Good finish to the over. Just the one run from it. End of 11 overs, 62 for none. And Stacey, you talk about Shakira Selman. Her responsibility now is elevated in this series, especially with the absence of a Shamila Connell, who has been sort of that go-to wicket-taking bowler for the West Indies. But in terms of experience, she's led the way. So now with her absence, Selman has had to step up.
Yeah, within that bowling unit, we haven't seen persons like Shanika Gajnabi bowling at all. Then, of course, replacing someone like a Deandra Dutton, who we know will pick up wickets or has picked up wickets for West Indies. You know, it's really now a developmental time or a change in time for this West Indies team, and players like Alia Allen, Shanika Gajnabi, Cherry Ann Fraser, Shamila Connell, who isn't here at present, but that bowling unit, that pace bowling unit, they've got some work to do. As we see Casey Schultz, Dave Luton come in the bowling lineup and changing for Hayley Matthews, who was previously bowling from this end.
Yeah, first look at Casey Schultz just for the day. You remember that feeling, Stacey, getting your first cap for the West Indies. This will be a huge occasion. She's played for the West Indies A team, but this will be a whole nother step up in terms of the level, in terms of the responsibility on her shoulders.
Yeah, she can be very deceiving in the air because she isn't a very tall bowler, so she flights a bit, but it tends to come down, pulls down quite a bit. So a good opportunity for her to showcase her talent. She's one of those players that has been so eager.
And it's a wicket straight away. A wicket straight away for Casey Schultz. And that will mean a lot to her. Flight on offer and Emma Lamb trying to advance, but picking her out. That's a huge moment for the young 25-year-old.
Oh, yes, it is. To pick up her first international wicket, first of all, playing in your debut game against England, and picking up her first wicket, bowled and caught, Emma Lamb. Well, Casey Schultz, you couldn't ask for anything better.
Excellent piece of bowling from Schultz because she was courageous in the flight, just enticing Lamb to go big. She's been there now for a long time, Emma Lamb. 31 deliveries. And just trying to be a bit too aggressive. Excellent return catch as well. She's gone for 30. 63 for 1. The West Indies have found their first.
Yeah, really good from Hayley Matthews as well, being brave enough to give that young player an opportunity against an Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont. As we have a look again. Just look at her reaction. She takes off and runs directly to her skipper. Almost to say, thanks for the opportunity, Skip. I'm not going to disappoint.
And she could be that X factor for the West Indies today. On this surface, third game being played on it, it will spin. There will be something in it for the spinners. So she can be that X factor. We saw Hayley Matthews in the last game get 3. May have got some bat on that one as well. No signal from the umpire, so looking to play that ramp. Sophia Dunkley, who's coming at number 3, could have had 2 and 2.
And just remember, that's how she got out against Afi Fletcher in the second ODI, trying to play a ramp shot when she wasn't in position. And this is good stuff from Casey Schultz.
Slip in place now.
I just like the flight in which she's giving. As I mentioned, she's not the tallest of players, so it's not. It may look as though it's coming, but it might just get there quicker.
Just be a single, but a dream start for Casey Schultz in her first over of international cricket. 2 runs and a wicket. 64 for 1.
And she'll be very happy with that spell, that first over. And from a West Indies perspective, getting a breakthrough, a much-needed breakthrough.
Beautiful day at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Hope to see that crowd come in as the day goes on. In this third one international final game of this CG United One International Series. And then don't go too far because the T20 International Series begins on Sunday. So Sophia Dunkley now got that half century in the last game. Should be looking to continue in that vein of form.
And just as you mentioned, T20s, India and Australia, well, they played the first of 5 T20s today. Australia and chased that 172 made from India. Australia won that match by 9 wickets.
Yeah, those two really are the pinnacle of the women's game. And I know England will be saying, well, look, we just got to a World Cup final. But in the last couple of months, you could argue, after the Commonwealth Games, after that 3-0 defeat in India, that they've sort of dropped off the boil. So it's made this series so important from an English perspective of just showing the world that, you know, they're dominant again going into that T20 World Cup in 2023.
I also think what was impressive is there were more than 25,000 fans turned out in the numbers at the D.Y. Patel Stadium for that first ODI, that first T20.
Stacey, can you imagine 25,000 fans here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? That would be a sight to see.
Yeah, most definitely.
don't think Antigua would have seen a crowd like that for cricket since they've moved from the recreation ground. But when the great man Sir Vivian Richards would go to bat at that Antigua recreation ground, I mean, I wasn't alive, but I hear stories, packed houses, people doing anything they can just to get into the ground and watch the cricket. And we hope that in years to come, the women's game can become like that as well.
Yeah, agreed fully. And was mentioned before the Under-19 World Cup, which will be played in South Africa in January next year. And the West Indies women, well, the West Indies board, they have named an Under-19. Yeah, because you've seen some of the same players represent countries like Sri Lanka and Pakistan for years. So I particularly like that fact that there's an Under-19 tournament, so there are young players who can now fit into those teams, into those senior teams, and just keep that rotation of cricketers going.
Yeah, and those women's cricket enthusiasts would have seen Shafali Verma earlier this morning in terms of against Australia, and a lot of questions and controversy around whether if she will play that Under-19 World Cup. But if she does, my oh my, the spectators will be in for a treat.
Oh, and she's bowled.
Huge wicket for Shakira Selman. Again, pressure. Just pressure being built in the last couple of overs. Hayley Matthews will be very happy with this. First removing Emma Lamb and then Tammy Beaumont in this over. And Selman has been consistent and consistently good. Full at the stumps and gets the wicket.
Yeah, and that consistency pays. Again, Tammy Beaumont just not being able to advance. So in between minds as to play straight or play across the line. This time around, she plays across the line and she has to go. Shakira Selman, well, she gets that breakthrough. At the end of 13, England 65 for 2.
So currently the West Indies women would be very happy at this stage of the innings. 13 overs gone, 65 for 2 England, and those 2 wickets that came in quick succession would be very happy. A happy moment for Captain Matthew.
Certainly a happy moment, Denmore. And you're not missing any cricket at the moment. A welcome refreshment break. Yes, England has been scoring real quickly. But at the same time, West Indies have a knack of picking up wickets at regular intervals, which keeps them in the game. And that's exactly what's happening here.
And the 2 wickets coming from deliveries we saw from Schultz, the debutant, flighting one and getting it right up to Lamb, who pushed it back to her. And then we saw from Shakira Selman that Yorker length delivery, something that you were known for, that vicious Yorker, especially in your early days, certainly, that she got one of those absolutely correct and knocked over Tammy Bow,
who was looking dangerous and was threatening to take away the game from the West Indies. But really, really good bowling so far. And that's what it's all about. Taking wickets at regular intervals, even though England are scoring quickly, will keep you in the game. And 1 or 2 more wickets quickly now, Denmore, could really put some pressure on England.
And Schultz not afraid to give it generous flight, what we've seen so far in her early deliveries, in her first over and yet again in the second over. Beautiful shot, though, getting to the pitch of this one and driving it past the mid-off field into the boundary for 4. That's a glorious looking shot there. 4 runs.
Good shot by Dunkley. Good use of the feet as well. Well-flighted delivery from Schultz and was equally put away.
And that is the risk that Schultz takes when she's flighting that much, that a player like Dunkley could decide to go on the attack.
I reckon you should put the mid off to long off and bring in the mid on, the long on to mid on. See,
Driving again through the offside for more runs. You just spoke about it so curtly. Putting that player from mid-off back onto the boundary and bringing up the mid-on fielder into the circle.
Yes, because the way she's bowling, predominantly an off-stump line. So you will get struck down the ground. Well, it's now in place. The long off is in place now. Could have been 2 balls too late, then more. That's 8 runs already gone.
And here she bowled. What a beautiful delivery. She looked at it, the ball spun back on her. It looked as if it took her on the arm, fell onto the stumps. Schultz gets her second wicket. Her second wicket's now 73 for 3. And Schultz having a dream debut.
Now, you see the difference then more. The long off was put in place. And because of that, batter decided to try something a little bit different.
You just have a look at it again, and there the ball turned back at her. It was outside of her leg stump, but it had a little bit of turn, took on the body, fell onto the stumps. And as you said, just that change of field caused a little bit of a doubt in Dunkley's mind.
Yes, and caused her demise as well. She was looking dangerous, and Schultz, you'll have to say, is the winner of that contest. Even though she was struck for 2 boundaries, getting a wicket after that, you got to say she won the contest.
Yes, she did. And she wasn't afraid to still flight it, even though she was struck for those 2 boundaries, still sticking to what she knows, sticking to her plan, her game plan, and coming out victorious on that occasion. So, you said it earlier, two more quick wickets, and it could change the whole scenario of this match.
Certainly could. And Captain Haley Matthews, I think, keeping the pressure on, keeping fielders in catching position. She herself is in first slip, and have fielders close enough to the bat for the new batter.
And what she's done too is that she's brought in that player from the long on position back up into the circle to apply that little bit more pressure. Another good delivery from Schultz. That one was a little bit flatter, not as flighted as we would have seen before, but she's bowling well in her first match.
Certainly is bowling well, teasing the batters as well. Good end to the over.
The end of the over, 73 for 3. And yet again, 2 new batters at the crease. Davidson Richards and Skyver at the crease for the England team. So England, they've lost Lamb, Beaumont and Dunkley so far for 30, 25 and 10 respectively. Both batsmen at the crease and yet to score. So opportunity for Captain Matthew to keep applying the pressure and look to buy or probably get a few more wickets of the English batters.
I reckon with 2 new batters at the crease, then more. I would like to see a slip in place. There's no slip at the moment. Captain Haley Matthews herself is at a short extra cover, but I would love to see a slip just to apply that much more pressure.
Delivery angled down the leg side. They're going to scramble a run. So you are correct, so correctly. It would put a little bit of doubt in the minds of the new batters, having not yet settled. Skyver just about to face her first delivery. So again, on the pressure, having lost 2 quick wickets, thinking about it, it might be an opportunity for Captain Matthew to try something. Just a little bit too short on that occasion from Fraser, who's come back now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Her first spell, her first over, was from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And again, I think this is a good move from Captain Matthew. Bringing Fraser back at this stage when two new batters are at the crease, they're under pressure, they're yet to be settled. It gives her an opportunity to get in a few, steal in, as we would say, a few overs.
Of course. And hopefully in the process, pick up another wicket. We saw that in the last game when Fraser was brought back into the attack. She got a wicket just about immediately. So maybe Captain Matthews is hoping for the same thing.
Certainly would hope, would want a few more wickets to really expose the middle order of the English batters. And you can hear the grunt from Fraser as she really puts in that effort ball. Really just screaming as she is trying her best to probably work up a little bit of pace here today as well.
The pitch certainly is playing a lot better than the previous two games. A bit more bounce, a bit truer as well.
Beaten outside the line of the off stump. One that just kept slightly low. But the end of a very good over once more from Fraser. 76 for 3 is the total after 15 overs.
You can see the enthusiasm shown by the West Indies players. They're running around, trying to get to the position in quick time.
And that's what a couple of wickets does for you. It gives you that little bit of pep in your step. It brings you back into the game. It keeps you ever so interested. And it's going to be an opportunity for Schultz to continue.
Well, she was lucky to get away with that one there, Noah.
Yes, she
was.
was.
Very short.
I was just about to say that was probably the first bad delivery we've seen from her.
But what a dream debut she's having at the moment.
Outside the line of the leg stump and swept away. It's going to be a boundary. Poor delivery. Badly lined and helped on its way by Skyver into the boundary. 4 runs.
Schultz has got to be careful. She's already picked up 2 wickets. Her confidence is high, but you don't want to be too relaxed. Don't get complacent. Stay focused. Continue to apply the pressure. One thing I can say about her, Schultz, she's not afraid to give the delivery good flight and guile.
Struck away out into the deep mid-wicket region again, taking it on the full, but not putting it away. And that's what happens when you're new to the crease. It means that you are a little bit tentative. 2 bad deliveries in the over.
She's not doing a bad job so far, Schultz. My only thing, though, is that she probably, it's her first game, it's a learning process for her. I just figured maybe mix up her deliveries a little bit more as opposed to just flight every one of the deliveries. That wasn't bad. A little bit flatter, that wasn't bad. But you need to just concentrate on mixing up a little bit more.
Almost as if she's wired. The end of the over, 80 for 3, or it's 80 for 3. The scoreboard flashes over. We'll just wait until we're up to date. So Schultz, almost as if she was wired there for you, so currently 83 for 3 the total. But Schultz, in her first match, what would be going through her mind at this time?
Nerves, first and foremost. But after you get a couple of overs out of the way, then you'll feel more comfortable. Even experienced players sometimes gets a bit nervous before start of a game. So can you imagine a debutant? But once you get a few deliveries out of the way, you know, and of course she's doing quite well. She picked up 2 wickets, so it's a dream start for her.
It is a dream start for her. Fraser will hope to join the party. And speaking of parties, so currently there is quite a session planned for the festival up here today on VC Bird Day, public holiday here in Antigua and Barbuda. And it has brought in some fans into the stand. Very good to see some folks taking in the cricket. There is what is called Taste of Wadadley happening in the background as well. Edge caught behind. Yes, good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Flashed at it, low down. Good catch taken by the wicket keeper. The English team loses their 4th wicket. It's now 84 for 4.
That's exactly the breakthrough they were looking for. They're really on a roll here. Slightly wide of off stump, and Richards went for it, got the bottom edge, good low catch by the keeper, and England are in a bit of bother at the moment.
Certainly, as we look at it, wide outside the line of the off, should have left that one alone, tempted by it, edge found, and good low catch taken behind the stumps. The West Indies would be very happy, the Windies women would be very happy with the performance so far. And just as we were saying, Fraser coming on, brought on by Captain Haley Matthew, and getting a wicket, getting right into the action, and keeping the West Indies in this game firmly.
Most certainly. They're really doing a good job with the ball. Some good catches as well. And you can see from the body language of the West Indian players that they're really sensing they can restrict England for a small total here today. But the job is far from over. They got to keep being patient, stay focused, don't experiment too much, keep it simple as they can.
Folks would say it sounds easy when you're this far away. But no doubt, that would be what Captain Matthew is drilling into the heads of her players. Just let's stay in the game, let's stay focused, let's not get carried away, and get the job done.
You're quite right, Denmo. It's very easy for us commentators to sit here and analyze and give opinions and suggestions because we're not out there doing it.
What was their first delivery? Just playing this back. Wow. Matthew still in Fraser, right into the thick of things. England needs some rebuilding at this stage, losing those 4 wickets in quick succession. Loud appeal. You sort of heard a double sound as well through our effects microphone. So maybe she got some bats onto that one. We just have a look at it again.
That was my first impression. There were 2 sounds, or 2 noises, as they would say, which was ball hitting the bat, then onto the pads.
Fraser continues to bowl well. Ends another over at the end of it. 84 for 4 at the end of over number 17.
Very, very good going so far by the West Indies. They look a better or a different bowling unit than they did in the previous 2 games. They struggled quite a lot in the first game. England got getting over 300. And then the second game, England got to 260. A little bit better bowling effort, but they look so much different today as a bowling group.
That's probably what getting early and more than 1 early wicket does for you. Schultz continues. And And as you say, you would just like for her to mix it up a little bit. Let's see what she has in her full arsenal. Slip in place, just to add that little bit more pressure on the new batter. Well flighted delivery, that from Schultz.
I know then, Mona, apart from being a cricket commentator, I know you are also a football referee. Have you been following the World Cup?
I have been following the World Cup secretly, and you know that Caribbean hearts would have been broken today, because many of us tend to back the Brazilians, and they were knocked out by the Croatians today in that World Cup encounter. So I now have to change my allegiance to France. Schultz continues to flight and continues to have a dream debut, because the England batters, they're not getting her away. Full toss, pulled away into the mid-wicket region. It should go into the boundary and does now for 4. Into the wide long-on region, it was a full toss and just jumping down the track and putting it away was what? Was Wyatt. And 4 runs more. It's now on to 91 for 4.
A loose delivery that time from Schultz. A full toss and was put away quite convincingly to the wide long-on region for 4.
Just a single this time, out to deep extra cover on the boundary. Ends the over. At the end of over number 18, total has gone on to 92 for 4. So currently, who you're backing in this Football World Cup?
Well, as you mentioned a few moments ago, most of us Caribbean people have always been supporting Brazil from way back when. So, even though it's disappointing that they're knocked out of the World Cup today, I just want to see some good football going forward, right up to the finals. You mentioned you're going to go with France. They'll have to get past England first.
They certainly will have to.
That's a big one.
And that's a big game. That is a big game. I tend to think that who wins that game will win the World Cup. That's my personal opinion.
Well, I'm going to go opposite of you. I think because I've got an affiliation with England for so many years, I think I'm going to go with England over France. I know nothing about France. I know a lot about England, so I think I'll go with England.
All right. So, we're continuing. Looks as if Hayley Matthews is going to come back to start her 3rd over. No wicket for 7 runs so far in her spell. Starting over number 19. Skyvan Wyatt trying to do the repair job for the England team.
It's a little bit surprising that Fraser is out of the attack after a couple of good overs. But skipper Hayley Matthews have got different ideas. She's the one in control. She's in charge.
Edging! Just dropping short of that fielder at the slip position. Just looking to guide it down to 3rd man. Almost running it into the hands of the slip fielder.
Well-flighted delivery from skipper Matthews. Was a bit of a teaser then more. Wyatt looks like he want to go for that big expansive drive and then change your mind the last second. Good bowling so far.
It has been good bowling for the most part for the Windies women in this match today. They've bowled with a lot more confidence than we've seen them throughout the series, and they've looked a lot. They've been supported a lot more in the field as well. However, what the English batters are doing well is that they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Even though the Windies women are bowling well, the English batters have been picking up the singles. 95 for 4 at the end of 19.
And that's what it's all about. When you encounter good bowling, where the boundaries are hard to come by, you can't just sit there and wait. You got to find ways to score, and rotation of the strike is important. Picking up ones and twos often enough. Just keep that, momentum going. And they're doing a wonderful job of it so far, the England batters.
You're going to have another change in bowling. Aline coming back from the northern end. She opened the bowling today. She looked very good at the start of the innings. Had a little zip about her bowling. That, rotate your bowlers often, or sometimes maybe you need to keep one on just to see what happens.
You see, the thing about that then, more in the 50-over game, in T20, you can do that quite often because only 4 was allowed maximum for any one bowler. So you can chop and change as much as you like. But in 50-over game, the longer format, bowlers need to get into some rhythm.
Yes.
So 1 or 2 overs a spell don't normally cut it. You need to get 3, 4 overs, even 5, at least 3, 4, as opposed to 1 and 2 in the longer format. You need a bit of rhythm.
Is it something that is planned secretly in the boardroom? When I say in the boardroom, in the dressing room, do the coaches and captains talk about rotation of bowlers, how you would work your bowlers, etc., etc., or is it just up to the feel of the captain?
The thing is, you have your plans. Plan A, B, or C before you leave the dressing room. But normally, you don't go out with the intention of, okay, I'm going to give Denmo 5, I'll give Kirtley 5. That's not quite the plan. You have different plans, but then in terms of how many overs to bowl, depends on what's happening at the moment.
Coming inside and just lapping this one down to a fine leg. They're going to get 2 runs. Didn't get enough bat onto it. So they run back for 2 to end over number 20. At the end of it, 100 for 4. So the 100 has come up for the England women in the 20th over.
Still going at a rapid rate, then more. 5 runs and over is still pretty quick, but they've lost 4 wickets. So I would say at the moment, the game is just about in the balance. And another wicket or 2 now could tip the balance in favor of West Indies.
No doubt, Captain Haley Matthew would love to be among the wickets today once again. The England scorecard so far.
Very, very close. Well flighted again from skipper Matthews. Wyatt went for the drive, missed.
She just needs to keep plugging away. She's bowling a very good line, just on or about the off stump.
And what I like about the bowling as well from Skipper Matthews is the pace at which he's bowling at. Very slow, so the batters will have to really hit it.
Generate their own pace. A quicker delivery that is edged down to third man, and she's going to get a boundary. Just trying something different, a little quicker. But Wyatt was equal to the task and just guided it past that lone slip fielder in Campbell and getting it down to the third man boundary for 4.
Nothing is wrong with mixing up your pace, but I thought that the line was a little bit off, a little bit too much outside off stump, which allows Wyatt to get it down to third man. You want to bowl a quicker delivery, bowl it between wicket and wicket, looking for the LBW or the bowl down. I think she's bowling a little bit too wide for my liking.
Yeah. Certainly she's allowing the batters to free their arms, giving them the opportunity outside the line of that off stump. Just because that ball was that wide, she was able to easily play that stroke onto the onside.
You see, you want to bowl a little bit straighter. No, she's playing. Oh, well, that was good running. That was good running. Took on the fielder.
Excellent running.
Deep mid wicket. Good running. What I'm referring to, Denmo, is that you bowl a bit straighter. You have the mode of dismissal. You could hit the stumps or the pads, get a leg before. So you bring that into the equation. And she's going for the sweep shot quite often, which means you have a chance of getting leg before decision.
Correct. A bit 107 for 4. We'll have a double change in commentary.
Well, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the West Indies women have fought their way back into this game. Thanks to the debutant, Kezia Schultz, well supported by the seamers as well. All of a sudden, they were cruising the England women, now in a bit of a bother. But they've got two very experienced campaigners at the crease. Hayley Matthews will know the importance of breaking this partnership. Already worth some 23 runs in quick time. Alia Aline will bowl and Stacey Ann King alongside me in the commentary box. Stacey, since we left commentary, the West Indies have done extremely well. 3 wickets with just 21 runs to come back into this game.
Yeah, I actually wrote that down just now. First 10 overs, 0 for 61. And then from overs number 11 to 24 wickets have fallen for just 39 runs. So that has been a really good spell for West Indies. I think what they need to do is try to keep repeating that as much as possible. And even if they're not picking up wickets, try to restrict those boundary balls.
I look at that move by Hayley Matthews to bring Sherry-Ann Fraser on in, what was that, 6th over, and then she only conceded 3, and from there it just seemed like they were able to build consistent pressure, and that led to the wickets. I think Kezia Schultz has been a revelation. Flight, getting a bit of purchase off the surface as well, but 2 wickets already in her first game in one international cricket. That is not an easy task by any means.
And to pick up the wickets of Emma Lamb and Sophia Dunkley. She'll be pleased with that, but she won't be pleased with those full balls that went for 4. And she's a real taskmaster, in Kezia Schultz.
She's been in and around this squad for a while, and she's had to wait on her opportunity. You mentioned the fact that she played that 18 cricket for the West Indies That was not since July of 2021. So it's been a long time without that real professional cricket. Excellently played and just pierced the gap so well, Nat Siva. When she's in this type of touch, very dangerous for oppositions.
Yeah, two classic shots of Nat Siva, that cut shot and of course that pull shot that we saw earlier. But this again is good placement and good awareness. And realize that that short third man came up. And once beaten, it was going to be 4 runs.
Just use the pace, that extra bit of pace Aline brings. Much straighter this time and a much better option. But you'll think back to that first one international when Siva got 90 and they were in a similar position, England, 47 for 2. She had to sort of dig them out of that hole. She could do similar here today. End of 22 overs, 113 for 4.
And she's that sort of player, Nat Siva. Really dependable and reliable for England within this period. And especially she's there now with Danny Wyatt. And 2 really standouts and senior batters.
And a lot of batting still to come. Amy Jones, who got that half century in the last game. Sophie Eccleston, very capable, working her way up in terms of the all-rounder rankings. And then Charlie Dean, who averaged over 50 in that India series. So I think they're going to still keep trying to play that fearless brand of cricket and keep going hard. Change of ends now for Kezia Schultz. Interesting move, but I think the right one. 2 right-handers hitting into the bigger side, the ball spinning away.
I think it's a good move, and Hayley Matthews, well, prior we'd see her in slip. She's now come out of slip and in that short, fine leg region, which is good.
Kezia Schultz. She's been a bit quicker through the air in terms of not flighting the ball as much, and that could come with sort of the pressure now being put on her after a bit of aggression. Young player, just her first game, a lot to learn. I think she's dangerous though, Stacey, when she does flight it and is much slower. It allows the ball to spin and do a bit more off the surface.
Yeah, I think that pace variation will be important. Not all balls that she has to flight. She can bowl some of them flatter, but she has to make up her mind early.
Another quick single. They'll want this wicket though of Nat Siva. They did well to dismiss her in the last game. Early in her innings, they didn't let her get away, but she's already gone past 20 in quick time. Just a touch under a run of ball. So Hayley Matthews will be thinking, knowing the destruction she's capable of causing. Danny Wyatt as well. Goes through her, so they will get that single.
Yeah, much better line from Kezia Schultz as well. I like that line. Just bowl outside that off stump, that 4th stump line. Let Nat Siva, if she wants to play you to the leg side, it's a chance she'll have to take.
And remember, it was these 2 in that first one international that put on that 103-run partnership in just 95 balls. Similar spot of bother, getting them to pass 300. There is that field out in the deep, but it doesn't carry.
I just wonder if Danny Wyatt intended to play that ball out there. And she advanced, almost looked as though she was going extra cover.
Like the line, very aggressive, very straight. Kezia Schultz first over back is a good one, just 4 runs from it, 117 for 4.
Hayley Matthews really ringing in the changes. She's bowled Leah Allen, she's bowled herself, she's bowled Kezia Schultz. I just wonder if she's going to opt for another bowler here, just not allowing this pair to get comfortable.
I was quite surprised she took Sherry-Ann Fraser out of the attack. Bowled the 2 overs in her second spell, got that wicket of Richards. But I think maybe they've identified her as someone who they want to bowl the majority of overs in the death. So even though she just bowled 1 inside the last 10 in the last game, I think she can be someone that they go to a consistent option. And there's another one, Shakira Selman, who's going to change ends. Interesting that a lot of bowlers for Hayley Matthews have swapped ends today.
I think that's a good thing for her being able to, because most bowlers prefer ends. So the mere fact that you've got players who are quite comfortable and happy bowling from either end, that is also a good sign.
And Knight still up to the stumps. So just forcing Danny Wyatt to stay rooted in that crease. Now with that good length, and it's something I think we saw actually work to her favor, Shakira Selman. She tends to keep that mid-off up in the circle, and it almost entices the drive out of the batter. She's got mid-off into a long-off position. I wonder, could she bring that fielder up into the circle and almost just flirt with danger for these two batters who like to play their strokes and like to be aggressive?
Yeah, I think that can be a good option, and just swing that mid-on fielder a bit straighter. Just in case, just to cover anything that goes overhead. But again, Kaisia Knight, wicketkeeper, she's up at the stump. So Danny Wyatt, well, she'll think twice as to advancing.
Goes full again. Timing it well is Danny Wyatt. But again, I love this length from Shakira Selman. She's really in that rhythm when she's been at her best. Good, but also on that just short of a full length. And I think she could bring that field up into the circle. You see both the long on and long off back, center of screen. Maybe just bring that long off into the circle. She did it in her first spell, and I think it paid dividends for her.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Danny Wyatt, well, she likes to move as well. So the mere fact that Kaisia Knight is right behind the stump, maybe bringing that fielder in might just give her that opportunity, that maybe thinking that she can advance and just create that opportunity for West Indies to get a breakthrough. But this has been good from Shakira Selman.
With now the absence of Heather Knight and that experience, they've opted to send Wyatt up the order now to number 6. But she batted at 7 in the first 2 1 internationals. Got a good record at 7 as well, average 40. So it just seems where she started her career sort of in that top order and then progressed to be a lot lower and sort of more aggressive. Gives her that license to be a lot freer, more aggressive, but it seems to work in her favor and suit her game.
And a utility player as well, because as you mentioned, opening the batting and batting in various positions for England. So anything else, her spot is sealed.
She struck that really hard back at Shakira Selman. And it's hit that hand which has some tape on it. Yeah, Nat Silva, when she strikes it, she packs a punch. And let's hope Shakira Selman is okay. I think it was the right hand as well, just almost shielding herself from that one.
Yeah, she just looks to be in pain as we have a look at that again.
It was off the surface as well, so just hit into the pitch and flew at her, and nothing she could do there. And instinctively just tried to get her hands up to protect her, but seems to be okay now. Does have that strapping though on the left hand.
It just seems to be a finger, heavily taped. But if anything else, she's a fighter. And she's a warrior, Shakira Selman. And this time worked into the leg side by Nat Silva. And they'll pick up 2 comfortable runs.
Good over though for the West Indies. Just the 3 runs from it. 120 for 4. So you look at the West Indies and the fact that they need this win. They just got 2 points, Stacey and King, in that ICC Women's Championship in the 5 matches they've played. And obviously picked up the win in a similar situation against New Zealand. Lost the first 2, then won the final one. and they'll be hoping they can do similar here against the English. They've got a good start with the ball, but we know that they have been good with the ball in hand. It's been with the bat where we want to see that greater improvement. Could this be the day for them?
Well, they'll hope that the changes that they've brought in Kaishona Knight will make a difference batting. Might be a bit of worry because Shanita Grimmon, well, she's still on the field, which means Shadeen Nation is still off. She got injured in the second over of the match.
Still, Casey Schultz continuing. I just think it's a mouth-watering prospect to think about. Casey Schultz and Afi Fletcher, who's not playing this game, but if the two of them can operate in tandem, especially on surfaces like this, much more spin conducive, I would be excited to see the prospect of those two operating together. Also a young player in Schultz, 25 years old, and then Afi Fletcher, who's 10 years older.
And then there's also Karishma Ramharak, who we haven't seen in the series due to injury, but she's also an off spinner that can give some variation as well.
Again, tugs it from outside that off stump and in the gap as well. Another 2 easy runs for Nat Silva. All of a sudden, she's raced to 28 in the blink of an eye.
Schultz just varying that pace, but pulling down that delivery. She'll have to be a bit more consistent with the areas in which she's trying to bowl.
Gets that one wrong. And Nat Silva comes across her stump. She'll get the boundary just. Hayley Matthews tried her utmost best, but she's deserved that, Nat Silva, because she's really been very innovative in terms of her scoring areas. That will help her in terms of this innings and her progression.
And good lateral movement as well from Nat Silva, using the crease quite well. Deciding to go more to the offside to open up that leg side region.
Just on the spinners, though, from the West Indies and what's to come, I think Karishma Ramnarat being one of the, still on the younger side of things, less than 30 years old, I think sweeps again, and in the gap again, sublime from Nat Silva, and that is excellent. Back-to-back boundaries coming in this over. Momentum swinging.
A good placement this time around between those two fielders who were quite close in that backward square region. Yeah, just too straight from Casey Schultz, and Nat Silva, well, she won't miss out.
I was just making the point, though, on Karishma Ramnarat, who we haven't seen in this series. Could she be that one that's in line to sort of replace Anisa Mohammed when she hangs up her boots as sort of that off-spin go-to option for the West Indies? Hayley Matthews, of course, bowls that off-spin, but Ramnarat, that front-line spinner.
Yeah, I think she's the next person in line, or the only other person that can take that place of Anisa Mohammed, who is on a 6 months break from cricket.
End of the 25th over, halfway stage, 132 for 4.
And she's been working really hard at her game too, Karishma Ramhara. She was pretty gutted that didn't get an opportunity to play because of that injury, that finger injury in this series.
So for the West Indies, need to continue that, taking those wickets though. 132 for 4, they did extremely well, but so far this partnership has battled well for the English. Salmon, with her pace, will continue. Just the 2 overs from Chanel Henry with that new ball. Haven't seen her back into the attack as yet. What would be the plan to Nat Silva? I mean, already on 38, well set. We know how destructive she's been in this year, 2022. How do you look to try to get her out?
Yeah, I think Shakira Salman has the right idea. And, well, Hayley Matthews, by having Kaisia Knight behind the stumps and right up. Just just think their variations need to be a bit more spot on.
Yorker, well ball, well executed from Shakira Selman, went at the stumps, similar delivery. The one, she got that wicket of Tammy Beaumont, she was full at the stumps. Does have that in her repertoire. We mentioned the variations, the changes of pace, but also the Yorker she can go to.
And just to finish answering, I think Cherry Ann Fraser might be a good option against Nat Silver. We saw she got her LBW in that second ODI. So might be a good option because she's only bowled 3 overs thus far.
Oh, wow. Excellent from Danny Wyatt. And seeing Nat Silver from the other end in the last over, she would have been inspired. And all of a sudden, England, from a spot of bother, have really wrestled things back. And the pendulum back in their favor. Excellent stuff so far with this partnership.
Yeah, they've spoken about fearless cricket. Shakira Selman this time around opting to try and follow Danny Wyatt. Good connection from Wyatt in that leg side area, which was pretty vacant. Selman opting to have the third man and fine leg in the ring, so she'll have to adjust that line.
Slower delivery. Again in the gap, but just be a couple. And this is something that I think we've seen from this England team, that I think they're the best in the world at it. In the middle overs, where teams tend to slow down, score at maybe in and around 5 runs per over at best. England in this series have been able to score more than 6 runs per over, more than a run a ball. And that has helped them get that 307 in the first game, and even 260 being bowled out inside the 50 overs, which was a very competitive total on this surface.
Yeah, they tend to find gaps so easily and, of course, rotate the strike. And if they're running between the wickets, it has been spot on, their communication, especially when the ball goes into the deep. They push for 2s. I don't think we have seen any 3s yet, but let's not rule it out.
Loves that area, Nat Silver, down sort of that long on to cow corner region. So strong when it's full. Didn't quite get that one though. End of 26 overs, 141 for 4.
I'll have to do some discussing here, Haley Matthews, as to how quickly these two, or this pair, is scoring.
No Afi Fletcher today for the West Indies. Opted to be rested because of that T20 International Series we have coming up, 5 T20Is. So I was disappointed though, because you look at a record against this English team, average of 21, 23 wickets in 14 matches for Afi Fletcher. But series done and dusted, maybe thinking long term with her. 35 years old, want to manage her fitness. Sherry-Ann Fraser back into the attack.
And she picked up 4 wickets in those 2 matches prior, Afi Fletcher.
Well, that's gone far down the leg side and beats the keeper, who's up to the stump as well. So not a good start for Sherry-Ann Fraser, 5 wides.
Yeah, just giving things away in this period. West Indies women. That's a wayward delivery from Fraser.
It's an interesting move as well from Kaisia Knight, because I think Fraser has a bit more pace than Shakira Selman, so it's going to be a bigger challenge for her now up to the stumps. Well fielded.
Interesting to see the 4 fielders that they've opted to have out as well, which means that Fraser, she cannot bowl anything too full at Nat Silver, who we know is quite good at clearing the boundary behind those long on and long off boundaries.
She's been full at the stumps, so you can see the plan straight away. It's to attack the stumps, coming back for 2 again. Brilliant. But that was a similar mode of dismissal that worked for her in that second ODI, where she was just full and straight, and one just kept a touch low and cannon into the front pad of Nat Silva. So I think she's searching for something similar, given the fact that it's worked for her in the past.
I remember that delivery. It stayed really low, Nat Silva, like she got caught and trying to play across the line as well.
Goes to her. And a touch of class from Nat Silva. It was a gift, really. Full toss. She just so good at positioning it exactly where she intended.
Yeah, really good from Nat Silva, just staying quiet or staying still until making connection. And goes through Alia Allen in that mid-wicket region.
Got that awkward with a bounce just in front of Alia Allen. But Nat Silva, this has been a destructive start for her. Searching for what would be another half century, 19 already in her career in terms of one international cricket. Just listen to the sound of her bat. And through our stump mics here, Stacey, every delivery just being timed impeccably.
I always talk about hitting a ball off that sweet spot of your bat. And that's well. All these shots seem to be coming off that sweet spot.
Danny White has supported her well. Hasn't soaked up too many dot deliveries when she's come to the crease, been able to rotate strike, and even take some of that pressure off of her being able to find the boundary. She's an explosive player and expresses herself. Danny White, regardless of the situation she's in. Another quick single. Bowler's end could be interesting, but they get there too quick.
I definitely needed a direct hit. May have asked different questions, but yeah, these two, they've run really well between the crease. Just wonder what will Hayley Matthews or what is Janelle Henry thinking. She's only bowled 2 overs.
Again down the leg side and work to be done. Shots at fine leg and it goes to her. Second misfield in the over and second boundary. And it means a 50 for Nat Silva. Excellent batting coming in a tight situation for the English. What an innings from one of the best batters in the world. And with that, brings up her 20th one international half century.
Yeah, as we have a look at that, very well played off the leg side from Nat Silva. Just helped it along its way. And Fraser, well, she'll have to bring that ball a few yards into the offside.
Just 40 deliveries for her 50, Nat Silva, and I tell you, it'll be one of her quicker 50s, and she'll be certainly looking at that 3-figure score. Missed it in the first one international, fell 10 short. But a similar start here today again. Hayley Matthews has had no answer for her.
And she hasn't given any chances as well. She's played safe.
That is excellent, excellent piece of batting. And all of a sudden, boundaries beginning to flow for the England team. Just poise, precision, and then the placement to go with it from Danny Wyatt.
Danny Wyatt getting in on the action. And this delivery outside off, so enough time to play that slug sweep.
This is what will test the West Indies now, because they were in a really good period, getting wickets. Now all of a sudden things have dried up. Much slower there from Hayley Matthews. It will be a test because you think about Sharianne Fraser, just 23 years old. It's a young attack. Schultz in her first game. So how do they react now with this partnership developing? Because this could easily turn into 300 if these two can stay there for maybe another 10 to 15 overs.
I think it's a good idea to just bowl in short spells, but the bowlers, they've got to know what areas they want to bowl at in terms of where do they have most of the fielders bowling to that field set. And they just seem to be scoring off every ball.
Hayley Matthews yet to pick up a wicket. She's got 3 in the series. And I must say, I know we've touched on it a few times, 2 is the call, only be 1. Chanel Henry's taken the most wickets for the West Indies, 4 in this series, and only 2 overs up front. Went for, was it a bit on the expensive side, so that could be one of the reasons. Went for 12 runs in her 2 overs, but still, someone that's able to hit the deck really hard and has produced results for the West Indies in this series.
Yeah, you've got to bring her back. Just make sure that she's okay to bowl, because that left foot, that landing foot, seemed to have given a bit of problem, was in some discomfort. But she's got to come back, Chanel Henry.
3 very slow deliveries from Hayley Matthews to end that over. But so far, England on top. End of 28 overs, 166 for 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 28 overs, the England women 166 for 4, and we're going to have a short kick break.
As we look at the Windies women's bowling card, Mali, the economy rate is a bit up for some of the frontline bowlers. We see Chanel Henry going for 7.5, Fraser going for over 7, Aline at 6.2, and even Schultz, who started very well with those 2 early wickets, but now she's going at a rate of 6.8.
Yeah, you're right, Denmore. I mean, I think the West Indies started a little bit behind the 8 ball. They found their rhythm almost halfway through early up. But then just towards the back end here, just flagging a little bit, just going for a few too many boundary deliveries. And it's this partnership, Siva and Wyatt. They've put on 82 now. And it's been the most dangerous partnership in this series, Denmore. So the West Indies, they haven't scored 200 for a while. So to give themselves a realistic chance, in my opinion, they'll have to bowl out England for 220 and below.
And the way that this is going right now, it's really looking ominous, because the England batters in Siva and Wyatt, they are absolutely flying at the moment. They have developed the partnership. They're now understanding what is taking place. They've seen all the Windies bowlers, and they are in control. So how does Captain Hayley Matthew pull this back at this stage? Because when I look at the body language of the players, it's a little bit negative at this stage. How does Captain Hayley Matthew motivate her players to think we're still in the game, we can still bowl out this England side?
Well, all the bowlers still have a few overs available to them, so it'll be very important how she rotates her bowlers here, and especially to Nat Siva. You've got to bowl a line more concentrated outside that off stump. She's very strong through that onside. That bottom hand comes in and provides good power. So in terms of controlling Siva, you've got to be very disciplined outside that off stump. And from there, hopefully they can get a loose shot.
I think bringing back Henry is a good start to pulling things back. She is an experienced bowler, and Captain Matthew would be calling upon all her experience at this stage.
Yeah, it was Nikhil that was saying she's been the leading wicket taker for the Windies.
And we do need some wickets at this stage. We can't, they can't allow this partnership to build for too much longer, because if it really gets over that 100 mark, it could really spell danger for the Windies team.
And this is where captains really earn their bread. You know, she can't afford to over-attack, but she's still got to be looking to take wickets. Bowlers have to bowl accordingly here.
Edge caught, dropped. Might have just carried. Would love to see that one again, Mali, but those are the chances that you have to take.
And there was the chance. It looks like it carried to Rashada Williams. Wicketkeeper Knight seemed to be pretty confident that it went in, and at the last second, just seemed to pop out. We'll see that again. That's, and it's 2 in 2.
You have to take those, Mali. 2 opportunities in quick succession, both going down. How do you keep your head up after that?
They're going to have to, but just some sloppiness creeping in here for the West Indies. Wickets have been hard to come by for a while or so, and 2 opportunities back-to-back going down. Both should have been taken as well, Denmore.
Both should have been taken. If they carried to hand, they should have been. That second one would have been a sharp chance. But wicketkeepers are expected to hold on to those. You have to hold on to those. You have to, turn those half chances into full chances. The end of the over, 2. Here we're looking, Mali. Yes, just about carried.
It did look like it was in for a second, but just popped out.
Yeah.
And that's the difference then more between chasing 280, 300 and possibly 230, 240, especially the way this partnership, these 2 batters have played throughout this series. They've been in the runs. They've looked the most assured at the crease. Siva in particular. And we know Danny Wyatt has quite explosive power as well. So for her to go down, Windies will be very, very disappointed. But like you say, they've got to keep their head up.
Certainly. And they're going to need positive body language from their captain, who is now in the attack. A reverse sweep stroke, and gets that one past the fielder down to the boundary for 4. She's turning on the style a little bit.
Yeah, just adding insult to injury, Nat Siva. You can tell by that stroke just how in control she is of her game. And that mental health break seems to have done her the world of good. She's come back in this series looking remarkably fresh and has a great appetite for scoring runs.
And she's showing us all her ability, all the shots in her arsenal. She's really played well today. She's come out under a pressure situation. Could have folded easily, but she's come out and she's been positive, and she's scored her 57 runs off 45 deliveries.
Yes.
One of the things that they've done well too, Mali, is that they've turned the strike over. They've not missed an opportunity to score. Every delivery almost that they get an opportunity to score, they've taken that opportunity. So they've kept the scoreboard ticking over and have kept the pressure on the Windies fielders.
They've been very proactive. If you look at the rates, Nat Siva, she's scoring at 126, and Danny Wyatt 33 of 39 deliveries. So not allowing these duck balls to mount.
Hitting that one well in between both fielders, but good bit of fielding on the boundary. And limiting the batters to just 2 runs. So that's the kind of effort that still has to be put in.
And she's only in her 6th ODI, Cherry Ann Fraser, but we're growing accustomed to seeing that athletic type of fielding from her.
She's an opportunity and she's out. So, given out by the square leg umpire, but she jumped down the track in Wyatt and missed the ball delivery. A neat piece of stumping there by the wicket keeper. So a reprieve for the Windies, 174 now for 5.
Yes, the West Indies definitely would have needed that. As we see the replay there, just tossed up Hayley Matthews. She's varied her pace quite nicely in this series. Maybe hasn't taken the wickets that she would have liked. She's done Danny Wyatt through the air there, and she's desperate dive back, can't get back. And wicketkeeper Knight does the work. So a very, very crucial wicket for the West Indies, as this partnership was just threatening to take the game away.
It was threatening to take the game away from them, and after having dropped Wyatt twice in the last over, they would feel relieved that they were able to get her wicket in this over. I think she too, Wyatt was just starting to grow in confidence. Struck that delivery between the deep mid-wicket and long on fielder, got 2 runs, and was looking to go for a similar stroke. And good of Matthew just to see her come in and push that one a little bit wider, and was able to deceive her and got the wicket. So the 5th wicket has gone down, 174 for 5 in over number 30 being bowled.
Yeah, it's the first time in this series that she's actually left an English batter down the crease. She has been tossing these balls up, but they've chosen to rather sit back in their crease and just wait for the slower deliveries. But on that occasion, Wyatt probably just looking to press on, advancing and being left down the pitch.
Again, good cricket, good running on the part of the England batters. Standing captain in Jones, just working that her first delivery into that onside and picking up an easy single.
Standing skipper today, Amy Jones, comes to the crease. Player of the match in the last match. So she'll be hoping to replicate that then more, that's for sure.
That's for sure. She would be coming off of a high. The end of the over, and over number 30 has gone. It's 30 overs bowled, 176 for 5. Siver on 59. Jones, standing captain Amy Jones, who've just come to the crease on 1. And she too would be, as I said, would be coming in on a high, having had that player of the match performance in the last game. She would come in and think that she can now rebuild with Siver. Siver is already in on the go, and Amy Jones would hope that she'd be joining her.
Yeah, that's for sure. She scored at a good clip as well, Amy Jones. Most of these English batters actually have been really proactive every time they've come to the crease. They haven't allowed too many dot balls, and the West Indies bowlers have been under pressure. And she likes that side of the field. You can tell Denmore. Nat Siver favours the onside. Not saying she can't play through the offside, but her favoured area is definitely through that leg side.
Here is just coming across and scooping this one down. Chase for Schultz. She would pull it up just inside the boundary. And Schultz has had a bit of work to do today in the field.
She has. She's making her debut, her first match at this level, the ODI level. Started pretty well in terms of picking up those wickets. Maybe gone for a few too many boundaries, but good start from her.
It's a bit of a misfield, giving the England batters another opportunity to score. I think probably towards the end of her spell there, she was just a little bit tired. So she started to get a little bit ragged, started to be all over the place. Her flight had gone. She had started to pull it down and also push it a little bit wide, allowing the England batters to free their arms.
From a positive side, though, I think she's shown a genuine wicket-taking ability.
I like the fact that she is willing to flight, that she is willing to flight the ball and allow it to spin. That for me is a positive that I've seen from her. What I think will have to happen, though, is that Captain Matthew would have to manage her a little better.
Definitely. And you also want bowlers of varying types then more.
Very good to have a left arm option in your team. 31 overs bowled, 179 for 5.
Yes, you want some that bowl a little faster, some a little slower, so you can really just mix it up and keep batters off balance more often than not.
And Sir Curtly had pointed out while we were on air that he thinks that is one of the things that Schultz needs to work on. Variation. Not just, okay, the flight is good, but she also needs to work on some other deliveries. Maybe a little flatter, faster one, another one, a one that goes the other way, some other variation. So there is opportunity for the coach, bowling coach Corey Collymore and others to look at what took place today with Schultz, take the positives, and also work on other things.
And she can also look at like her captain Hayley Matthews as well, the way she varies her pace. Everything isn't just slow, everything not fast either. Mixes it up well. Especially with Anisa Mohammed being out of this team, she's known to give the ball a bit more flight as well. Genuine wicket-taking option for the Windies. So big miss from the bowling side.
Local saying says that the death of Wilkes is the joy of soldier crabs. It is an opportunity
Definitely.
for somebody like Schultz and others who are given an opportunity to come in at the absence of Mohammed to show their worth, to show that they belong amongst the females here. Another delivery that is badly lined and pulled away down to deep backward square, and she's going to get 4 runs. So Schultz, again, just not lining it up well, and that one just missing the line on the leg stump line and eased away by Nat Siver and picked up another boundary.
And it's been a bit of a mixed bag from her. She's bowled those genuine wicket-taking deliveries. She's also bowled a few bad ones in between. So it's definitely her first game, so still a lot to learn. Still a lot to work with as well. But she'll learn that the margins for error against these international players get smaller.
Certainly does. She has forced Captain Matthew to make a change. She's moved the fielder from the short third man and moved them into almost a wide, what do you call that fielder there? There are 2 of them. You have one that is backward of square, and then she's put another fielder just meters away from her, almost to block that stroke that we just saw from Nat Siver.
Yes, they're definitely worried about Siver playing that sweep. But she can also play the ramp a bit finer as well. So it's the thing with Siver. She maneuvers the field to where she wants them. She's definitely in control here.
Beautiful shot through the offside. She's going to get 4. It was tossed up. She turned it into a full toss and drove it through the offside sweetly through extra cover. And that's 4 runs.
And while the West Indies are worried about her playing that sweep behind square on the leg side, she just comes down, advances to Schultz, who's under a lot of pressure here, just strokes that nicely. Nat Siver, 71 from 54. Definitely leading the charge for the English.
Thought that was a good comeback delivery from young Schultz after being struck for 2 boundaries. one where she was swept and then driven, just having the guile to bowl a delivery just short of a length to Siva, who's on the go. And I thought it's a good way to end the over. 190 for 5 at the end of over number 32.
Yeah, she came back very well towards the end of that over. Casey shouts. She's bowling to definitely one of the best batters in the world, in good form. Amy Jones as well has been in good form in this tournament, so it's a good test for her. A good challenge for the young player playing her first ODI.
When we look at England scorecard, they've been stats. Some players have gotten stats in the England scorecard today. And they're hoping that at least Nat Silver can go on and push towards that century.
Yes, quite a few stats. Emma Lamb, 21.
Two dot deliveries so far from Henry in this new over. She's been quite good in this spell that she's been back so far. She's not been giving it away. Just missing her run on that occasion, but she's been tight.
Yeah, it's been the medium pace of Henry and Selman that have probably been the most economical today for the Windies. I think it's that pace off and those variations just proving a little harder to score against.
Well, that's what you want from your senior bowlers, to show that they have the experience of having played at that level for over a number of years. And I think that has been the disappointment of the batting of the Windies women, is that we've not seen the senior players, those players who have been in the setup for a while, showing that they've been there for a while and they understand, you know, what it takes at this level. And I think a couple more of them need to put their hands up.
I have to concur with that, Denmore. I think of the Windies women at their most successful period. There was a big three of Dottin, Taylor and Hayley Matthews.
Yep.
And now it's just one
Yep.
remaining. It's just Hayley Matthews. So you expect maybe the Knight twins to come to the party. Shadeen Nation, who's been playing for quite a few
Even
years.
somebody like Campbell.
Definitely.
In the air, out to the long on fielder, but over the top. And it goes for 6 runs.
Hayley Matthews seems to think it went for 4.
Yeah, the umpire is now changing that it did go for 4. And it was...
Oh, I think Sherry Ann Fraser would have hoping that went for 6.
Yep, because she was not on the boundary. She just walked in.
And if she was right on that line, it probably would have been a comfortable catch to her. So a few basics just going awry for the Windies there. An opportunity, definitely. Then more.
So we're just looking that she was just off of the boundary and the ball falling over her head, right where she should have been. And you're correct. She really wanted that one to go for 6.
I mean, at first sight, it looked like it had gone for 6, but Hayley Matthews was adamant that it didn't go for 6. So Sherry Ann Fraser, had she been just 5 yards or so back, it would have been a pretty comfortable catch, which I'm confident she would have taken.
She would have, certainly, would have gone right, as we say, down her throat.
Down her throat or into her lap.
Into her lap. Opportunity missed there for the Windies women.
And it was Nat Siver as well. Big wicket in this context. Or was it Amy Jones? I think it was Nat Siver.
Again, too much width on the offside, still allowing the England batters to free their arms. There have been quite a number of deliveries that have been short and wide outside that off stump. Have given the England batters quite a number of opportunities to free their arms.
You can live with that on this occasion with the way the field's set. Picking out that boundary rider again, and that's not necessarily Siver's strong point. The extreme power comes through the leg side.
200 has come up for the England women. So 202 for 5 in over number 34. Siver is on 76, Jones on 10.
To be fair, Denmark, I think it's been 6 ODIs since the West Indies have scored 200 or more. So England going past the 200 mark, definitely. Psychological advantage them.
Wide outside the line of the off stump and going past the wicket keeper and called wide. So 5 runs to the England team. Just losing it a little bit, Aline, outside the line of that off stump.
I think that's the 3rd occasion we're seeing 5 wides today, if I'm not mistaken. So very sloppy stuff. I think there's one that I think Kaisia Knight couldn't get to, but the others definitely should have saved them.
I think the ball has gone to her probably 5 of the 6 deliveries.
In this over, yes.
In this over. So she's definitely been in the game this over. End of over number 34, 213 for 5.
Definitely the West Indies will be looking to her. Playing her first match of the series, but she has been in good form. Took a bit of a break and now she's back. And with the West Indies batting struggling the way it is, I'm sure they're very happy to have her back in the lineup. Alongside her sister, Kaisia, and Shadeen Nation. I think they definitely need to come to the party. Obviously, Hayley Matthews is a class act, the world-class player in this lineup. But she's probably been a bit below par. But
do you think that there should be some adjustment to where she bats in the lineup?
Well, we've seen her try it. And that's the thing, against the New Zealanders, she came in at number 5, and this was in a team with Stefani Taylor. So you could tell they were worried about how deep they actually bat, and that didn't seem to work. So she came out in this series up front. She started well, and then she had cramps and went off and came back out. So she hasn't really gotten into the rhythm of the series just yet with the bat. So it's a bit of a conundrum, really, but I would personally put her where she's most comfortable, and I think she's most comfortable at the top of the innings. Yeah.
It's a strong appeal. Immediate shake of the head, though, from umpire.
I'd love to see that again, Denmore, because Amy Jones just played across the...
Cross-batted stroke, yep.
It was Siver, actually. Played similar mode of dismissal in the previous match, just playing across the line to that. Maybe just sneaking down the leg side, but definitely closer than I thought. First up seeing that. Just got a field change here. packed offside field to Nat Siver. 4 fielders in the circle on the offside. Backward point, cover right on extra cover. And she delivers one down the leg side then.
Yep, I think a poor delivery based on the field change. Pack the offside field, just moving that extra fielder from on the onside into the offside.
I think she's putting herself under extreme pressure here though, because all Siva has to do is beat one of those fielders, and there's no protection on the boundary. So she definitely has to beat middle and leg line here.
Has to be spot on if she's going to be successful with this field, because any loose delivery outside the line of the off stump, any opportunity to free her arms, either Jones or Siver, they're going to use that opportunity to try and get a boundary.
And there's no one in the circle in front of the batter on the leg side. 2 fielders on the boundary, one at the wideish mid wicket and deep backward square. So that's going to be 1. I'm not sure what I make of this field, Denmore. It's proving the English are finding it easy to score. That's the thing. This run rate above 6s now.
I think they're trying to get her to play across the line. They're looking for that LBW. So they're packing the offside field to give the illusion that they're going to be bowling her wide of the off stump. But they're actually wanting to attack her, attack the stumps. So it's probably the double bluff, the 1-2 bluff that the captain Matthew's trying.
She's only gone for 4 though.
There we saw what the plan is. Just try to get that ball angled into the pads. Stifled appeal on that occasion. Heard 2 sounds, maybe bat onto the pad.
The thing is, I like this line of attack to Amy Jones, but to Siver, I think almost it should be the other way around.
You are correct, Malian. A good piece of feeling there by Salman. Just get it down very quickly. You are correct, because Siver has shown that she's been playing most of her deliveries on the onside. She's had a strong leg-sided scoring. If we were to see her scoring chart, we would notice that majority of her runs have come on the onside. So I suggest that you are correct, that the right plan would be that plan that the West Indies women are using would be a good plan for Jones, but not so good to bowl to Siver.
Yes, Denmore, you're right. She's strung through that onside, and he found it too easy to score with that plan. So we're going to have yet another double change here in the commentary booth.
The West Indies looking to break this partnership, looking to restrict this powerful English side. Well on their way to getting that 300 plus total. They need that wicket of Nat Siver if they're to be successful. Hayley Matthews, just the 1 wicket so far. A crucial one, breaking the partnership between Danny Wyatt and Nat Siver. To play that reverse, just gets it through. Another misfield. I have seen that a couple of times today. It's the wicketkeeper Shemaine Campbell, so can't fault her too much, Sir Curtly Ambrose. She's usually a keeper.
Well, they normally say good keepers make good fielders. You're supposed to got safe hands. But I guess she's no good without the gloves. No, she's all right.
She's got 2 fielders on that onside deep, Hayley Matthews. 3 actually, long on, deep backer square and a deep mid-wicket. Just the long off on the offside. Gone through. And Nat Silva will be dejected, searching for that triple figure score. Hayley Matthews just flights one and gets it through the gate, looking to play that sweep.
Good bowling by skipper Matthews. Bowling between wicket and wicket. And once you do that often enough, you can get result. You can get the leg before, or in this instance, got Shiva bowled. So that's clever bowling.
An excellent innings though from Nat Silva. And again, second half century of the series in just 3 matches. Gone for 83 from 70 deliveries. 216 for 6. 217 correction. And this was something we've seen pretty much. You look at Nat Silva, you watch her bat, Sir Curtly. She tends to tug the ball from outside the off stump into the onside. And almost a double-edged sword for her today.
It worked well for her up to a point, and it also brought her downfall. But that's part of cricket. You know, when you're strong in a particular area, you always tend to go for that strong area. It could also be a downfall, which happens to the receiver. Went for that slug sweep, missed it completely, and was bowled. Good. You got to give skipper Matthews some credit as well.
Well, she's the #1 international all-rounder for a reason, Hayley Matthews. And much full of that delivery. Almost just saying, well, look, if you want to sweep, no problem. But you miss, I hit. And Hayley Matthews certainly hit there. She's got 5 wickets now in the last 2 games. She'll be looking for more as well. That was the wicket they wanted, and that could be the difference between 300 and 250 or 260.
Well, still got a lot of overs to go, but 4 wickets in hand. So I'm quite sure skipper Matthews and company will be thinking about bowling out England.
Eccleston comes to the crease. Sophie Eccleston. You know, she is very capable as well. She tries to just develop herself as an all-rounder in the world game. We know how good she is with the ball in hand. But similar situation in that second one international. Remember, they were 175 for 6. Today, 217 for 6. And the last 4 wickets put on 85 runs, Sir Curtly. So I think that will give them confidence that they have enough depth.
Certainly will give them confidence, and I'm quite sure that skipper Matthews and her charges will have that in the back of their minds and wouldn't want that to happen again today. I'm quite sure during the team meetings all those were discussed.
Also an interesting move by Hayley Matthews to bring herself back on into the attack to get the wicket, and she did just that. End of a successful over for the West Indies. Just the 1 run from it. 218 for 6. So, flagman, Antiguan-based, Sir Curtly, a man you know very well.
Yes. He's always at the stadium during cricket or football or whatever kind of activity is going on in the stadium here. He's always in attendance. How he does it, I don't know. He'll do it for a whole day.
So, job now for Captain Amy Jones. Just her 5th game as captain of this England side. We know she's got a half century in that last game, 70 from 63. She'll be looking to spend a bit of time at the crease. They've got to look to bat the full quarter. They were bowled out inside of 49 overs in the last game. England, Salmon. But talk about Nat Silva though, Sir Curtly. 83 from 70. Yet again, she scored at more than a run a ball in this series. And just broken the record as well for the most runs in a calendar year in terms of England 1 international cricket. She's just been superb this for 2022.
That is what I call consistency. He's in sublime form as well. That's close. That is close and given. Shakira Selman. Between wicket and wicket, Nickel. That's the way to go.
Well, full and straight, and it's something she's looked to attack during the day. Again, brought back into the attack by Hayley Matthews, looking for wickets, and that could be the one that the West Indies needed. They have just kept a bit low on Sophie Eccleston. Important blow, though. That length again. She's just so good when she's on that length, Shakira Selman. And a much-deserved wicket for her. Her second in what is her 100th one-day international.
Very good decision by the umpire, Jacqueline Williams. Was plumb in front. Just took about 2 seconds to make a decision, but there was never any doubt. And more celebration for the West Indies. England tottering at 218 for 7. They are in danger of being bowled out again for the second time in this series.
Well, the West Indies will know that their batting hasn't come to the fore in this series, but if they can keep England to 250 or under, surely they'll be fancy themselves chasing that. With the likes of Hayley Matthews, they've opted for the extra batter today in Kaishana Knight, so gone for that added experience, and we'll be hoping that can come to fruition. But the job's not finished, because Charlie Dean has come to the middle now at number 9, and she's more than capable with the bat as well, Sir Curtly. Averaged 54 in that series against India a couple of weeks ago. So very capable with the bat in hand. And we've seen it in the men's game where they play that fearless cricket regardless. John Lewis and Heather Knight have mentioned that that's something they want to implement in this format as well. Just fearless batting throughout, regardless of the situation. But could be in a situation where today you get bowled up for 230 and you sort of have to live with it because you went really hard throughout the innings.
They live by the sword, they die by the sword. That's what they say. But I don't think England will be too worried at this point. The fact of the matter is the West Indies are not batting well. So England would believe if they're dismissed for 230, they will fancy their chances of restricting the West Indies below that. So I don't think at this point they're all that concerned about the score.
And if you miss the first 2 games, the West Indies only managing 165 and 118 runs on the board, chasing in this series. Just on bowling to this England batting lineup though, when you have players that are continuously coming at you and that's ever fearless, how does that change your bowling plans? If it does at all.
Are you asking me personally?
Well, yeah, what would you sort of implement looking at the construct of this bowling attack?
Do you realize I stopped playing cricket 22 years? You weren't even born yet, Nickel. No, but sometimes when the batters are coming at you, it's one or two things. They give you a chance to get them out, or if it doesn't get them out, you have to really be sharp and try to stay one step ahead of the batters. Because I can tell you from experience, when you're being taken to the sword, it's never an easy time.
Again, another 1 run over for the West Indies, 219 for 7.
Sometimes when you're really getting beat all over the park, your first inclination is to look at the skipper, hoping to get a break. But generally, and on a serious note though, you have to back yourself. You know, you have to back yourself, even though you're getting some licks, you have to back yourself and just believe that you can get the job done. But it's never easy when you're going for runs.
So Hayley Matthews now still opting to keep herself into the attack. She's got 3 overs remaining in her quota, already picked up 2. She's got to be very selective in terms of the way she uses her bowlers now, but surely she'll be going for the kill, looking to dismiss this England attack. And surely this will be the plan from Charlie Dean, just looking to rotate the strike and get Amy Jones facing the majority of deliveries.
And rightly so. If you keep picking up ones and twos, and then when the boundary deliveries presents itself, then you're cashed in.
She's been much slower, Hayley Matthews, and it's something that brought her success when she got that wicket of Danny Wyatt, but she's clearly slowed down the pace after that initial first spell and trying to, I think, get more out of the surface. Almost making the batters wait when she's on that good length. Just hanging the ball there and almost telling them that they have to come to her if they want to hit that ball down the ground, like Amy Jones has tried to do on the last couple of occasions. Oh, the reverse. Very crafty from Amy Jones. Just be 2 runs, but she just always able to find a way to score.
Very clever, very clever, very clever.
And when they do take wickets, they're keeping the pressure on. Again, this over has just gone for 3 runs. I think this has probably been the best I've seen of this attacks in the series so far.
They certainly look a better bowling unit today than they did in the previous 2 games. I'm quite sure they would have had a lengthy meeting and come up with a different plan. And so far, it's working well for them.
Slow again, just be 1. Slow again, just be 1 though. Another good over for the West Indies, just 4 runs from it. Turning the screws on this innings. 223 for 7 after 38 overs. Yeah, in this break, Sir Curtly, I want to ask you in terms of your time playing cricket when the women's game would have been slowly developing to now where you see, I think not so much in the West Indies, but you look at England, Australia, India, where it's such a prominent factor and feature in sports in those countries. How much has it grown in your times just watching cricket?
It has grown a lot because when the women cricket, was around during the time I played and stuff, it was on a very low key kind of situation where not many paid attention to it. But in the last few years, it has developed tremendously and has become a part of international cricket where the support has been brilliant.
Chanel Henry brought back into the attack. So short bursts for her seamers, Hayley Matthews. In the gap. 2 is the call. Get it quite easily. She brought Shakira Selman back from that end, the Sir Andy Robertson. Just gave her 2 overs, got the wicket, and now she's all out of the attack. She's been very selective in terms of her using of her seamers, trying to keep them fresh.
Not a bad plan, but sometimes I think the seam bowlers need a longer run, maybe 3-4 overs to get into good rhythm.
Yeah, especially when they've been struggling to score against that good length delivery from Shakira Selman. She's been very straight and at the stumps and has kept the batters quiet. So now I think they'll get a bit more leeway against Chanel Henry to look to rotate the strike. Deep mid wicket coming a lot straighter now. So long on and deep mid wicket, as well as a fine leg on the onside. Just 1 fielder inside the circle at straight mid wicket. Just be 1. You also would have had some time working with some of these women cricketers from the West Indies a couple of years ago. Tell us about that experience, Sir Curtly.
It was a wonderful experience because it was so different than working with men. And you had to have different thinking. I'm naturally an aggressive person. And dealing with women, You had to curb that natural aggressive instincts, you know, things you may tell the men, you won't tell the women, you know. So it was a different experience for me, but I enjoyed it. I mean, sometimes, you know, I'll be firm with them without being too disrespectful, if you want to put it that way. The language was always different than if you deal with men. So it was an experience for me that I enjoyed. And of course, our co-commentator, Stacey and King, was a part of that. You know, so...
Did she give you any trouble?
No, not at all. None of them did. So they never really felt the other side of Curtly Ambrose, you know. But it was a good experience. I enjoyed it, really.
Quick single, have to hurry. Direct hit. Think she was gone. Charlie Dean gave up on it, but gets home in the end. Another good over, though, for the West Indies. Just 5 runs from it. 6, correction. End of 39 overs. 11 remaining in this innings. 229 for 7. In terms of some of the differences that you found working with the men and then the women, obviously from a fast bowling perspective, the pace is a lot less. So does that then put the focus a lot more on the accuracy and also the line and length that they bowl?
Well, that's the basic foundation for bowlers. For bowlers.
Just be a single. And the West Indies haven't conceded a boundary now in the last 4 overs, so this has been really good from Matthews and her bowlers. They have to keep this pressure on if they want to keep taking wickets, because easily this could turn into 80 to 100 runs from the last 10, and then all your hard work that you've done in the middle overs goes to waste. Amy Jones more than capable, just took 63 deliveries for that 70 in the last game, and we know she has that third gear that she can go into and really target the boundaries.
And she is doing a good job at the moment. 19 from 21, that's pretty good.
Are you surprised that Hayley Matthews has gone, well, opted to bowl her 9th over, and seemingly like she'll bowl her full quarter on the trot, trying to get that wicket? And she has got it. Flighted, and Hayley Matthews, she has made this stage her own. One Day International Cricket, the #1 all-rounder in the world, continues to strike.
Well, you called it and called it correctly, Nikhil. Searching for that wicket, and she got it. Well-flighted delivery. Dean trying to go over the top, didn't get a hold of it the way she would have liked, and hit it straight back to the skipper, who took an easy catch. And the good work of the bowlers continues. England 231 for 8.
Well, 3 in the last game and now 3 in this one for Hayley Matthews. Excellent from the West Indies. And it just seemed like their bowling unit has gotten better every game. Started 307, they lost their way towards the end. Yeah, he's happy. Then in the second game, they actually bowled this England batting lineup out for 260. And here today, it could be much less than that if they can finish well. But I was just going to ask you, Hayley Matthews keeping herself into the attack and clearly working for the West Indies.
Yes, I think it's a good plan, because if you're bowling well and you're getting wickets, why would you want to take yourself out of the attack to come back later? There's no later. Finish it off now if you can. You got to go for the kill. If it doesn't work and she's bowled a full quarter, then you get the turn to somebody else. But there's no coming back. Finish it off.
Oh, just gets it past. Sublime timing for Kate Cross, and think Ali may have done well enough to keep that to just 3. But a great way to get off to get off the mark for Kate Cross.
Slightly overpitched from Captain Matthews. And this is the stage where you don't want to get complacent, Nikhil. 2 wickets to get. You still got 10 overs after this. You got to go for the kill. Finish it off if you can.
Opted to go around the wicket there. Just be one though. Another successful over for the West Indies. Gets the wicket of Charlie Dean. Hayley Matthews, her third. In the 40, 10 remain. 235 for 8. Now joining us, England winning the toss, batting first for the third time in this CG United One International Series. They have been pegged back. A couple of important strikes from a West Indies perspective. 8 wickets as well. And they would have kept the home crowd happy. Hayley Matthews been the stand-up, but Casey Schultz, 2 for 52 on debut. So Curtly, that's a dream to get a wicket in your first over.
Of course, it really gives you confidence. I thought that she had a good turnout for her first game. Didn't show any signs of nerves.
But what would have helped her, Casey Schultz, is just being around the team for a while. A couple of series, even though she didn't get that opportunity. Then now actually getting it and the chance to show in front of a home crowd, I think that may have actually helped her just being around the team and seeing what the international standard is like.
Most certainly. I'm quite sure that when she was told she'll be in the 11.
Aerial, there is that fielder though at long on. And puts it down, Sherry-Ann Fraser, and it goes into the boundary as well. She had a lot of ground to make up coming to her right. She did that. And then just seemed to not be able to take that catch at the last second.
She did very well to get there. It was hit high in the ear, gave her enough time. She got there quite comfortably, but she made a meal of it in the end. Oh, that should have been taken. She really messed it up.
She's athletic, Sherry-Ann Fraser, but that one just seemed to have enough venom on it to go past her. So crucial chance gone to begging. Saw it a couple of times. Off the bowling of Chanel Henry as well. 2 chances from Danny Wyatt, went to begging, and then that one from Amy Jones. So it's been a tough day for Henry. Well stopped, excellently stopped, because that could have easily been a boundary. Got that bit of awkward bounce.
Henry probably saying to herself, what can I do next? Well, if the fielders aren't taking the catches, I would suggest hit the stumps. Do it on your own.
White signal, I have to rebowl that one. They've used this ploy to the seamers, having Kaisia Knight up to the stumps, pretty much for all of the seamers. Has it made a difference to you?
Well, it certainly keeps the batter in her crease. That's the first thing. I think that's exactly why the keeper is standing up, to keep them in their crease.
Full at the pad, but certainly going down the leg side. So decent shout though, and full and attacking the stumps. Chanel Henry.
It was a good Yorker, but just sliding down the leg side. Good decision by the umpire.
Seemed to get some inward movement with the angle as well. Chanel Henry bowling over the wicket. That LBW shout was definitely not out, Sir Curtly, but I think will encourage her, the movement she was able to get so late in the innings. Here it is again. Wide of the crease.
Started straight enough, but the angle and a hint of swing as well just would miss the leg stump.
I think all 3 of the seamers, particularly Henry, Selman, and Fraser, when they've been very full, it's caused problems for the English, barring Nat Siva. End of 41 overs, 243 for 8.
Just 9 overs remaining here in this first innings. England 2-4-3 for 8. Hayley Matthews has been the standout for the Windies today. Picking up 3 wickets. I'm joined by Stacey Yanking. A much improved performance in the field. They put down a few catches, but with the ball, much improved?
Yeah, I'd say much improved at the back end. Just those middle overs were really a worry.
This one's been hit straight, hard. 1 bounce, 4. So Amy Jones, or Kate Cross actually.
Yeah, and I don't mind that aggression. I just think that what Hayley needs to do is have that mid-off right back, because it didn't clear the boundary. And again, this is a number 9, number 10 batter. I flighted it again.
Well bowled, and you're right, Stacey, and it's the second time we've seen the ball just land inside the boundary.
Well, she's made that change.
Yeah, she's back now on the boundary, Aliyah Lane. Sherry-Ann Fraser, think back to that one down on the long on boundary.
Yeah, it's been really unrewarding for Chanel Henry. She's bowled pretty well. Her 7 overs, 40 runs, an economy rate of 5.71. But there's been 4 chances put down in her overs.
This one's been swung away in the onside. Yes, 4 chances of just one bowler here today, Chanel Henry. And Sir Curtly was saying she's probably thinking, what else do I need to do? 250 comes up for England in this, the 42nd over. So England just packing on the runs here. Scrambled through for 1. Wayward
Definitely
throw.
needed a better throw. Shemaine Campbell.
Maybe just seems to be flagging a little bit now, Shemaine Campbell. But it's the end of that Hayley Matthews over. 8 remain, 2-5-1 for 8.
It's interesting that since the start of these ODIs, Shemaine Campbell, well, she hasn't, normally you'd see her behind the stumps. Well, Kaisi and I came back into this series. She missed that New Zealand series due to injury. And Shemaine Campbell, well, she's been the only fielder at point.
Throughout this series, she saved a multitude of runs from that position as well. So she's showing her versatility.
Really a specialist position.
Yes, normally it's the best fielder in the team that occupies that position at backward point.
And sometimes you want to have a left-hander in that position, because most of the times batters, they'll try to open the face and run it down, run that ball
And
down
that
to that
spin.
short third region.
Just to the left side.
Oh, just need someone that's ambidextrous.
That's a big ask, Stacey Ann. It's going to be Shakira Selman, who's been... she's come back absolutely beautifully here today. After that first game, we're a bit puzzled as to her lack of performance. But she's come back in this 3rd game. She was left out of the 2nd, but she's come back, picked up 2 vital wickets, and she's been very economical.
3.62 economy rate.
She's gone for the ramp there, but doesn't execute. Kate Cross coming in at number 10. So even the number 10s.
I was just going to mention that they're really playing without fear.
Exactly. Even the
number 10 can attempt such a shot. It means that she's been working on that, and she's not afraid to use it. Use that option.
Playing without fear, that's for sure. That's what you want to see more of from Selman. Maybe don't get too full in this situation. Cross shows that she can play the ramp. Just a normal length, just back off is good enough in this situation.
Yeah, just have her play into that offside where there are fielders. Don't give any width and don't bowl on that leg side because there's a big gap out there.
Cross is a strong woman as well. And she's bowled.
Got her.
Don't listen to me, Shakira Selman, just Yorker. Wow. Shakira Selman good enough to go through the defenses of Kate Cross, and the West Indies pick up their 9th wicket.
Yeah, and that's what pressure will do. Cross trying to score previously, but this is a very good delivery from Shakira Selman. Just that middle and off stump line. You miss, I hit.
And just looking at that one, if she was going to play the ramp, she got the length on that one, that particular delivery. So good bowling, though, from Shakira Selman, not allowing Kate Cross to do what she wanted. Breaches her defenses. And West Indies are just 1 wicket away now from bowling out England in consecutive ODIs.
Yeah, that second ODI, well, they would have bowled out England in 48.1 overs, so a chance with more overs here to spare. It just shows that once they really set their minds and their bowling is much better and fielding West Indies, they can do some damage. So I think it's good for them that you're seeing positives in certain areas. They can take away positives from all 3 ODIs. But they've just got to be consistent.
And once they've got that side locked off, Stacey Ann, you just got to worry about the batting now. 2-5-1 for 9. Some may say England have got too many already, based on what we've seen from the Windies in their last 2 series in particular. It's going to be Freya Davis, though, the new batter. Right-handed Freya Davis playing her first game of this series. Her 9th ODI here today. So she would have played 8 matches before. She's a right-arm fast medium. The best of 2 for 18. But now she's needed with the bat.
And Amy Jones, she's stuck on the other end.
And this is a tactic which the West Indies definitely need to exploit.
1 wicket, 76 runs. From overs 31 to 40, 3 wickets, 58 runs. So just that second set of overs from 21 to 30 really standing out.
And the captain actually coming to the party with the ball, leading from the front, removing the danger batters in Siver and Wyatt. And I think that was absolutely crucial in that phase of play, as that partnership was just threatening to take this game away from the Windies. It's going to be Henry, though, into her final over. And Amy Jones just got the ramp out again, and she's got enough pace on that one to beat that short fine leg fielder for 4.
It'll be important to have the right fielders in position for Amy Jones. And most you want to do is give her a single so that she gets on the other end, but she finds this gap perfectly.
Yes, and it's got to execute as the short fine leg goes back to the boundary and mid-off comes into the circle.
I think that's a much better field for Chanel Henry.
So Amy Jones, can she find that gap? She's gone aerial, and she's picked out Charmaine Campbell at point, and the West Indies have bowled out England in the 44th over here today. So definitely an improvement from the Windies with the ball. Each time they've dismissed England in this series, it's been for a lesser score. So for here today, they've bowled them out for 2 of 5, 6. The lowest they've bowled them out in this 3-match series.
And Chanel Henry, she picks up her first. Finally.
Finally. She'll be very happy with that. She could have easily walked away with 3 or 4 today, the way she's bowled. Created chances at regular intervals.
But I think they'll be pleased, West Indies, with having bowled out England in 2 innings thus far, and this time 256, 43.3. England, on the other hand, they'll be disappointed because the idea will always be if you win the toss to score or to bat out that 50 overs.
Definitely, and that run rate of just under 6, 5.89 the English scored at today. So the West Indies will have to come out and score at a run rate of just about 6 in order to win their first match of the series. You see Casey Schultz, she did a pretty good job in picking up her first 2 wickets at ODI level.
And some of the other bowlers, they're just giving her a round of applause. This was that wicket.
That wasn't actually the first run out that we saw earlier. Jackie Williams just missing that one.
Second wicket, and that was Casey Schultz making that breakthrough, that important breakthrough. Bowled and caught.
Her first wicket.
And Emma Lamb.
Bowled off the pad, Tammy Beaumont had to go. So her series ends without doing too much damage. And Sophia Dunkley, not sure what happened on that one. Stacey Yanking just probably hit the arm and went back onto the stumps.
And then Cherry Ann Fraser, well, she got into the action, getting the wicket of Alice and Davidson Richards.
Her first of the day, Sherry Ann Fraser. And this is where the game almost turned a little bit. Hayley Matthews leaving Danny Wyatt down the pitch. She had to go stumped for 35. Matthews picking up her first wicket of the day then. Massive wicket as well, that partnership.
And we all know the damage that Danny Wyatt could have done. So a good stumping from Kaisia Knight.
A partnership of 82.
As we have a look at that again.
Between Wyatt and Siver. And after that, Siver just progressed quite nicely, didn't she? Knocking the ball around, putting the odd bad ball away. Ended up on 85 from her 69 deliveries, Nat Siver. So her second half century of the series.
Yeah, this was the dismissal of Nat Siver for that 83 that you were mentioning. Hayley Matthews picking up her second. And then her third.
Going by the caught and bowl route this time.
And Charlie Dean.
Shakira Selman, that Yorker to Kate Cross, just doing her for a bit of pace.
And then it was Chanel Henry to just draw the curtains off this West Indies bowling lineup.
Yes, and that was the England innings, bowled out in 43.3 overs for 256. So the West Indies, when they resume, will have to get 257 in their 50 overs. Please join us in roughly about half an hour or so for that run chase.
In this third one-day international of the CG United one-day international series, the West Indies and England battling out in this third ODI, and a lot to achieve for both these teams. The West Indies will be looking for those points in the ICC Women's Championship. Of course, England have won the series and are up 2-0. Should be a good run chase. Hayley Matthews, the captain, walking out to the middle will be of importance. 2:57 needed for victory for the Windies. But boy, did they battle well with the ball in hand. Sir Curtly Amber's alongside me. Sir Curtly, that will be a performance from the West Indies. I think they'll take a lot of confidence from being able to dismiss a very potent batting lineup for just 2:56.
And they should. I thought as a bowling group, they bowled extremely well. Kept their composure even though England was scoring rather quickly. And kept taking wickets and eventually bowling in out. Now, that's only half of the job. Can the batters get to the 257 that is required? They haven't batted well so far in this tournament. So if there's a time they need to, is now.
And that will be the big question because the West Indies batting hasn't quite come to the party just yet. It will be Kate Cross with the new ball in hand as she's been for years. And she's got 2 slips in place as well. So an aggressive start. It was the seamers who really took the West Indies apart in that last game. First delivery. Run out chance. And a direct hit could have been gone. So nervy start for the West Indies. Ali Aline just eager to get to the other end.
Eager to get to the other end is okay. But taking risk or try to take a suicidal run, that is not okay. Would have been a disastrous start had she been run out.
Well, Hayley Matthews will be of importance. It is dismissed very early in that first over of the last game by Kate Cross. She caught that slip, just going across. No, it was actually Lauren Bell, but both similar in the sense that they like to bowl that full length with that hard new ball. So they will get her driving and trying to bring those slips into play. And of course, they don't have Bell in this game, being rested, Lauren Bell, so chance to see a Freya Davies or even a Alice Davison Richards from the other end, the Sir Andy Roberts end. That one may have just dipped on the way through to Amy Jones. Usually very safe with the gloves. First runs for the West Indies.
Yes, the West Indies are up and running. And my good friend, my co-commentator Nick Ellie is laughing at me. I won't tell you why. That's in-house stuff.
Again, getting Hayley Matthews to play those expansive shots outside that off stump. You would have seen it in the second ODI, Sir Curtly, where Kate Cross tends to challenge that 4th stump line with the new ball. Is that sort of an effective plan with a bit of lateral movement sort of in the evening conditions?
It certainly is. And Hayley Matthews, the skipper, tend to go after those type of deliveries. So certainly give the bowlers a chance to get her out. She got to be very careful. The team needs her, along with Aline, to lay the foundation.
Captain, standing captain for Heather Knight, just her 5th one international as skipper behind the stumps. And you think Alia Aline, big opportunity for her because they know exactly what they're chasing. She has shown the potential with the bat in hand, but only averaged 10 in the one internationals that she's played. So decent run out with the ball in hand, but in her 18 one internationals only managed to average 10. So can she get a good start?
I'm just wondering if she isn't better suited maybe more in the middle order as opposed to top of the order. I believe she'll be more effective coming down the order.
There's the challenges that a batter can face at this time.
Well, I've played a lot of day-night cricket, but never with a ping ball. So I have no knowledge of what to expect from a ping ball at night.
But this is the white ball, of course, so that's your experiences with the white ball.
Not much different than during the day. So it doesn't make a difference whether I bat first or bowl second. It's really, nothing much has really changed.
It was clear, though, the amount of swing that both Kate Cross and Lauren Bell were able to get in that second ODI. Similar time of day, similar atmospheric conditions. You think, more indecision. She took off straight away, Ali Aline. And that could have been a second time that the West Indies could have lost their first wicket. And now they finally get that run. All happening at the moment.
She needs to settle down a little bit, Ali Aline. You don't want to take any risk at this point. And of course, a little bit of sloppy work for England as well, resulting in a single being taken eventually. But Aline seems to be a little bit excited. She needs to calm herself down a little bit. This is only over number 2. No need to take chances, unnecessary chances.
Yeah,
that's twice now she's done that.
A long way to go for this West Indies team because, yes, they've done exceedingly well with the ball in hand, but 256 still will be an uphill battle for a batting lineup that hasn't gone past 170 in the series. Struggled with the bat in hand against New Zealand as well. So it's been a big problem with the absences of DeAndre Dottin and now Stefani Taylor, finding others to step up. Well driven, exquisite from Hayley Matthews, and that is one of her strong areas through the extra cover region. And she just gets it into the boundary, so will be the first for her, and an excellent way to open her account.
Beautifully played. Over pitch delivery from Davies.
Very full. Just searching Freya Davies. Probably can't falter too much, looking for the swing. But Hayley Matthews says thank you very much. Great way for her to start her innings. And goes again. This time even better. Sublime stuff from Hayley Matthews. And the crowd going wild at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over. 12 for none.
Much better stroke this time. Didn't even have to move. The timing was superb all along the ground through extra cover. And that is Hayley Matthews at her best. And her team needs her today to get the ball up and running. They need a big score from her.
That will help the West Indies in this run chase. 10 from that last over. So thinking for Amy Jones, the young Freya Davies. Kate Cross from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Continuing. Has those 2 slips in place, Sir Curtly, as well as a point, extra cover and a mid-off. Very attacking offside field.
And why wouldn't they attack? They know that the West Indies batters hasn't been batting well, so they keep the pressure for as long as possible.
Wonder how Hayley Matthews, because obviously we've seen from the last over, she likes to play her shots. When she does have that opportunity to score, she will. But that's been something that they've used to actually dismiss her. Just the two fielders outside the circle. Deep backward square and a deep third.
England will be the more confident of the two teams, considering they've already won the first and second game to clinch the series. And West Indies will be the ones that are a little bit worried, haven't reached 200 yet. So it's going to take a big effort to get to the 257 that's necessary to win this game.
I think they'll look at that middle order of the West Indies and think about a shitty nation. Both the Knights, Kishona and Kaisia Knight, Kishona being brought in for this game, and thinking that someone has got to put their hand up. One of the more experienced players, even a Shemaine Campbell, all have played England in the past, number of times. Today has to be the day where they stand up as well. Just seeing that slowish nature of the surface doesn't quite go onto the bat. Hayley Matthews playing a bit early. She's going to be so important though, as she always is, regardless of whether bowling or batting for this West Indies team. Uppishly driven, but doesn't carry to that point. Fielder comes back for another 2. She's looked good so far. Hayley Matthews raced to 10. Ends another good over for Kate Cross. End of 3, 15 for none.
Good steady start by skipper Matthews and Elaine. I think this first 10 overs is going to be key.
Yeah.
The last game that was played, Nickel, they lost 4 wickets inside the first 10 overs, and they never recovered. If they can bat this first 10 overs without loss, or even just maybe 1 wicket, they should be in good position to carry on.
Now, Freya Davies will be a big test for her. She's just played the 8-1 internationals. But someone that they've identified as similar to Lauren Bell, who we saw for the first 2 matches of this series, someone that they think they build with in the future. So they've opted for the youth as opposed to someone like Catherine Brandt or Anya Shrubsole, who have been their go-to seamers of the past. I asked Stacey Ann King in the last game about it, Sir Curtly, choosing the 50-over format to play these younger players and allow them to bowl a bit more overs. Is that the right way to develop that younger talent?
Of course. It's very difficult to develop talent from T20 because you only allow 4 overs maximum, and that's clearly not enough to develop your skills. So the longer format of the game is always more ideal for your development.
I say young, but she's 27 years old, Freya Davies. But it's just she's only played the 8-1 international. She's been in and around the setup for a long time, made her Sussex debut in 2010. It's only recently, though, that she's really been able to put together those consistent performances and break her way into the team. And even after she's made her way into the team, she's had to wait behind the likes of a Catherine Brandt and, of course, Kate Cross. So she'll want to maximize this opportunity here in the Caribbean. Gone straight up and should be easily taken. It falls in no man's land. Both Amy Jones and Freya Davies looked at it, but no one called and actually opted to take it. That would be disappointing. First chance gone a begging.
Bowler was going, keeper was going, and then both of them end up looking at each other. That was a terrible mistake from both the bowler and the wicket keeper. Alain survives. She now need to make them pay.
Well played, but straight to the fielder. And also on the development side of things, Sir Curtly, England have the luxury of being able to play test cricket. We've seen them play in the Ashes against Australia. That is another way that they've been able to sort of develop that talent in the longer form. I love watching women's test cricket. I think it's something that needs to be done a lot more of in world cricket. Another occasion where Ali is looking for that single but sent back. They're some of the best in terms of that red ball format. England in the 4 overs, 15 for none.
The women's game has really come a long way, has developed quite nicely over the years, has gone global.
And so currently for those in England or at home watching that may not be sure what's happening today, is VC Bird Day. We've got a big food fair here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Tell us a bit about it in terms of what happens every year.
Well, this holiday, the 9th of December, is known as VC Bird Day, first Prime Minister of Antigua Barbuda, national hero as well. So we celebrate his birthday every year, and with a food fair where you get lots of Antiguan local cuisine.
Did you get a chance to try any?
Of course. I couldn't be here and not try it. Beautifully bold, just went past outside edge.
What would be some of those local delights that one can come to Antigua and enjoy? Because there'll be a lot of fans at home watching this in England that will be thinking about the next time the women travel to the Caribbean, about coming here and taking part in the culture.
Well, a few moments ago, I said to our viewers that you were laughing at me. I wasn't going to say anything, but now that they mentioned food, for viewers, the reason he's laughing at me, I'm here drinking on some goat water, local cuisine, and he wanted me to say something and I couldn't. So that's why he was laughing at me.
You do love your local cuisine.
Of course. So I'm sipping on some goat water here. Of course, you can get other local dishes, you know, coconut and saltfish.
You're all about the West Indian flavor.
Yep. Seasoned rice, fungi. So there's a lot of, other parts of the Caribbean may call them a different name. Could be the same thing. I think in Trinidad they call it cuckoo.
No, Barbados we call it.
Or in Barbados.
Yes.
In Antigua we say fungi.
And of course, this series moves to Barbados.
Cuckoo in Trinidad as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but in Antigua we say fungi. See, we are different. We don't want to be like Trinidad and Barbados, you know. We have our own flavor and our own names.
Oh, magnificent again. Hayley Matthews. Another 2. She's looked in really good touch to start this innings. And this series will move to Barbados, so they'll have that opportunity to taste the flavor of another part of the Caribbean. Excited for the fans, because every time England travels to Barbados, I can tell you, Sir Curtly, whether it be for the men's or the women's, always a packed house and always good support as well.
Certainly. England series, always a big one on the calendar.
She's been really strong on that front foot today, Hayley Matthews. Driving, and a couple of times she's picked up boundaries. She's looked in really good touch.
She is looking the part. She's off to a good start. She just need to continue.
The key for Ali Ali will just be to spend time. You don't want to lose a wicket, especially inside this initial power play, because England got a good start. edge, but I don't think it carried. Ali Ali's living dangerously but surviving. End of 5 overs, 18 for none.
What Ali needs to do, and I think skipper Matthew should be telling her, just try to play that supporting role. Obviously, you're going to look to score as well, but nothing reckless, nothing out of the ordinary. Just be supportive of me. If the ball is there to be hit, yes, you're going to hit it, but you just got to be a little more cautious, a little more careful.
Well, these two would have opened in that women's CPL for the Barbados Royals, so they do have that understanding. Worked well for them. Runners up in that tournament. Still Davies. Oh, wow. She is just so promising and a joy to watch when she's on that front foot, Hayley Matthews. It will be third boundary in that extra cover region. This is a dangerous sight for the English at the moment.
Certainly was a wonderful shot. That is a strong point. She's very, very good driving through the offside, especially to extra cover. She have done it for the third time.
As Captain Amy Jones, do you mind that with the 2 slips in place? Because obviously that drive brings them into the equation. However, they haven't seen one as yet. She's been equal or better to the task all 4 times so far. Not straight at that time.
Yes, you got to keep the 2 slips in. Hayley Matthews is driving well, but the thing is, you got to get 257, Nikhil. So even if you give away a couple of boundaries to try and get a wicket, that's okay. And they know the West Indies, they're not batting as well. So they wouldn't mind that.
And even with the 3 boundaries, they're still scoring at less than 4.5 runs per over. So well in the favour of England at the moment. And I like the aggression. Heather Knight did it throughout the series, and Amy Jones, who's taken over from her, is doing similar. Something is just bothering Jacqueline Williams. She's just looking to see what exactly it is. Maybe a car light that's been asked to be switched off. She does like to play her shots, Alia Aline, and it's sometimes been a struggle for her because she's tried to be aggressive against that new ball, tried to score in the power play, but it's actually gotten her out. Seen it a couple of times in this innings as well. Trying to play that flick that was a top edge, wasn't taken, and then even the punch, which didn't carry to slip. Tempting Hayley Matthews. Left it in that occasion. The key there, though, was the length. It was a bit shorter. See it there again, Sir Curtly. Not as full as the others that she drove.
And that's what's similar to the delivery that dismissed her the last game, where she went for it and was caught at first slip. This time she was tempted, but bailed out in the last second. No, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I will have to repeat that. That cannot be a wide.
Down the leg side, Sir Curtly, that's the rule.
How could that be a wide? Really?
It started very straight, but then it just
Missed by an inch? It's the batter's fault that he missed it. You can't penalize the bowler for that. So what the bowler is supposed to do? Bowl everything in the middle of the bat? It is ridiculous.
Sir Curtly Ambrose always bringing his flair to whatever he does. He would not have been a happy man in his day. But that's the new rule the ICC put out. Anything down the leg side, once it doesn't touch the body or the bat, it is a wide, Sir Curtly. So you have to take that with the president of the ICC.
Yeah, I would like to have a meeting with them. All of them.
Quick single, have to hurry. Direct hit again. Oh, it is a direct hit. And Jacqueline Williams is just asking everyone to calm down. But then says not out. England were very interested. We want to see that again, but Hayley Matthews took off, and from this minute she took off, you just felt she knew she was in trouble.
A direct hit would have been very, very close.
I think that looks very close. Of course, let's remind our viewers that Jacqueline Williams doesn't have the luxury of seeing the television replay. She has to make it. And from that indication, it seemed like the bat could have been in the air. But also, remember, she had to run around Freya Davies, and that would have taken some time out. A big let-off, I think, for the West Indies and for their captain, Hayley Matthews.
Very, very risky. It looks like the bat was in the air at the time. And if it was, well, the important thing is she's still there.
Still will be Kate Cross. Continuing. Again, driving on that front foot. And something they did well, the English seamers especially, is bowl long spells on the trot. We've seen with the West Indies, their seamers only getting 2 or 3 overs at a time. Lauren Bell in that game, she was bowling so well, picked up 4 wickets. She bowled 7 overs consecutively, and that would be something that you and everyone would be very impressed with, seeing that match fitness to be able to bowl those amount of overs consistently and consecutively.
That was the point I was making earlier, with the West Indian bowlers getting like a 2-over spell and so on. It doesn't really go well for the bowler, because bowler needs to get into a rhythm, and 2 overs a spell is definitely not enough. 3, 4, even 5 overs in a spell is quite fine. But 2 overs, I think, is a little bit too little.
Well, Hayley Matthews will know that her lineup has struggled, especially when she has not fired. And we saw it in the New Zealand series where she batted at 5 at times. I think to try to lengthen the order, but also provide that bit of stability in the middle. In this series, though, she's opted to open in every game. Oh, wow. Majestic punch from Hayley Matthews, and that is a signature piece. And it doesn't get to the boundary. Good piece of fielding in the end. I think it was Danny Wyatt. Keeps it to just 3.
She looks to be in good form. Just punching that through extra cover. Look at the placement and the timing. Hardly any back lift. It was all timing.
Definitely is playing well so far, Hayley Matthews. Couple of games now where she hasn't been able to cash in with the bat in hand. She's done her job with the ball, but as that number 1 all-rounder, she'll need to fire. And against England, she hasn't been as dominant with the bat in hand. Just averages 19, a strike rate of 61 in the 12 times they've played. So she's already gone past that 19, but she'll be looking to build on this good start.
Certainly a lot will depend on her. And those stats you just pointed out, Nikhil, she's a lot better than that. It's a good opportunity now to improve on that.
Certainly. End of 7, 30 for none.
As we say goodbye to Sir Kirtley and Util, we see that the West Indies have had a positive start. 7 overs, 30 runs without losing a wicket. Out. Ooh. Flirting with danger there. Again is Aline. She's ridden her luck all evening. Had that opportunity that went straight up in the air. Very big miscommunication between wicketkeeper and bowler, because neither of the two made any opportunity or any attempt.
Yeah, Denmo, actually, this is the best partnership for the West Indies in the series thus far. They're 30 without loss in the 8th over, the first ODI. Only putting on 3, and in the second, 14. So definitely showing some improvement here early.
And I think this is what they have to do. Called wide. Again down the leg side, just marginally missing. And it's always interesting to hear Sir Kirtley with his discourse. But I think that he has a point, because it comes down to interpretation. Because in checking the law, I checked the law, and the law does not expressly state that if the ball is pitched down the leg side, that it should be called wide, because it also speaks to other things. Opportunity for runs here. Just one, as she had lost sight of the ball. Aline, that's the way it had gone, went behind of her. 31 without loss. Because it makes reference to Mali if the ball is made wide because of the shifting of the batter, that causes it to go to be out of reach. And it speaks to being out of reach. Can we really argue that a leg side delivery is out of reach to a normal cricket shot? So Kirtley might have to have that meeting.
I know one thing's for sure, these bowlers would love Sir Kirtley being the umpire out in the middle.
They would.
Yes, but he's right, and you're right as well in terms of the things that need to be taken into account. It's not just if the ball's down the leg side. Has the batsman moved? Could they have really hit it? But it's because of them that caused them to miss that. I don't think the bowler should be penalized in that situation, but such is life.
I believe they're going to need a bowlers union.
They need one, definitely.
If they're going to get a change for that.
Definitely.
But these two have batted well for the West Indies in this innings so far, especially Hayley Matthews. She has looked absolutely brilliant so far. Has played with very good touch, very good timing, especially those driven deliveries.
Like that one.
Wide call on the leg side. That one was fired into her pads. The England team almost went up in an appeal.
Did she miss that,
and
or was that wide?
She missed it, and it's called wide.
Right, exactly. So a perfect illustration there of what Sir Kirtley was talking about.
Opportunity for runs here. She's going to get a couple at least. It's going very close to the boundary. She's going to be pulled up just inside.
Dino!
So the end of over number 8, 35 without loss. Matthews is on 24, Aline is on 5.
Yeah, and Freya Davies just Probably just leaking a few in her first spell on this tour. It's going at 5.47 runs per over. And Hayley Matthews, like you said, then more leading from the front. And it's good to see that she's still playing with an element of freedom, considering just how lackluster the West Indies batting has been for 2 series or so. Can definitely have an effect, especially on someone like her with so much responsibility on her shoulders with bat and ball. But it's good to see her come out and just play her game.
And I think she's going to also need some of the other players in her team to come out and actually enjoy the game, play freely, play what they know that they can, do their thing, and support her, taking some of the pressure off of her so that she can play her natural game and play without that extra bit of pressure that she's putting on herself because of the captaincy, and 2, because of the lack of performance of some of the other players.
Yeah, what's required as well, that expectation, the pressure of expectation, dreaded expectation, can be crippling to a cricketer.
Can be.
But I think, in my opinion, the biggest positive of this series from a West Indian perspective has to be that innings of Rashada Williams in the second ODI. At least coming out of this series, they would want to at least pinpoint another batter who they think could raise their game and become one of the better batters in their team.
I think there needs to be an identification of 2 or 3 who needs to be targeted in terms of now stepping up the training, stepping up the coaching, stepping up the expectation, so that you can say to these 2 or 3 players, you are the people that we are counting on going forward for the bulk of the batting. So you have to put in more effort in the nets.
Definitely Denmore.
I think Alia Aline has what it takes to become one of those targeted players. However, she needs to work on her confidence. She needs to bat confidently, because I'm watching her, and she has what it takes. She has the shots, all the elements that is required for her to be a good player. She now just has to believe that she is a good player, that she can be world class, that she can be top of her game, and put in the work, because that has to go with it. She has to put in the work.
She has to learn how to build an innings. Unfortunately, she'll have to do that under the international microscope, but that's an area of her game that she'll definitely need to improve. We've seen her have good performances at the T20 level. That just suggests to me her role is clearly defined. She comes at the top of the innings and she just looks to get on with things. Here it's just a little different. You have to bat in different modes. And she'll learn that the more she plays. But like you said, she'll have to put in that work to try and expedite that process.
Certainly. The runs have dried up somewhat for West Indies women. 36 without loss.
And it's a dangerous time here for Hayley Matthews as well.
And one of the difference that we're seeing with the West Indies approach and what we saw with England, even when England looked as if they were in trouble, they found ways to tick the scoreboard over. This is an aspect of our game that we'll have to improve on a whole lot. 37 without loss at the end of over number 9.
And the way they do that is by just knocking the ball into the gaps without taking too many risks. Denmore, they don't hit the ball aerially too many times or too frequently.
And I remember having a conversation with Sir Viv some weeks ago on a sport program, and he indicated that, missing the fielders, just playing the ball a little bit later with a little different angle, all of that could help.
Yeah, softer hands, letting the ball come on, not reaching too far out in front, maneuvering the ball.
He had indicated all of those little things, and he said a lot of the times the senior batters tend to look at the expansive shot and do not concentrate hard enough on the smaller little details that makes a great innings.
Tell you something else as well.
Opportunity for more runs here. They're coming back, they're rushing back for the second, and gets it pretty easily in the end. Good positive running between Aline and Matthews on that occasion.
Something he also always talks about a lot is when defending, actually defend.
Defend, yes,
You're
yes.
not still looking to attack, and that's where the soft hands will come in. When you're looking to defend with soft hands, ball just comes in, hits the bat. The fielders have to move forward, giving you that time to scamper through.
Certainly, and I remember in growing up, coaches always saying that sometimes they say, if you're playing a defensive stroke, do you want to run from it or not?
Exactly. Sweet drive again.
She's really finding the middle of her bat today, and that's a good sign. She needs to understand, though, is that she's going to have to be patient. She's going to have to bat a lot of overs today if the Windies women are going to have a chance of overhauling this total.
But her margin for error in this team is so small. If she makes one mistake that England takes, it really sets back the West Indies. So from a pressure perspective, we've got to add that in when we're talking about Hayley Matthews and that pressure of expectation.
Do you think that goes through her head very often when she's out there batting? She's thinking that I am key, and that could probably just put some added pressure on herself.
It probably shouldn't be going through her head while she's batting, but it's something she'll definitely think about before games leading up. And England will know that as well. They'll be pretty comfortable knowing that removing Hayley Matthews will go a long way in terms of them getting a favourable result here this evening.
Certainly. 40 without loss. We're in over number 10.
Still got 2 slips as well in Denmark. Still attacking here.
Still attacking Aline.
In particular. Recognizing the difference in the two batters, something we spoke about in the previous innings.
Yes, and understanding that Aline is not timing it as well as Hayley Matthew.
The differences in both players.
So, but Aline has to understand her role and understand that she is not struggling, that she is there doing a job of support for Hayley Matthew, who is middling the ball, who is timing it, who is looking as if she's in good form. Aline has to understand that being on 6 of 23 does not necessarily mean that she's having a bad night. Over has finished, 10 overs gone, 40 without loss.
Yeah, the end of the first power play here for the West Indies. England were 61 without loss after their 10 overs. West Indies 40 without loss, and like you said, not a struggle for Ali Aline. At least you shouldn't see it that way. She's playing that supporting role to her captain, the world-class player in this team. And if anything, she could probably just look to maneuver the ball a little bit more, rotate that strike a bit more, a bit better, so as not to put too much pressure on herself.
Certainly, and she's just playing with a little bit too much of a hard hand, as we would say. Now, so
Trying to muscle it too much, almost.
So maybe she just needs to get into the habit, just nudge it around into the gaps, get that single going, get the strike turning over, so that she can, one, get her captain on strike, and two, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
She'd only had 4 runs total coming into this match.
Davies has not been able to penetrate the West Indies batting so far for the evening. And Cross as well.
Especially under the lights. We saw what Lauren Bell did under the lights, got the ball to move. Took some edges. Not been the same here this evening. But
What a catch. Magnificent. It was just a little bit wider. Matthews went for it, and catch is taken at that slip position. Let's have a look at it again, Mali. This was wonderful.
An absolute stunner. One-handed, it's gone rapid down to that first slip. Looks like Sophie Eccleston with her right hand. Her
Yes, just
less dominant hand as well.
just stuck it out.
Stuck it
there.
out.
And that is what we were talking about. When you get the
One loose
opportunity for the best players, one opportunity, and England, they have really capitalized. When we look at it again, it's really good. She flashed it, flashed hard, but Eccleston was equal to the task, stuck that hand out, took a magnificent catch to dismiss Hayley Matthew. She goes for 28, and the Windies women lose their first wicket, 40 for 1.
And as good as that catch was, fair to say when Hayley Matthews sees that again, she'll be disappointed with that shot. She chose the wrong delivery. It was too wide. It wasn't full enough for the drive either. And took that edge. And a brilliant catch by Sophie Eccleston. Just as we were saying, that margin for error for her in particular is so small. And England managed to take that opportunity. Really setting back the West Indies here. The main batter back in the hut.
Certainly.
At number 3 for the West Indies women, Aisia Knight.
She was in no trouble as well throughout that innings, Denmore. She was playing beautifully off both back and front foot. Her drives in particular were coming out the middle of the bat this evening.
An appeal first up for Knight, the left-handed Knight. It's going to be difficult. Let's have a look. Ooh,
that just swung back
back in. That's a lot closer than I thought. Seeing it first time.
To be honest, I'd be very disappointed if I wasn't given that one.
Yeah, that one looked pretty adjacent.
She's swinging back in late to the left-handed Knight. Kaisia, wicket keeper, so coming in at number 3 here this evening. She hasn't had the best series, so she'll be looking to end this ODI series on a high note before turning her attention to the T20s.
Again, just trying to attack those stumps and just missing. Called wide down the leg side, but the hint, the swing again, Mali.
I was just going to say.
This is good for Cross. Cross would be happy that the ball has begun to swing.
All of a sudden, it's just started.
Yep.
And that's an area of a game I think Kaisia definitely needs to look to improve. Not look to defend the balls that square. That's why we see her nick off more often than not, especially early in her innings. She's got to look to hit the balls up in front of her, especially early. Swing again, but too much.
Yes, definitely too much. She's going to have to line it up. But you can see what she's trying to do with Knight fresh at the crease early on in her innings. She's probably still with butterflies in her stomach. She's just trying to knock her over pretty early.
It's just the two fielders there at extra cover and at point. So there's a big gap at extra cover that they definitely want her to see.
Over finished. 42 for 1.
Yes, they're definitely trying to open up Kaisi and Knight there. Good tactic from my vantage point. Just keeping that extra cover field open and looking to just bring the ball back into her late.
No, you just wanted to see Knight's technique.
Just like that first delivery that she faced. Probably just falling over a little bit.
The technique of Knight when she's playing defensively. I think it's the third delivery of the over.
This is the stage of the game where you want to see the West Indies respond. Haley Matthews, the mainstay of this batting.
And they're going to have to be very careful that they don't get bogged down and put added pressure on themselves.
No.
I think now that Matthew has gone,
exactly,
one of these two has to take up the mantle, but they have to be positive without being extra risky. And so it's going to be important. We're going to see how they approach.
Ali needs to find a low-risk option of scoring here.
Again, wide call down the leg side.
Change in bowler from the Sir and the
Looks like Nat Siver into the attack. Caught us off guard there, no Freya Davis.
Yeah.
She's got a deep square leg, Denmore.
Certainly. So maybe she's looking to also look to attack Aline. Maybe give her a couple of short deliveries.
Definitely. We've seen that in so far throughout her spells in this series. She's had a pretty concentrated short ball attack, especially to the right-handers when they're hitting up to the east side of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here, what we consider the big side, but really and truly it's 70 meters all around in this series.
That's a good looking shot by Knight. She's going to get runs here. It's going to run pretty close to the boundary. It just about has the legs to get there. Desperate effort from the England fielder, but unable to stop it, and it runs into the boundary for 4. Good shot that by Knight. That is what she's going to have to do. The loose deliveries, put them away.
Brilliant shot there. Good transference of weight actually from Knight. Good power, finding the gap and looking to hit the ball in front of her. From a West Indian perspective, you want to see more of the same. Just like that.
Just like that. She's pushing it again. This time not timed as well, but opportunity for a couple more runs. But she would be happy with this over so far.
And at times what's gotten her into trouble as well is those balls that have been full and wide. And almost like a typical left-hander, her eyes light up and she just throws the hands at it and tends to get a nick through. Hence why still seeing Sophie Eccleston in there at that first slip position. Just there. You see that? Just defending a little square. But good enough to keep that one out. But it's in that area, that half of the bat, where she tends to get in the most trouble. And to be fair, I was only a leave then more, but that's a very good shot for her. Those are the ones that she tends to, at times, just throw the hands at. But pick that one up early and just allow that to go through to wicketkeeper Jones.
She's going to have to tell her brain to control the arms from going after those deliveries, because it's a natural, it's natural for her to go after those, so she's going to just have to use the power of concentration that little bit more. 12 overs gone, the 50 has come up for the West Indies. They are 50 for 1.
And to be fair, coming into this series, Kaisia Knight would have played, 84 ODIs. She's into, her 87th now. But a lot of matches, that 1,200 runs, nearly 1,300 runs or so. That's an average of under 20, 17. You expect more from your number 3 batter in that situation, Denmo, and that just tells you.
She has underperformed.
Yes, and
over a period of time.
Good illustration of why the Windies have been struggling with the bat.
Do you think, Mali, that there can be some sort of concerted effort to help these ladies in terms of, we see an overall improvement in their batting over a period of time? What do you think it will take?
I think it will take attitude and mindset more than anything, as opposed to drastic changes in technique. It's more about how they go about building their innings. Because if you watch Kaisia and Knight, both Knight sisters actually have got good techniques. They look good players.
They look good players.
Yeah, when they're playing through the offside, they look as good as anyone in world cricket. But it just hasn't happened consistently enough for them. And they've spent periods of their careers out of the team, in and out. And that just tells you they haven't just nailed down their performances in terms of consistency. But just to carry that on a little bit, it's what we were talking about earlier, that rotation of strike, recognizing the situation of the game. Okay, I'm supporting when I'm batting with Hayley Matthews, but now Matthews is gonna have got to be a bit more proactive, but still managing the risk.
Correct.
So like on that shot, when Hayley Matthews was in, you probably would have seen the fielders maybe not crowding her
not as tight
as much.
as
yes.
these fielders are.
But now it just takes a little more force. Now the soft hands aren't going to come into play because they're crowding you.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to beat this inner ring, force them back. Still got to be positive. Gotten across there. But look to be just going down leg. Cross into her 7th. She's been quite economical, hasn't she? And picked up a wicket.
A wicket, just 14 runs. And I think because she's been that economical, why her captain has kept her on.
got a variety of options at their disposal, this England team.
50 for 1 at the end of 13. The runs have dried up for the West Indies.
Yeah, that Kate Cross, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs, 1 wicket. Economy rate of 2 runs per over. Just as you said, Denmo, the runs are starting to dry up with the loss of that Hayley Matthews wicket. Siver to continue though from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Went for 8 in her first over. Has that pitched in line?
Not out, says umpire Williams. But again, just got trapped on the crease there.
Just done for a bit of pace as well. Seemed to rush her that delivery.
Let's just have a look. Just probably.
Oh, it has pitched in line. I'm not sure.
Just about pitching in line.
Oh.
It's not where we saw Knight indicating that she thought that it pitched. It looked that it might have pitched in line.
I think it's fair to say umpire Jacqueline Williams is not having her best day
No,
here.
today, no, it has not been her best day.
She's had better. She generally, more often than not, tends to make the right decision then more. But here, that one seemed to our eye to just pitch on.
Pitched on. Opportunity for a scoring shot, and she got a shot delivery and she put it away into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Good shot by Kaisia Knight there, rocking onto the back foot. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat, but she hit it sweet enough. And it raced away for 4. So she is, that was her second 4 actually in 12 deliveries. She moves on to 10 now.
And what was good about that stroke is that having been struck on the pad earlier in the over, she could have gotten into a negative frame of mind.
Oh, that's a good comeback.
That's a good delivery. Good comeback delivery. Just cut her almost in half.
Just seemed to hit and bounce there. As we see, just pitched on again.
Yes.
Just took off.
Yeah.
And as you can see,
Good
the
carry,
hands just
carry.
followed. Yes.
Just as you were indicating earlier.
So I think it's important for Kaisia not to let the hands get too far out in front of her. Just let the ball come in. But she's still there, and like you said, she's both Knight sisters, man. They show real compact, competent techniques. Both front and back foot. They drive well, pull well. Is that wide? Nope. Umpire Williams does not think so.
14 overs gone, 54 for 1. West Indies needing 203 runs from a further 216 deliveries.
Gonna have yet another double change.
As the teams take a much needed drinks break. West Indies women 54 for 1 after 14 overs. Would have lost that wicket of Hayley Matthews, 28 of 39. But Alea Allen and Kaisia Knight, well, they're doing some recovery.
Indeed, Stacey and King. That wicket of Hayley Matthews will be a big blow for the West Indies with over 250 runs to get. But in terms of the wickets column, big improvement. Comparing it to that last game, had a horrid first 10 overs, 50 for 6 after those first 10 overs.
As we see the 3 bowlers used thus far for England, Freya Davies, well, she's been expensive. But Kate Cross, with all her experience, she picked up that 1 wicket, and that of Hayley Matthews.
Have you been surprised that they haven't gone to spinners yet? They've got very capable options in terms of Sophie Eccleston, who got wickets in the last game, Charlie Dean, who's picked up the most for them. On this surface where they saw Kezia Sults get success, it's a 3rd game on this track. Maybe some spinners come into it. We saw a bit of spin earlier.
I'd say don't be surprised, because I think that change is coming. Because Kate Cross, well, she is openly bowling, and she might just need a rest. And she's bowled 7 overs on the trot. So we might just see some spin coming into play.
Yeah, one of the things I discussed with Sir Curtly Ambrose was just the fact that they've been able to bowl extremely long spells. I mean, you saw in the last game, Lauren Bell bowled 7 overs up front. Here today again, Kate Cross being able to bowl 7 on the trot similarly. So clearly something that John Lewis, who was the former fast bowling coach of the senior men, something that he's implemented, allowing bowlers to get into that rhythm and well into their work, bowling long periods and long spells.
And Freya Davies, well, she's bowled 5 on the trot as well before changing to Nat Siver. Now, Curtly Ambrose, well, he made a statement in the opening few overs that as a pacer, you want to give that bowler much more time, to see what they have basically, and to get them to more or less learn on the go. So maybe that John Lewis and Curtly Ambrose may have played amongst each other at some point. Sharing the same strategy.
Of course, the Antigua Food Fair happening, VC Bird Day. So, good crowd in. Eager to see the West Indies pick up a first win in this CG United 1 International Series.
It looks like spinners coming into the attack.
Right on cue, Charlie Dean, the off spinner, left-hander at the crease.
She's picked up 6 wickets in this series so far. 6 wickets for England.
Young talent, another one of those younger players that they're looking to build around. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Sophie Eccleston from the other end as well, just almost trying to suffocate the West Indies. Already been slow in terms of the runs, scoring less than 4 runs per over, but if they can get the spinners on and get through a few overs quickly, all of a sudden the asking rate increases past 6 and 7 and over.
And I think that they realize that Aliyah Allen, well, she's struggling a bit. She's 7 off 31 deliveries. So not quite scoring as much as she wants to. So just keeping that pressure on her some more.
Still that slip in place, still trying to be aggressive. This was something we saw in the last game as well, just the amount of fielders that they have on the offside. 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle, still no sweeper in terms of in the offside at cover. Just 2 outside the circle, even outside of the power play. She was a long way down the track, Ali Aline. I think that may have saved her, probably sliding down the leg side.
I was just going to make mention of that. Outside of the power play on a spinner bowling and just opting for those 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side of Allen. So really creating pressure.
And it tells me that Amy Jones believes in Charlie Dean and her consistency. that she's able to just keep the ball very straight. That's why she doesn't need that boundary rider on the offside.
You talk about simplicity, and Charlie Dean, well, she's delivering.
Good over for Charlie Dean. Starts with a maiden. End of 15 overs, 54 for 1.
The current run rate 3.60. West Indies, well, they'll have to get that going. They've got to have a clearer plan where Aliyah Allen rotates the strike, gets a single and gets Kaisia Knight on strike, or she starts scoring off some of those deliveries.
For Aliyah Allen now, would you suggest, given that Kaisia Knight is being very fluent at the other end, she's played her strokes, couple of boundaries, would you sort of look to up the ante, or you just continue to occupy the crease until things get a bit easier? Still not Siva. Gorgeous.
That's a beautiful delivery again from Nat Siva, really creating some difficulty for the left-hander as she goes across. And of course, she has that slip in place. And let's have a look at that beautiful delivery. Yeah, I just think Aliyah Allen just needs to, yes, she's occupying, she's spending time. She opened the batting, it's now the 16th over. So she needs to get a move on with things.
You look at this angle, well, she's off strike now, Kaisia Knight, but she had those two fielders on the leg side on the boundary, fine leg deep mid-wicket. But that angle pushing the ball across, I thought it was pretty bold to not have a cover sweeper. But that could be a sort of strategy as well, trying to just inflict that scoring shot that then brings you into the play with the slip.
Okay, it's also another tactic from England because Kaisia Knight, she loves that cover drive.
Much better from Aliyah Allen. I know she's bowling now, Stacey, but a word on Nat Siva and just how dominant she's been with the bat. I think second fastest woman in terms of England's history to 3,001 international runs.
Yeah, I think she's been really exceptional in this England team. She understands her role. Also, remember, we spoke about her taking that mental health break for England's summer and coming back refreshed. Scoring runs, taking wickets. She's a vital player for England.
Yeah, third best in the world in terms of one international batters.
I think it's important that as a player of that standard, that she understands herself and understands her body. And if she's not willing or able to give to her team mentally and physically, then yeah, just taking that break is important because there's so much more cricket, women's cricket, and tournaments just popping up as well.
And after today, 550s and 200s in this year alone in just 15 innings. So whatever she's been able to find in terms of that consistency has worked so well for her. Have to bowl that one again. I think the bowling probably hasn't fired as well as she would have liked, averaging over 30 with the ball in one international cricket, but she can do a job for you.
As we see that short ball coming into play.
Going straight up. Was down the track, advancing, and could be another one for the West Indies going, and it is. And Kaisia Knight looking to take things on, asking rate increasing. And so often, this England team striking at crucial intervals. Nat Siva, she's got her first.
Really unnecessary from Kaisia Knight at this point, but this is what pressure will do. Nat Siva, she's been bowling pretty well. They haven't been able to score freely off her. And Kaisia Knight just tries to up the ante, but has to depart for 11 of 19. West Indies lose their second for 57.
Yeah, it has been a struggle for Kaisia Knight after that first one international where she got 39. Doesn't really trouble the scores, but this player, Rashada Williams, boy, has she been special. Half century, the only one in the series for the West Indies. And they'll need her to replicate a similar if they're to get close to that 250.
She showed some determination in that innings, a really gutsy innings from Rashada Williams as all the other batters, all the recognized batters, fell around her. And hit Sophie Eccleston for the first sixth of her international career as well in that second ODI. I'm sure she'd like to repeat on that innings.
Well, a wicket for Nat Silva, and really she's done no wrong today. First with the bat in hand. Earlier today, really should have scored 100 the way she was going about things, 83 from 70, and now a wicket to add to it, and a real contender for a player of the match if they are to go on and get the win. This will be the wicket they want, though, Rashada Williams, because she's been the lone standout with the bat for the West Indies. Successful over comes to an end. 57 for 2. Rashada Williams, Stacey and King, been in around West Indies women cricket for a while, but she's only 25 years old. What have you made of her development and sort of being able to see her score a half century against this very potent, very experienced English bowling attack?
Yeah, I saw her earlier this year at the Women's World Cup, 50 over World Cup in New Zealand. Matter of fact, before that, they played a series against South Africa, and she really struggled because of those balls leaving that off stump, constantly playing at those.
Went for the big heave, and she's got her actually. Charlie Dean may have got the wicket of Ali Aline, stumped. A handy piece of work by Amy Jones. And could this be the start of the collapse for the West Indies? Wicket in the last over, and now another one going the way of England.
Well, Allen seems to not be sure as to what happened, whether it's caught behind or stumped, but it's Amy Jones who's behind the stumps, and of course she's so quick. We look for a replay of that, but this is what West Indies will not want. Every time they lose one wicket, another follows.
Just watch that back foot. Didn't seem like it moved from there, but Jacqueline Williams sent her straight away. So it's been a real struggle for Ali Aline. Spent time at the crease. This angle will tell us a bit more. Did that back leg. I think it's just on the borderline of that crease, so it's whether or not.
Lines are the umpires.
So more trouble for the West Indies brewing now as Kishonna Knight comes to the middle.
And I'll be disappointed for Leah Allen because she was struggling, and she has struggled throughout the series. Scores of 2 in the first game, 2 in the second game, and now 8. As we have a slow motion of.
You can see there, that foot, it marginally seems to be on the line. And the line belongs to the umpire and the keeper. You have to have something behind it. And I think she wasn't sure exactly where she was, Ali Aline.
Yeah, quick hands from Amy Jones.
Slip in place for the new batter. And it's 2 brand new batters at the crease as well. Yes, Williams has done well in this series, but this is Kishonna Knight's first game dealing with that injury.
And as Mali was talking about earlier, quite capable Kishonna Knight. She's been around this setup, both her and her sister, but just the inconsistencies. But an opportunity for her because she missed those 2 matches, those first 2 matches. So an opportunity for her now to score big, put her name in that ODI setup as a permanent fixture.
Full on the pad again. Charlie Dean, I think she's not been on the world circuit for a long time, but the way she's gone about things, first in that series with both bat and ball against India, mentioned she averaged over 54, only took 3 wickets, but showing in this series why she's been so dangerous in world cricket. 4 for 35 in the first game and then just 2 for 9 in the last, and already got 1 and yet to concede a run. End of 17 overs, 57 for 3.
And now has 7 wickets in Charlie Dean in this series, the most by any player from either side.
Just played 21 one-day international, Stacey Ann King, and already has 4 wicket hauls. She's been dominant in this format and already counting for that wicket of Alia Ali. Still Shemaine Campbell, Shadeen Nation, and Chanel Henry are very capable with the bat in hand. But you think you lose Hayley Matthews and even a Kaisia Knight who got a start, that won't help your cause when you're chasing what now has become a big total.
I think they need to just go back to the drawing board. They need to find a way how to bat out 50 overs. Whether you start thinking about batting in terms of 5 overs, 10 overs, setting targets, shorter targets, smaller targets, and trying to achieve it. But this showing has really been a poor one from West Indies in this series.
And many will remember that World Cup matchup that these two teams faced each other, and the West Indies actually won earlier this year. And Deandra Dottin, who's not in the team, and Hayley Matthews opened the batting. They batted for a long period of time and allowed things to be much easier when the middle order came in. How does that one look? And given again, more trouble for the West Indies. And it's been their go-to Rashada Williams, who has to depart. Nat Siva again, the golden arm.
Yeah, again, bowling from over the wicket and swinging into Rashada Williams' leg. That's a good length delivery from Nat Siva. But again, trying to work it into the leg side, Rashada Williams, rather than playing straight.
Just wonder about the height there. Yes, it was on the back leg, but she was deep in her crease. What did that? She gets a lot of bounce, Nat Siva.
It just seemed to have skid through a bit. Beaten for pace, I'd say Rashada Williams.
And this has been a familiar sight for the West Indies. Just losing wickets at regular intervals, especially since they've lost their captain. And Rashada Williams, who's just been dismissed. She's been the one that has really put up any sort of fight against this England bowling unit. So someone else is going to have to put their hand up today.
Yeah, she scored 31 in that first match, that first ODI, and then 54 not out. Shemaine Campbell, well, she's yet to come to the party for West Indies. She has scores of 0 and 3, so she's due some runs. I'd probably just like to see batters bat outside of their crease. Amy Jones, she's back, just to negate that swing from Nat Siva.
It really is, though, a massive issue in terms of West Indies cricket, especially the women's side of things. Even the men's side of things, the batting. I think producing the bowling expertise to be able to win matches. But it is in the men's game that strike rotation, and in the women's game, being able to actually bat that full quota of overs. I would have liked to see this team when batting first and seeing how the difference in approach in terms of how they go about things. But England batted first in all 3 games and have put them on the back foot pretty much from the onset with the ball in hand.
Yeah, agreed. Was hoping that they would have won the toss in this one.
Good quick single to get off the mark. Shemaine Campbell. Just think Campbell, the 2 Knight sisters, and even someone like a Shadeen Nation, they've been around for so long, Stacey Ann King, and it's not like they haven't done it before. It was Campbell and Nation who produced big scores in that World Cup game against this similar attack. Kate Cross and many others, Sophie Eckerson, and won the game. Actually were able to go past 200, so I don't know what's gone wrong and why they haven't been able to replicate that level of performance and consistency. Many will remember Shemaine Campbell, that century she scored in 2013 was dominant. Big part of the West Indies winning that World Cup as well. End of the over. Another wicket coming. They've now taken 3 wickets in 3 overs. England, 58 for 4.
Yeah, we were talking about West Indies, the West Indies Cricket Board naming that under-19 team. There's a few young players that I personally think can fit into this setup. I know they'll wait possibly until after their World Cup and then try to fit them in, but I want to see more cricket and longer format cricket because I don't think T20 cricket is justifiable for those young players. You want them to fall into a setup of 50 over cricket where you can actually see what they have and work with the skill level in which they have.
Still Charlie Dean, one of those younger players. You look at Dean, Lauren Bell, 21 years old, very young, long careers ahead of them. Alice Capsey, who's returned home after injury, but she's only 18. So clearly they've identified that they want to inject a bit of youth into the team and allow them to rub shoulders with a Nat Siver, a Heather Knight who's at the top of their games. That will help them massively as well.
And against New Zealand, we saw a number of young players as well making their international debut. And we saw their wicketkeeper, Izzy Gaze, making her debut in that series in the Caribbean. Just 18 years of age. And then we saw Eden Carson, 21 years of age, making her debut for New Zealand in that series against West Indies last 2 months.
Swept that from one of her stumps, really. Very straight delivery. Shemaine Campbell, risky shot, but she gets away with it nonetheless. End of 19 overs, 59 for 4. So after a good start by the West Indies, 40 without loss after the first 10. Last 9 overs, just 19 runs, and they've lost 4 wickets. A familiar sight for this batting unit that hasn't come to the party in this series. And it's been all because mainly of good work done by Kate Cross early. Then the wickets have just followed.
Yeah, I think an area of concern for both teams will be those extras. It's only the 19th over bowl and 10 extras from England. West Indies, well, they had 21 extras in their bowling innings.
It's going to be spin from both ends. Sophie Eccleston caused all sort of problems on this surface in the last game. Change of ends for her because she bowled mainly from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. But she's the best in the world, really, in terms of you look at the rankings. Best one international bowler currently. So the ends.
Best of 6 for 36. An average of 21.91 and an economy rate of 3.73, Sophie Eccleston. So a real classy bowler.
Made her debut at 17, and many don't think she's only 23 years old. Imagine the amount of years and time she has left in the game.
Quite handy with bat as well. Remember, she scored that 19 in the first ODI.
Loves playing this West Indies side as well. Just 8 times she's played them, the West Indies, 13 wickets, an average of 14. So this has been one of her favorite oppositions. I think she'll look at the surfaces here as well as even in Bridgetown, Barbados, where that surface has been conducive to spin in the past. And she'll really look at opportunities for her to continue to take wickets and keep herself up top the rankings in terms of the bowlers in world cricket. Good first over from her. Starts with the maiden. End of 20 overs, 59 for 4.
Yeah, another maiden from these England bowlers. I just wonder where West Indies mentally where they're at in terms of those two players out there. Are they trying to bat out that 50 overs? What is their target? Current run rate has now dropped to 2.95.
Still Charlie Dean. Catching extra cover in place. Given the fact that they dismissed inside of 32 overs in the last game, would you be, now at 59 for 4, would you be open to just looking to get through the 50 overs and sort of winning that moral victory, or do you still think this game is winnable?
Yeah, I just think that they need to find a way to play these bowlers because it's a T20 series right after this. And if you can't score within 3 games, you can't work out how to score against these bowlers. It's not going to get any easier in T20s. You're literally just going to try and heave at everything there, which isn't going to help the team, the target, or the result. So into this 3rd game, I just think that they need to find a way to score, especially against Charlie Dean, because she will be featuring in those T20s. To me, it's those little learnings that can really show rewards.
Gets it past. She hit that one really well, Shemaine Campbell. First sign of aggression from her. We know she packs a punch if she gets it right. And the first boundary that Charlie Dean concedes as well.
Yeah, good shot from Shemaine Campbell. Made good connection. Diving fielder couldn't get there. That ought to boost her confidence a bit.
Again, very full and trying to hit down the ground. They've still left mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. Not often you see that for an off-spinner who bowls with that extra bit of flight, but now she opts to have that long on in place.
Yeah, talk too soon.
I don't know if I like that, Stacey. I want to see that feeling inside the circle. I don't mind if she's playing those shots, Shemaine Campbell.
Yeah, I think what you want to see is if she has other shots. So keep that pressure on, keep that feeler in, and force her to do something different.
End of 21 overs, 65 for 4.
West Indies continue to struggle, 65 for 4 after 21 overs. Knight and Campbell will have to do some rebuilding. But this is an opportunity for them to bat for themselves, get some runs under their belt. This one is struck in the air and she's out caught. Campbell goes. Very soft dismissal. Just jumping down the track and hitting this one very softly in the air. Catch is taken at that mid-on position. Didn't time it at all, just went straight up. Easy catch there. And that's the end of Campbell and a poor way to go.
Well, I don't know what the plan was. And West Indies woes, the batting woes continues. 65-4 Denmore. They just can't seem to get it together. And they find themselves in a bit of in some trouble, and no one seems to want to stay there and bat long enough, build a partnership. Everyone playing big shots, getting out in a soft way, and the batting wars continue.
And I think it comes from the fact that they've bogged themselves down. They've not found a way to get ones and twos, to get the singles. And I know Kenny Benjamin, when he speaks about aggressive batting, he always says that ones and twos are a part of aggressive batting. And I think that the batters here tonight need to understand that ones and twos are just as important and are a part of them getting the runs that is required. Everybody's trying to go over the top. Everybody's going for a big shot, getting themselves in some serious trouble.
And that has been the trend in West Indies cricket, both female and male. Not many of them try to get ones and twos. Everyone wants to hit boundaries. Everyone can hit boundaries.
Is it time, Sir Curtly, for the ones and twos workshop? Maybe we need to have one. Need to have a session where we focus on that. Here's another loud appeal, and she's lucky to have gotten back into her crease. She's just strayed off of her crease after. Could have been trouble for Shidi Nation first up. She's a little bit slow in getting back to her feet.
She seemed to have done some damage to herself again.
She would have damaged that hand early on in the game, and is now favoring it once again.
Yeah, looks like she, in trying to get back, probably fell on the ground and maybe hit that same hand.
Maybe the same hand or same finger that she's been bothered by.
Well,
let's hope that she's okay.
Yes, she is. Probably in some discomfort.
But on a real, Sir Curtly, though, I know I said about the ones and twos workshop. On a real, how do we surmount this seeming issue that we're having?
Well, I have a way that I would approach it, Denmore. First of all, when you go to the nets, everything starts in the nets, in practice. You can't try to implement it in a game situation. So you got to start in the nets, in practice. And one of the ways that I believe can work is that if I'm the coach and I go to the net session and say, okay, Denmore, you're batting for half an hour. And for the first 20 minutes or 25 minutes, hit everything ones and twos, right? No big shots, or else your batting is done. From 20 or 25 minutes of your batting, it's all into the gaps. 1, 2, 1, 2. Right?
And it has to be a sustained effort. It has to be something that becomes habit. End of the over, 65-5. We've had 22 overs.
Exactly. So that's my point. You go to the nets every day because everybody can hit boundaries. 6s and 4s are something that everybody can do. But not everybody have good defense or can get 1s and 2s in the gaps. So that will be my thing. Come to the nets for 20-25 minutes of your 30 minutes batting is all about 1s and 2s. If you hit the ball in the ear, going for a boundary, your batting is done. You got to be disciplined. And if you do that on a regular basis, you will get better. So when you get to the game, no problems. That will be my thing.
Eccleston is about to start a new over. Again, another big shot. Another offer outside the line of the off stump.
This is another woeful display. Woeful batting display, Denmore. You just can't seem to get it right. Partnerships are so important. And we're not having any of those.
Opportunity for runs here for Knight. Kishona Knight. And she gets 2 down to a deep fine leg position. 67-5. It's going to take a big effort, an extended effort, It's going to also need hard decisions to be made. Decisions as to whether or not some folks are improving and whether or not they can stay a part of the program if they're not willing to have that change.
It's a good pitch to bat on.
It is.
There's no devil in it. The ball not swinging or seaming around, not spinning much. So it's a good track to bat on. But for some reason, the batting discipline has deserted the team.
Because even though England didn't bat out their full quota of 50 overs, they were still able to score in excess of 250. And they found a way to weather the storm, to find those gaps when they were in trouble, when the boundaries had dried up. They still found ways to take the scoreboard over. End of the over, 67 for 5, we've had 23. So,
not a very good looking scorecard. 28 by Captain Matthews, the top of the order. She was looking really good today. But after that, everyone just fell away. No score of substance, no score of worth.
Ali Aline really had a struggle at the crease. 38 deliveries she faced.
And if you don't string partnerships together, you're not going to win too many games. And that has been lacking in game 1, game 2, and now game 3. Hardly any partnerships. Soft dismissals as well.
And Aline really struggled after Hayley Matthew left, because she was on 6 for a very long time, ended up with 8 of 38 deliveries. But it's an opportunity for Campbell and for Knight to bat. Still a lot of overs to go. Still some 26 overs to go after this one.
A lot of overs still remain, and half of the batting is already back in the pavilion. So it's all England at the moment.
It is.
It's not just about surviving. You have to look to score. Because if you don't score then more, and eventually get out, the scoreboard hasn't gone anywhere, and wickets are going. Survival is one thing, but you got to score.
67 for 5, the total remains at the end of over number 24. Knight and Nation at the crease, and they're going to have to find a way to score. This run rate has plummeted. It's now down to 2.79. What would be the conversation they're having now, Sir Curtly, between these two, Nation and Knight?
It's anyone's guess. But I reckon what they should look to do is to take the attack to the England bowlers a little bit, all within reason, nothing careless. But you can't just dig yourself in a hole and not look to score. It makes bowling too easy. And the bowlers are under no pressure whatsoever. So you need to take the attack, just change your approach. Go on the attack and see what happens.
Try a different approach. Use your feet a little bit. Try and push those fielders away.
I think it all boils down to the lack of confidence at the moment with the batters. when you fail to get to anywhere near 200 in the previous 2 games and now struggling at 69 for 5, in danger of going 3-0 down, the confidence level got to be low. It's not easy to pick yourself up when you're in this position, but you'll have to find a way to do it. You can't just throw in the towel and give up. You got to find a way to fight to the end. But clearly, you know, England are the better team by a long way from the way they've showed. West Indies just can't get going.
Do you think that we need more competitive matches at the domestic level in terms of the women's tournament? Probably playing it for a couple of rounds, maybe, instead of the short tournaments that we have?
It certainly would help. Because the more cricket you play, the better you become, or the better you should become. But if you don't play enough cricket and then all of a sudden you're thrust into a tournament with not enough preparation as well, it's going to be difficult. So more cricket is always welcome.
They're digging themselves into a hole because they can't seem to score. They're hitting the balls straight to the fielders. We've had 2 runs in the last 3 overs or so.
Certainly not good. And that is where the training and practice should gear towards 1s and 2s, hitting the gaps. All that is part and parcel of batting.
We've had 25 overs bowled. The Windies are 69 for 5.
Head coach Courtney Walsh and his staff.
You have a big job at hand. The crowd of the folks who have come in today, they've stuck around. Don't look very joyous, though. But the batting display of the West Indies have sort of knocked the wind out of the sails of some of the fans who would have come in today. And it was billed as a festive atmosphere. It's a public holiday. It's a VC Bird day. Had all sorts of activities going on outside in the parking lot, and also in the party stand. I understand they had a mixologist competition. I should have been somewhere close by to be a judge. Again, just not being able to pierce the gaps, hitting the balls straight to the fielders and unable to get runs. So the Windies batters have been stifled.
This is really, really poor cricket on the part of West Indies. They just can't seem to find a way to score.
Even when they play the aggressive stroke, they're hitting the balls straight to the fielders. So they're just digging themselves further and further in a hole.
What really is the plan? Is the plan just to try and bat out the remaining 25 overs or 24 after this? Or are they going to try to go for the runs, get as close as possible? What is the plan? Because the plan at the moment looks like just
survival.
Survival, battle the overs.
Looks like survival at this moment. No real intent on scoring. 26 overs have been bowled. Windies women, they are 69 for 5. Nation has now faced 14 deliveries and she's yet to get off the mark.
It's unacceptable, to be quite frank. Unacceptable. I would like to know what their thought process is. What are they thinking? Because quite frankly, then more. It's going to be difficult to bat out another 26 overs.
It is.
Sorry, 24, my correction. So what are you going to do? Just don't try and score? Is the bowling that good?
We haven't seen anything in the bowling to suggest that, you know, the ball is turning or there is some devil in the pitch that is causing this.
No, this is painful. This is painful. This is not good cricket.
Nation really struggling. 16 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Trying to run one down to a third man. The feet not in any position to play that stroke.
It's also a dangerous stroke to play. There's a first slip in place. Denmore, I don't know what to say.
She's going to get off the mark with a boundary as gets a loose delivery outside the line of her legs and swept it away down past the fine leg region into the boundary. She got 4 runs.
Badly lined delivery from Dean, strain on the leg stump, and was swept away quite nicely by Nation to get her off the mark. Took her 19 deliveries. And this batting is just not good enough.
There's an appeal for leg before they scamper through for a single. 27 overs gone, 74 for 5. So the current run rate is 2.74. Knight, 4 of 22 deliveries. Nation on 5. Nation gets another single. This time just pushing one, but every time she plays a shot, she looks at those fingers, looks as if she's really struggling. I wonder if she jammed it into the ground when she made that save or attempted that save earlier in the match.
Maybe. Because she's still showing a lot of discomfort.
Those jams can be very painful, especially if it is swelling.
And then, of course, when there was attempted run out, she had to dive back in. She probably hit it and aggravated a bit more.
Still being stifled by the bowling of Eccleston. She's had 1 for 1, 1 run off of her bowling, and she's in her 5th over.
Knight, who is on strike, 25 deliveries face, only 4 runs. Nation, 21 deliveries for 6 runs. It is really a painstaking innings. Well, if you can call it an innings.
The partnership is now 11 runs off 38 legal deliveries.
It's going to be close. That would have been interesting, Denmore, had the fielder collected that ball.
would have been, and that's what the frustration is, because they've not been scoring. They tend to take what appeared to have been a suicidal run. Ball was going straight to the fielder. Had she picked that one up so Kirtley, would have been trouble. So Eccleston finishes her 5th over. She's had 1 wicket for 3 runs in 5 overs. Windies women, they're 77.
Consistent, haven't given away too many boundary balls. And ever since that wicket of Hayley Matthews, it's almost been a procession.
Well, since Charlie Dean was introduced into the attack, it's been 9 overs of consecutive spin from both ends. Charlie Dean, the way she's gone about things in her quick start to international cricket, could easily bowl her full 10, looking to get these wickets and looking to win this series 3-0. Have to hurry, Shadeen Nation. Was slow at the blocks. Seems to be struggling a bit with that fitness, Maddie.
Yes, and to add insult to injury, she's injured as well. She's injured her hand on that first or second delivery here this afternoon, out in the field. Just see her grimacing after every shot almost.
How do you get back in this game if you're the West Indies?
That's a real tough ask from this situation with the batters available to them, Nikhil. But to be fair, you've got to find a low-risk option to score and score consistently in this situation, but the England bowlers are just making it very difficult for the batters to do so.
She got 17 from just 13 deliveries in that last game, Shadeen Nation, and looked really good, and then found a way to just give it away. So it's been a different start for her. 25 deliveries for just 6. But has to capitalize. Has she got a piece of bat on that? Charlie Dean was celebrating a couple of times where the English have really gone up, been very confident, but haven't got the approval from the umpire. No white signaled either, so may have brushed the pad. End of the 29th over, 78 for 5.
I think it was the 4th delivery of that over, Nikhil. You asked me some of the things that these batters can do. First, you've got to put away gentle full tosses. Shadeen Nation presented with a gentle full toss outside that off stump and just hit it straight to that extra cover fielder. With runs at a premium, it's got to find a way.
Charlie Dean's bowled 8 overs on the trot. Just 17 runs and haven't been able to score against spin, the West Indies.
She's had a very good series. Short series, just 3 matches, but she picked up 4 for her in the first game.
7 in total so far. You can hear the music in the background in terms of indoor stump mics, and that's because we have that full fair Mali VC Bird Day. Always a big day in terms of celebration in Antigua.
Yeah, it's grown actually over the last few years. It's more of a newer holiday here in Antigua.
Leaves both those fielders on the leg side boundary. And this is what I was mentioning when the seamers are on. They have this ability with the 2 spinners from both ends to get through the over so quickly. All of a sudden, you lost a couple of wickets and you're really behind the 8 ball. Much quicker delivery, that one. Well fielded.
Yes, they really get through their overs, the spinners. And you're right, as soon as the batters look up, they're up against it.
haven't been able to just turn over the strike. That run rate has gone down to below 3 and over.
Look at the strike rates of the batters as well. The amount of deliveries they've faced.
I tell you, look at this England team though. Just the dominance that they've played their cricket with. That was extremely quick.
Almost looked like she was trying to bowl a bouncer there, Sophie Eccleston.
Just look how fast this delivery was. Usually like this flight deliveries, that one was into the pitch and quick. But the way that they've gone about things, the English, in terms of their cricket, it's a good eye-opener for the West Indies in terms of where they need to be if they want to compete with the very best.
It wasn't that long ago where we were competing very admirably against these top teams.
Finishing the top 4 in that World Cup, end of the over. Maiden again for Sophie Eccleston, end of 30 overs, 78 for 5.
Yeah, but you're right, Nikhil. This England team are a good barometer for the West Indies. An England team in a bit of transition themselves. You know, came into this series maybe not in the best of form. We see that scorecard, a sorry tale. Hayley Matthews, the only batter really to have a pretty substantial innings, 28 from 39. Everyone else has really struggled.
And looking at that, I wonder how much this captaincy is going to impact Hayley Matthews and her game with that added pressure on her. It could work in her favor, could also take away from that bit of free nature that she's played her cricket with through the years in the West Indies team.
And that's something we spoke about in that first ODI actually, just the responsibility on Hayley Matthews' shoulders. She's asked to do everything. You know, she's asked to bowl in the power play, bowl at the death, and she's asked to score the bulk of the runs and be the captain. So I was asking, I think it was, I'm not sure, I think it was Seth I was speaking to, Seth Burton at the time. And I was asking, when does she actually get a time to shut off or to just relax during a game?
Well, the one thing that stands out to me, Charlie Dean, 8 overs, 39 dot balls. But then also, below her, Sophie Eccleston, 6 overs, 34 dots, 1 for 3. Unbelievable.
I mean, that tells us why the West Indies are scoring at a rate of below 3. The England bowlers have been very good in terms of applying pressure and bowling in partnerships, stringing these dot balls together, and the West Indies have succumbed to that pressure. Shadeen Nation 6 of 26 and Knight 6 from 34 deliveries.
They need to recover here. They need to find something. And I think more and more I watch this batting unit, Mally Richards, I wonder about the prospect of what Hayley Matthews did in that New Zealand series where she batted at number 5. I mean, wouldn't have made a huge difference in the grand scheme of things because you need others to score as well. But I wonder if that can be an option. Remember, Stefani Taylor will return to this team at some stage, still dealing with that injury. And that will be a huge addition when she does return. Hopefully in time for the World Cup next year.
Yeah, absolutely massive. And Hayley Matthews needs all the help she can get. And the players such as Stefani Taylor out. It will be a welcome addition to this West Indies squad. But Stacey Ann was just telling me off air that in total in this innings, the West Indies have faced 143 dots. Nikhil, that's far too many.
Well, it's not easy against this, what I think is a world-class unit. The true test for England, though, will be the batting lineup. They play this brand of fearless cricket. When they come against the Australias in the Ashes or even India again, can that hold up? They struggled in that series against India, lost 3-0. And they've now been bowled out 4 to 5 times in their last 5 one internationals. So I'm eager to see now if this can translate when they play against some better opposition. Even at that T20 World Cup, we'll see them in how they play that T20 format on Sunday when that T20 International Series begins. So a lot to play for and a lot to discover for England as well. New team, injection of youth. And they are going to have a change in bowling. Charlie Dean, who operated from this end with her 8 overs out of the attack. And first look at Davison Richards for the series.
Yes, you mentioned India and Australia. They played a T20 today, didn't they? Australia coming out on top. India women scoring 172 for 5. Australia 173 for 1 in that T20. So a commanding victory for the Australians. And they're just building quite nicely their momentum going into this World Cup.
Almost was a wicket on the very first delivery after the drinks interval. And how often you see that. Shadeen Nation has been a struggle for her in the middle.
It's the first look of Alice Davidson, Richard. She's been added to that T20 squad, so we'll see her on Sunday possibly. With Alice Capsey going home and Maya Bouchier, sorry, drafted in for her.
Another quick single taken.
And to be fair, Nico, Alice Davidson Richards probably came in this team more of a bowling all-rounder, but in the last year or so, her batting has really come to the fore. Scored 100 on debut in test match cricket against South Africa. I remember watching that game. What a game that was. You were speaking about loving the sight of the women playing test match cricket. So far, every women's test match I've seen has gone right down to the wire.
Just gets a pass point. Should be another 2 and is. So Shadeen Nation, 36 years old. Huge task on her hands, especially if she wants to be at that T20 World Cup next year. Mali, how do you handle the situation of a veteran like Shadeen Nation?
Oh, that's a tough one. To be honest, she looks most comfortable against the pace. I'd probably put her to the top of the innings, to be honest, every time I've seen her bat. She seems to find scoring against the pace as opposed to the spinner a more easier proposition.
It's the 174 runs needed from still 117 deliveries. It's going to take some getting for the West Indies. Also important, these two have spent a while at the crease. Also important for Amy Jones to ensure that she instills in her team to stay switched on, because you don't want to just relapse, let this game peter out. They'll want to go for the kill and look to dismiss. And this is a similar time where the West Indies were bowled out in the second one international.
Yeah, you don't want to meander through the game. And still keep trying to execute, doing the right things all the way through. That's a shot though. Well
driven past mid-off. I think they've got a hand on it, so it won't get to the boundary. But 3 runs nonetheless. Much more like it. All of a sudden the pace has come back into the attack and they've looked a lot more comfortable. 8 from that over. And much more needed from the West Indies perspective. 86 for 5.
And I think this is something that plagues West Indian batsmen, not just male and female, but especially in the middle overs, trying to score at the right tempo against the spin. Especially spin bowlers of this class. Sophie Eccleston, the #1 spin bowler in the world.
Do you firmly believe, Mali, that she's the best?
The ratings say so. So I'll ask you, do you firmly believe Hayley Matthews is the best? The ratings say
I think so.
Exactly. We go with the ratings.
Tell you what, though, the way Alana King from Australia is bowled, I think...
Is that your shout?
I think she is my favorite bowler to watch in... She's up there in terms of all cricket, but certainly the favorite in women's cricket.
That's a good shout. I like that.
Very skillful. Watched her in the Women's Big Bash recently as well. Looks a good shout and gone. Pressure again building on this West Indies batting lineup. And again, they have faltered. Shadeen Nation, it's been a tough series for her. Hasn't been able to get the scores. And Eccleston, again, we just mentioned, number one international bowler.
She heard you, Nico, questioning her skill, whether she was actually the top one, and she just produces a wicket-taking delivery there. Shadeen Nation has to depart. And another wicket for Sophie Eccleston. She started pretty slowly in this series, but in the last 2 games, the wickets have started to come.
Well, it's been a disappointing series for Nation. Gone for 10 in this final ODI. 87 for 6. And it will bring Chanel Henry now, probably last of the recognized batters, to the middle. Very capable, but in terms of chasing now 170, will be a tough task.
You see the importance of Hayley Matthews to this batting lineup. When her and Aline were going 40 without loss, and then the loss of that Matthews wicket. That's full again.
Certainly down the leg side, being a bit ambitious, England. But you look at Sophie Eccleston, and I was about to make the point that she doesn't try too much, even though that one, a rare delivery down the leg side, but not trying to spin the ball too much, Mali, but just 6 runs conceded in 39 deliveries. That is a feat in itself.
Yeah, and she's definitely improved over the years. The first time I saw her, she was a little floaty, just used to toss the ball up, not try to give it massive revolutions, but over the years, she's steadily improved.
Asking the question again of Jacqueline Williams, and another one that she turns down. Sophie Eccleston works hard.
So she's creating opportunities almost every delivery now.
Clear inside edge again.
Big.
And this is it again.
It's quite full. It's quite full. I don't know if I saw an inside edge there, Nikhil, to be honest.
But that is all that could have saved her, because she was hit on the back leg. Oh, Chanel Henry goes for that release shot. This will be runs, though, to get off the mark.
It's been a tough night for the umpires. Tough day all around, to be fair. I think the 2 run-outs, Hayley Matthews and Emma Lamb, both seem to be run out early.
Always tough, though, when you don't have that technology to make that call in real time, naked eye.
We've got that added luxury of seeing the replays over and over.
I think this will be a wake-up call for the West Indies, though.
That's full and straight.
This time gets her.
What have you done, Nikhil?
Sophie Eccleston, a monster. 2 wickets in this over, and the West Indies in deep trouble.
Yes, an absolute monster with her left arm orthodox. Like you said, doesn't seem like there's a lot going on, but she bowls in between wicket and wicket. And if the batters miss, she hits, and it's another wicket to Sophie Eccleston, her 3rd. Windies 91 for 7.
Just a short stay at the crease for Chanel Henry. And really inevitable now for the West Indies that they will face defeat in this 3rd one international. They have to dust themselves off quickly, though, because that T20 International Series coming up on Sunday, in a format I think they're probably a bit more competitive in, shorter form.
You'd hope so.
And did challenge New Zealand at times in that T20 International Series, especially. So a couple super overs went down to the wire. I think they'll be looking to that now, Courtney Walsh and Cole.
But I also think, Nikhil, that in T20, the importance of one player, grows. It's magnified. And with the loss of Stefani Taylor, the West Indies will definitely be up against it. She'll probably bowl her 4 overs and bat. That's a massive miss for them.
So Davis and Richards trying to get into that rhythm. First game of the series for her.
Something else I saw today as well. Mignon Dupree's retired from international women's cricket. But she'll continue playing franchise cricket. The South African batter.
A couple of runs again. So Kishana Knight, watch from the other end.
And that's a new development actually, Nikhil, in the women's game, where we're seeing now it start. We saw Deandra Dutton do that a few months ago, and now Mignon Dupree's retiring from international cricket to focus on the franchise game, just showing you how the game's actually growing and developing.
Lisa Lee as well.
Lisa Lee, yes. So the opportunities being afforded to these women, they're just more and more available to them.
Yes, unfortunate really, because Deandra Dutton, I think, is one that a lot of fans in the West Indies watch women's cricket to see. Just the flair, the way, the nature of how she plays her cricket. It's definitely going on leg. But they will be limited now to only being able to see her in the Caribbean during the women's CPL.
You're right. Box office.
It is a pity. But it will be something that I think the women's game will have to deal with, similarly to the men's game, where players will then start to weigh up different options. And it's good. It's good that franchise cricket is coming into the women's game because it creates more opportunity and more, I think, areas to just showcase that ability and talent. Pulled away, but straight to the fielder. The plan works to perfection for Richards. Her first wicket of the series. And it's Kishana Knight. Dismissed.
Yeah, picking out the only fielder there on that leg side boundary down at deep square. Kishana Knight, she was quite early onto that one. Timed it quite sweetly, but not sweet enough. And she has to go. So, the miserable series for the West Indies. It must be said.
It was absolutely brilliant because you look at that fielder, she was actually not even on the boundary. She was 3/4 way in. So it almost like they knew the plan and were just waiting for it to happen and tested her with a short one. And Knight just picked out that lone fielder in the deep and the onside. Good bowling from Richards, but good planning from Amy Jones and co.
Yeah, definitely what we consider the long side. Good awareness being shown by the fielder. Good execution by the bowler. Alice Davidson Richards executed that short ball well, got it high.
Casey Schultz comes to the middle. On debut, so big day for her. Did well with the ball, picked up 2 wickets. Can she put up a bit of resilience? But you look at the collapse. First 10 overs, they were well set. Good power play, 40 without loss. But as soon as Kate Cross and then the spinners came into the game, probably Nat Silva as well, picked up 2. Just seemed like things went south for the West Indies.
When you think about it, Hayley Matthews must be sitting there thinking, yes, I played a bad shot, but if I get out, there's literally no hope for my team. What effect will that have on the psyche of a player such as her? Remains to be seen.
I do wonder, though, how that changes the approach in the T20 International Series. More after the over. End of 33, 93 for 8. Yeah, just on that, how does it change the approach of the West Indies batting lineup in the T20 International Series? Because we know Hayley Matthews opened the batting for a long time. But now, no Deandra Dutton, no Stefani Taylor to come after her. Does she still opt to bat in the first 2? I think you want to utilize that first 6 overs, the power play, so you need your best players batting then. But if she gets out early, you then expose a middle order that hasn't fired really in this series.
Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22, Nikhil, because like you said, you want your best players at the top of the innings, exploiting that power play. But with the lack of depth in this West Indies batting lineup, it's definitely something for the think tank to think about.
Eccleston.
That's a good delivery.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm not saying that Alana King, you look at her achievement, nowhere close to what Sophie Eccleston has done in the world game, just from a personal perspective.
Yeah.
Just love watching Alana King and the way she's developing and
too.
growing in confidence in that Australia side. But definitely a lot of bowlers who have achieved a lot more than her. And Eccleston is certainly one. And this 3 for 6 in 44 deliveries tells you exactly why. And this is, yes, it's against the West Indies batting lineup, which has struggled, but even against the very best in the world, against India, she only picked up 3 wickets, but she kept things very tight on less spin-friendly pitches.
She's definitely a go-to wicket-taking option for the English. And she's very frugal.
Captain's dream, really, to
Absolutely.
have her, because even if you're under the
Absolutely.
pump against an Australia or India, you can go to her to pull things back and look for those wickets.
Yes, and then when you're really looking for wickets, you can go to her as well. She's very versatile. She can bowl in a multitude of roles or in a multitude of conditions as well. And when it's spinning, she's a handful. Short mid-wicket comes in catching.
Testing the defense of Sherry-Ann Fraser. Another mid, well, it could be another mid and over 5 dots. It is another maiden. End of 34 overs, 93 for 8.
And to be fair, Nikhil, that's why this under-19 Girls World Cup is going to be so important. Not just for the world game, but for the West Indies in particular. It's going to be the first time that we're putting a youth women's team out on the world stage. So it's going to be a good opportunity for everyone to have a look of the next generation of West Indian women's talent.
But where I think the West Indies are a slight disadvantage is you look around the world, New Zealand, Australia, England, India, all have players that will play in that Under-19 World Cup that will have played international cricket in the past.
That looks like former West Indian leg spinner Anthony Martin down there enjoying the game.
Just look at this team, especially Alice Capsey, who's 18 years old. She'll play in that Under-19 World Cup.
Will she? Wow.
Then Shafali Verma, been told that she's captain India. So they've got players that have playing international cricket that will then go and play in that World Cup. They'll dominate because of just the standard that they've played cricket at for a long time. The West Indies don't have any, though, that are under 19 that are playing currently and actually within the system. So that is food for thought going forward after you get past this first World Cup.
You've got a 17-year-old Freya Kemp as well in this England squad. So just another name that would probably have that international experience going into such a tournament. But it's a start for the West Indies. We had our first under-19 girls regional tournament this year as well.
Went short there, Davis and Richards. Good to see that bit of aggression. It's been a tough surface to bowl short on because you haven't got a lot of pace out of the surface, but Nat Silva and now Davis and Richards have been able to get a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah. With Issy Wong in the lineup, fresh as well. We expect to see her let a few go in the T20 series. probably the quickest bowler in this England lineup.
And it's one of the luxuries England have as well, being able to have players for selective formats whose skill set suit a particular format. So Izzy Wong, they believe, more suited to the T20 international side of things, whereas the West Indies really have the same group of players for both series.
Exactly, and she would have played Test cricket earlier this year as well, Izzy Wong.
Very slow delivery from Davison Richards.
Back of the arm slowly, it looked like there. Showing good skills, especially in these what we consider dry conditions here. The ball just gripping in the wicket.
But the key is the West Indies will think they just had an 18 team go to India. There's definitely hope in terms of the future, and they will, I think, just judging on conversations, etc., will look to build with those youngsters after that World Cup going forward. We've seen a couple in Casey Schultz batting now is a sign that if you invest in that young talent, wide signaled, you can get those results. First one international for Schultz and picked up 2 wickets. One in her very first over, an important wicket of Emma Lamb, who was well set.
Well, there are 2 names in particular who have been hearing about in the girls' game for maybe the last year or so. It's Zayda James and Asabi Calendar. So I'm looking forward to seeing them in action.
Yeah, James was in that CPL but didn't get a game. She's going to be exciting talent. End of 35 overs, 94 for 8.
We'll have another double change. It'll be Denmore Roberts and Stacey Ann King.
$94 for 8. Stacey Ann, it has been a struggle for the Windies batters this evening.
Yeah, good night, Denmore. Definitely a struggle. 2 of their most junior batters out in the middle. Casey Schultz and Cherry Ann Fraser. Both hailing from Guyana. A promising shot.
Yeah, that's a good looking shot. There from Fraser, gets a couple of runs. If there's anything positive to take from tonight, what would it be in your mind?
I'll have to give that a bit more thought. I think from an England perspective, they've done well. They've done everything in terms of ticking off their boxes. They've played aggressive. They've scored over 250 runs. And now they're bowling, and they've literally been spot on. And from a West Indies perspective, I think Casey Schultz she'll be a bright prospect coming out of this match with those 2 wickets on debut.
Yes. And just showing that she belongs, that she can compete at this level, would be a positive in my mind. It's the end of another over, 36 overs gone, 97 for 8. Fraser and Schultz at the crease. And the Windies women, for academic purposes, they need another 160 runs to go from 84 deliveries.
And any other team might have saw that score and think game on, but with so many wickets down, it's really worrying for West Indies. At this point, I'm not even sure what is the thought process between Fraser and Schultz, possibly to have a knock themselves.
Should be just to have some fun, get a score for myself.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Enjoy it. not worry too much now about the overall results, because we can almost say that's a foregone conclusion.
And the last two commentators were talking about wide signals, about that under 19 team. I'd probably say I'd like to see some under 1950 over cricket, just to have these young ladies play in the longer format as well, because you don't want them to just come in and think that T20 is everything. Again, working gaps and applying themselves.
Very important if we are to have forward thinking and forward planning, that we have to integrate the younger players in the longer version in the right way, so that they can have more time in the middle and understand that it is important to learn the game the right way, develop their technique, know themselves over the longer version, be able to apply themselves and all of that. And earlier I was listening to you, and you indicated that you would love that right after the World Cup that some of the under-19 girls be integrated into the setup, and I agree with you fully.
I'm being honest. Then more, if I had it my way, I have seen at least 4 of those girls that could have been in this setup, or could have been in the CPL setup, just rubbing shoulders, even if they weren't playing, just rubbing shoulders with some of their senior colleagues.
We have to find a way to get them in. Another wide delivery down the leg side. It has been something that I have lamented about even in the male game when it comes to the CPL, because I've always thought that the under 19 or the 100 runs have come up for the Windies in over number 37. A little bit of sloppiness from the England wicket keeper, just losing her concentration a little bit, not taking one cleanly, giving away a bye. I've always thought that it needs to be more than just a token place, the under 19 spot that is given in the CPL. I think it has to be almost as what they do in the IPL, where they encourage younger players to get into the setup, into the sides, and get to play. So I'm thinking that if you're given a spot in the CPL, it must be a playing spot. Driven beautifully over the top, 4 runs. That would bring Fraser some confidence. It was pitched up to her, and she went through with the drive and hit it right over the top of that mid-on fielder and picked up herself a boundary. That's a good looking shot.
Yeah, almost in the slot. So a good shot, a good decision from Fraser to go over the top with that delivery.
She's on to 7.
Alice Davidson Richards, well, she's been bowling a lot of variations.
Cramped for room, Fraser. Short of a length delivery, just cramping her up. But at the end of 37, it's 105 for 8. Windies need 152 from 78.
I've been really impressed with the England bowlers with those short balls and the traps in which they've set for the West Indies batters. And the fact that they fell for it more or less. We saw Kaishona Knight a couple of balls before pulled that delivery short of a length and pulled it to the only fielder that was deep square. Lauren Bell, she did that to exception in that second ODI as well. And so did Kate Cross.
When we look at the economy rates of the England bowlers, it has been immaculate this evening. just Davies, who's going a clip above 5. Look at Eccleston. Just one. 48 dot balls in her 9 overs. Tremendous. That's what you call literally unplayable.
3 wickets for 9 runs in 9 overs. And Sophie Eccleston.
She would be happy with her day's work today.
Economy rate of just 1. Who wouldn't? Yet to get off the mark here, see Schultz. He's been there for 15 deliveries, but at this point it's sort of do or die. It's just about sticking around there and getting a knock. And this is her first match, her first ODI match for West Indies. The defense looks pretty good.
What has been good about her is that she understands her limitations. She's not trying to do anything extravagant. She's just trying to bat within her limits, trying to survive, and trying to apply the technique that she would have learned. There's a loud appeal for caught behind. Umpire Williams remains unmoved.
She's still standing. And the England fielders, well, they're asking questions. I just wonder if the ball may have hit the bails, but the bails did not move. Might need another angle.
We're just looking. The bail looks to be dislodged. It's on the ground, but she is at the end.
Well, clearly Casey Schultz was bowled, but that would make 9 wickets. So is it that Shakira Selman is injured and isn't coming out to bat?
But we see handshakes all around, so it looks as if it's the end of the match. As Shakira Selman.
I'm not sure if she was injured, Shakira Selman, but
she had gone off late on in the England innings. So maybe she was injured. And the end of the match, which means the England team will go away 3-0 victors in this one. Schultz been bowled without scoring, having faced some 17 deliveries.
well, this will be very good for England. They've now won this match by 152 runs. So they'll be very pleased with this ODI showing. They've picked up points for all 3 games. As I said, they'll be able to tick off some much needed boxes with new head coach John Lewis.
So it's back to the drawing board though.
Yeah,
For
there's Shakira Salman. Well, she's dressed in slippers, so it clearly wasn't coming back
clearly
out.
wasn't. Well, I was saying it's going to be a real challenge now for Coach Courtney Walsh to get the ladies back up for the T20 series, to get them refocused, because they were really hammered in this series by the English.
Yeah, lost both games. Well, first 2 ODIs by 142 runs and now
152.
Correct.
So
And then this was the batting scorecard for West Indies, a real sorry one. Haley Matthews standing out with that 28. And just 3 other players reaching to double figures. Could only total to 105 for 9 in 37.3 overs, which again, not batting out a whole 50 overs. That will be very worrying for this West Indies team and technical staff.
It should be worrying because it is showing that the middle order is very brittle. When you look at Knight and Williams and even Campbell, they have not necessarily contributed very much to this series, and that should be a worry for the West Indies coaching staff and backroom staff. And they must be wondering where we're going to get the runs from, even in the T20s to come. Captain Haley Matthew also would be worried because she's thinking that it's almost a situation of captain out, all out, and she is going to she now has that added pressure of wondering, where do I come in the order? How do we? Because if I get out early, we're always going to be in a spot of bother. So it's worrying time for Windies female cricket in terms of their batting. Today the bowling was not bad because they were able to get the 10 wickets for the England team. They were able to bowl the English out under the 50 overs. They should take that as a positive. And under normal circumstances, 256 should be a total that you would want to restrict a good team batting first too, if you're able to chase down a total like that. However, the batting has not clicked. We're going to have to find a way that we are going to work on the batting and see how we can really find a way to motivate the girls to believe in themselves. Because I think it is, we have seen them back before. We've seen people like Charmaine Campbell and the Knight sisters and so on. We've seen them perform before. So we know that it is not a lack of ability. What we have to do now is to work back on getting them back up to that confidence level that they had before, where they can believe that they can compete with others.
As we see the wickets falling, Kaishona Knight, or Kaisia Knight, that was
pretty much a poor stroke.
And then there was Aliyah Allen who just slid
Yep,
out of her crease, and Amy Jones, well, she made no mistake. They're always looking, these English wicket keepers, always looking for that one mistake. The Allen followed Marishada Williams. And then it was Charmaine
Campbell,
one of the senior batters that you expected to just stay there and get some runs, because she's been there many times before for West Indies.
And again, we see playing across the line.
Chanel Henry and Kaishona Knight.
This one was disappointing because the trap was set for that stroke and she fell right into this, the lone fielder out on that position.
And that was Casey Schultz, the last wicket that just seemed to be, did she play it? Did she get bowled? Was it stumped? But it was bowled in the end.
So, again, too many soft dismissals in that batting card there for the West Indies women this evening.
And so, England women taking this series 3-0.
Yes, England have taken this CG United ODI Women's Series 3-0. Valuable points in the ICC Women's Championship. But all attention will turn to the T20 series. The players go into T20 mode, leading up to that World Cup.
I think it might just be a better showing from West Indies in that format. It's a shorter format, and I think they might just back themselves And of course, skipper Hayley Matthews, well, she'll be playing in front of her home crowd in Barbados. So
hopefully.
She'll want to perform to the best of her ability.
Definitely. Quite a few Barbadians in this West Indies squad, so they'll be looking forward to going home. And
hopefully we see a return of Shamila Connell as well. We
Yes.
understand that she might be fit for those matches.
Yes, and they'll definitely need her with the new ball, even though we saw some pretty good showings from Chanel Henry and Sherry Ann Fraser at times as well. So the bowling department seems okay, Stacey, and it's just where are the West Indies going to find the batters?
Yeah, agreed fully. Hopefully, as I said, Barbados players, Kaisia Knight, Kaishona Knight, and they'll be in front of their home crowds. So they'll hope for a better showing in front of their families.
Definitely.
And of course, the West Indies community, the West Indian fans, we expect a much better showing in the T20s ahead of that T20 World Cup February next year.
Yes, and just looking back slightly, I think it's fair to say that the England players have been the most standout players in this series. Who in particular has really stood out or really impressed you, Stacey Ann?
I'd say bowling-wise, Charlie Dean. I was impressed with her bowling. I was impressed that, coming into a series against West Indies, who she doesn't or didn't have many games against, or any games against as a matter of fact, that she was able to execute the way she did. I'd say Nat Siva as well, because taking a break, a mental health break, and being able to come back into a series and score prolifically. Yeah, it seems like in that break, she was playing some cricket
Yes,
somewhere.
That's for sure. It seems like Catherine Brunt was bowling to her every day in their time off.
But it just shows the competitive nature of this England team and that fearless cricket that they've spoken about coming into this series and trying to implement in their game. They've done that, and they've done it to rewards and to very well good execution.
More often than not, every player that England have thrust into a role they've executed in this series. Nat Siva definitely has led from the front with the bat, and she's picked up some handy wickets as well. So now, though, we'll go to the post-match presentation with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation after we've completed the CG United 1 International Series, where England are winners 3-0. And of course, we thank our sponsors, CG United, for putting on this fantastic series. First, let's talk to the losing captain, Hayley Matthews. Hayley, another tough game. Commiserations on the loss. Where do you think, looking back on the series, it went wrong for you guys?
Yeah, I think anytime you come into an ODI series and the top score is 160, you're probably missing out a bit with the bat. So yeah, definitely an area that we need to pay close attention to and find a way to score more runs on a whole. Yeah, hopefully we can do that in T20 series coming up.
Tell me about the bowlers though. Today, clearly you played Casey Schultz. She took 2 wickets. Clearly something has gone right for the bowling attack. How impressed have you been as captain?
Yeah, I think the first game they managed 307, and since then we've managed to pull them back in the 2 other games, which was really good to see. Casey Schultz had her debut today, and look, England were going pretty well at 60 without loss, and she provided that breakthrough and kind of started the wickets falling, which was really good to see. So yeah, I think there's still a bright spark within the team right now, and that's the way the bowling is going, and yeah, we can only hope that continues to progress.
How have you enjoyed captaining this team now? Does it put any added pressure on you with the likes of, Stefani Taylor and others absent?
Yeah, I think right now we have a lot of young players in the team, which as a team on a whole has been pretty tough. Obviously, we're all learning at the same time. But yeah, I think the thing for us is just to continue making progress and going in the right direction. And yeah, this series was disappointing, like we said before. But as a team, I reckon we'll learn from it a whole lot, and hopefully we can take some of those learnings into the series that we have coming up.
On a more positive note now, what has been the most positive thing from a captain's perspective going into that T20 International Series starting on Sunday?
I just think the improvement that the bowlers would have shown throughout the games, obviously going from 307 to 260 to the 250, that really straightened them to today, definitely shows a lot of improvement and shows that the bowlers are definitely doing their homework and focusing on what they really need to be focusing on, which has been really good to see.
All the best for Sunday.
Thank you.
Hayley Matthews, the losing captain. We'll now ask Amy Jones, the winning captain of England. Amy, congratulations again on your 3-0 victory. Tell me about this series. Obviously, you standing captain for Heather Knight, but you guys have done well in all 3 facets of the game. How impressed have you been in sort of the way you've gone about things?
Yeah, really impressed. I think 3 pretty convincing wins is always great, and we definitely come to put pressure on the opposition as soon as we can. So yeah, all the way through this series, I think we've played really well and really good aggressive cricket.
Now that fearless approach with the batting that we've seen throughout the series, and coaching staff, etc., has made it clear that you want to play with. You've been bowled out 4 times in the last 5 ODIs that you've played. So is there a bit of concern about that, or are you happy to play that free-flowing, aggressive nature?
Yeah, we're definitely happy to play that aggressive nature. I think we're sort of committing to, like you say, I guess a style of play, and we're fully backed, with the rest of the team and the staff. So I guess whilst it's not going to come off every time, we've made 3 pretty decent scores in doing so in this series anyway. So yeah, I think definitely a good thing for us going forward. It's something we're going to commit to for sure.
Tell me about that injection of youth you guys have in this series. Lauren Bell, Charlie Dean has been brilliant. How much have they added to the overall group?
Yeah, they've been great all through, since the summer, since they started playing bigger roles within the squad. They just sort of come in, they bring a huge amount of energy to the group, and it really picks us up. And, there's a good balance, I think, with youth and experience in the squad, which is, a great place to be in, I think.
After that India series, you guys were defeated 3-0. Then to come into the Caribbean, a tough place to play, and then put out a performance like this. What do you think it says about the England team, the way they're able to come back, and going into that T20 World Cup, how much will it do for the confidence?
Yeah, I think it'll do a huge amount for the confidence. Like you say, it's not the easiest place to come and play. There's different challenges, and we've definitely faced those challenges within each game at times. So I think to overcome different things like that has been really great for our confidence. And yeah, with the summer, it feels like a long time ago now, but yeah, obviously a 3-0 defeat doesn't feel good. So to sort of come and put that right out here is a great feeling.
Finally, a word on Nat Siva. How brilliant has she been with her time in the England shirt?
Yeah, she's been great, hasn't she? She's had a brilliant series, but she's just an extremely consistent performer for us, in every format really. And the way she bats in particular, we've seen huge amount of runs this series, and her whole career, to be honest, she's one of the best in the world, I think. So yeah, she's a great asset for us, and as a friend and as a teammate, she's great to go and watch her do her thing.
Congrats on a fantastic series win. See you guys on Sunday for the T20 series.
Thank you.
Amy Jones, the captain of this England team. And finally, the last person we'll speak to is the player of the match, and it could only be one for 80 from 73, as well as 2 wickets. Nat Siva. She'll come in and display her check of $500. But she was special today with her. And also, before we have a word with Nat, she's also player of the series, so she'll also hold that check. So it's been an excellent run-out for her in the Caribbean. So thank you very much to CG United. Nat, first of all, congratulations. You look at the accolades. 2nd fastest English woman ever to 3,000 runs. Broke the record today for the most runs in a calendar year. What has been the secret to success this year?
I'm not sure, because it's been quite a difficult year. I think playing with the positivity that I've brought, really. I've done it quite a lot in losing causes over the year, which sort of always brings a bit of a dampness. But yeah, it's been really nice to be back with the squad and be performing like that. I guess I wasn't really expecting to be like that on the pitch, but yeah, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm happy.
You took that mental health break a couple of weeks ago. How much do you think that helped you sort of just refine and re-energize to come again in the Caribbean?
Yeah, it was all about, I guess, refreshing a little bit, not really thinking about cricket and sort of getting away from it as much as I can. So, yeah, I suppose it really helped. But, yeah, I'm feeling really, really good about being back and really positive about being back with this team, and obviously with the new coach who's really helped us to yeah, see a different way about playing. So yeah, we're happy.
That fearless approach paired with the youth that you have in the team now, how much do you think is added to the overall morale, and what is the energy like within the camp?
Yeah, it's brilliant actually. There's obviously a lot of youth, like you say. We've lost Alice Capsey obviously, and we've had a few personnel changes over the last couple of weeks actually. But the group is really good. I think everyone's really like gelled together well. I mean, I think we can enjoy ourselves on tour, whatever the kind of group we have. But there's so much youth that brings a lot of energy. I'm in the elder half of the team now, so yeah, it's good for them to bring the energy when some of us are a bit tired.
And finally, you look at that 90 in the first game, 83 today, still 2 wickets. That consistency that you've been able to replicate. I mean, the year that you've had 550s, 200s, what has been sort of the preparation like coming into a series like this, and also how have you been able to find that consistency?
Yeah, I wasn't sure when I came back to cricket. I wasn't sure how I was going to go on the pitch. I prepared in the same way I would for any tour, and at home in
the presentation party, but a dominant series win for England, one of the best sides in the world, and they'll be back in action come Sunday in the T20 International Series between these two teams.
Thank you, Nikhil. But the situation of the series, England come out victorious 3-0. It was interesting to see just the varying emotions between the two captains, but we'll reconsume here on Sunday for the start of the T20 series. From me, Mali Richards, Denmore Roberts, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and Nikhil Uttamchandani, it is good evening and see you on Sunday.